incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve
internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games
10,
with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Dismiss now.
15
Until
seconds.
achieve
Guidance
stage
is
9.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Dismiss now.
15
Until
seconds.
achieve
Guidance
stage
is
9.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
Dismiss now.
15
Until
seconds.
achieve
Guidance
stage
is
9.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The ad-
We're back.
Woohoo! Another day with MTS.
Another day. It is Tuesday, July 14th, 2026.
Yay!
Wow.
Good morning timeline.
It's 7/14/26.
Wow. Oh, 7:14.
In 2 years, it's going to be 7/14/28.
Wow. Wow. This is a good.
Excellent point.
Numbers.
No prime numbers.
Yeah. Oh, and monitoring the soccer is back because we have the semifinal game, or match, sorry, between France and Spain today at 12 Pacific time. So that will be really exciting. I think France is probably going to win, but it will be not super blowout. I think it could be close.
Fair enough. We'll see. And we also
Rooting
have
for Spain.
and Spain.
I think I'm also rooting for Spain.
I also am rooting for Spain, but so pro
We have
Spain.
DNA interests in Spain.
Yeah, exactly. We want to see them win.
Mhm.
I have more of a DNA interest in France, I guess. I just don't really like them.
Technically. Yeah, fair enough. Fair
Also, I
enough.
want Messi to win, so I don't want France to advance.
Yeah,
Fair.
strategic.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get into some of today's top tech stories. We got some good information, right? Today, Deepseek is preparing for an IPO filing as soon as this year. Let's share a little bit about what's happening here.
So this would mean that 3 frontier labs are possibly IPOing this year.
Yeah.
Like OpenAI, Anthropic, DeepSeek.
Yeah.
Although OpenAI, it's possible gets moved to next year.
Mm-hmm. There are 2 labs that are already public, which are ZAI and Minimax.
Yes, true.
Yes.
We'll see if Moonshot will also go public. So DeepSeek has begun talks with new backers about a fresh round targeting a pre-money valuation of at least $71 billion. Remember, they just raised at $50 billion like a few weeks ago. Like a couple weeks ago. It was very, very recent.
That's great. That was in June, right? So this literally happened recently. And then they're also releasing DeepSeek V4 pretty soon. That's happening, I think, today or this week.
Something like that. DeepSeek V4 was released in preview. People don't know this. It was released in preview a couple months ago.
Yeah.
But the version of V4 that we have is not actually the full version.
Yeah. So it's just going to continue to improve. And so I like it. I'm a big fan of open source models and improving open source models. And it makes all the credits that companies are spending a lot smaller. So this is good.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Liang Wenfeng is richer than Dario and Greg Brockman.
Oh,
because
wow.
he owns so much of Deepseek. He owns like 90% of Deepseek.
Oh my god.
It says
Yeah.
because of this, he's now worth 36
He owns
billion.
78% of Deepseek. So yeah, that's a
Oh
lot.
my gosh.
So he's got to be one of the richest people in China now. This is like unusual for startups. Okay, interesting. AI model billionaires, according to Bloomberg, Liang Wenfeng, who is 36 billion, Greg Brockman, who's at 25, Liu Debing from Jipu ZAI, which is he's at 12.
Yeah.
Then Dario, I think all of the co-founders of Anthropic, all 7 co-founders have the same stake in the company. So it should be Dario, Daniela, Tom Brown, Sam McCandlish, Jack Clark, Jared Kaplan, and then
Yeah.
one other I'm forgetting. And then Yan Junjie from Minimax.
Wow.
And I'm sure there's lots of others too.
He's the number one, 36 billion net worth because of this. And so
Liang is already the 8th richest person in China. Let's see. Bloomberg Billionaires Index.
Yeah, who are the Chinese billionaires?
Who are the Chinese billionaires? Let's find out. Jiang Yiming is the richest person in China. I don't know who this is. Former CEO of ByteDance.
Yeah.
Zhang Shanshan. Is that
That's
the guy
ByteDance
who
guy.
owns the water company? Yeah, he owns Nongfu Spring, which literally is a bottled water company.
Oh wow.
Ma
Water as a
Huateng,
commodity.
who is Tencent. William Ding. NetEase, that's another huge Chinese internet company. He Xiangjian. Midea Group. Yeah, they make appliances. And then Jack Ma, Alibaba, Chen Tianxi, don't know who this is. Cambricon, which makes AI chips. And then Liang Wenfeng, who's Deepseek.
Oh wow. Okay.
fascinating. Well, China's just showing a big commitment to open source and all of these models that are getting released. And I'm excited for DeepSeek V4 because I'm ready to compare them with some of the other frontier models. Like right now, like you can use around 90% of what you're actually trying to do with DeepSeek, but it's, you know, if you're trying to do, I mean, if you're just doing like a little agent, like my Hermes agent, I just use DeepSeek because it's cheaper and free. I don't use it to code because coding on DeepSeek right now is not the strongest, and that's what a lot of the other frontier models are actually benchmarked on. But I'm excited for V4. I think I can use it for a lot of things and for very cheaply as well.
I like there's this argument that like you really don't need Fable for anything. I don't think this is true. Like depending on what you do with it, if you're just trying to do like agent stuff on your computer, maybe. I don't know. I do a lot of like alternate history stuff. Like basically anything that requires thinking a lot and coming up with
alternate history. Pause.
Research.
Wait. What does this constitute?
That's just like an example, being like, I don't know, what if the Persians had like defeated the Romans at different points in history
so
and
it's
like conquered the Roman Empire, and it's like
A
it really does,
simulation.
yeah, that kind of thing, and it really does help to like know a lot more about the world and be a bigger model to be able to answer questions like that.
Yeah.
And I don't think even Fable has come close to like saturating that. So I think like for some things, like it really does help to have the smartest model.
For sure. But also what's exciting is you can just fully run this at home. And if you're paying for all of your own, like you're just like running it locally as well. Like you can use like Olama.
Not
just, like,
much. Not really. Not anymore.
DeepSeek, and then it'll
I mean,
be
this is going to be
great.
huge for like the large percentage of like Asian countries and like I think Russia too that uses DeepSeek.
Yeah.
Because like I think they dominate there.
Yeah, a huge runner of like people who do open source models are students who just don't have money to pay for actual compute, because when you're just running them yourself, yes, you can't do alternative history, maybe like the same extent, but you're not paying the same cost that you are for a frontier model to do like whatever you want it to use it for.
Yeah, I think there is a paradox of like the people who are likely to adopt AI to do tasks are going to be like wealthier and more able to pay for like a lot of models, at least in the US. So I think that people like it's almost like I hope this reaches like the people who need it most, you know.
Yeah.
But DeepSeek was banned at my college,
Really?
unsurprisingly.
It was how would they enforce that?
I think it was like
It was a statewide ban. Florida had the same thing
Yeah,
because it was a Chinese tech company.
if
You also
you're, like,
couldn't go
on
on
the
Alibaba.
Wi-Fi,
Yeah.
like at my college, you like couldn't use DeepSeek.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
mean, what if you're running it on your own open source model? Like you're just have it locally on your computer
I think
on local hardware.
like I guess you could do that, or yeah, I don't think there would be a reason.
That's the best part. It's like I'm
Yeah.
started downloading all the models like locally, like because you never know. you don't know like what's gonna get banned.
But also, local models are just like bad. Like DeepSeek, you can't actually run locally because it's like a huge model. Like how big is DeepSeek
so
before?
you don't if you're trying to run it directly, but you can use something like Olama, and have like a provider run the model, or even if you're using like
Yeah, so like using the API.
no, that's not exactly using the API. It helps you like download it. And so, or even like Venice, you can use like Venice to run local models as well. And so, yeah, you don't have to always, I mean, I used to have them on my computer and then it'd make my whole computer super, super slow. Like I use like a Quen model and it's only 5 gigabytes. You'd be really surprised. You'd think it would take up your entire like memory and all your storage, but it was pretty small.
For like that's like a giga quantized model though. That will not be able to do that much.
When DeepSeek's not awful. Like you can run DeepSeek fully on your computer, or you can use Venice and just like pay for. I mean not V4.
Yeah, not
V3,
V4.
not V4.
Yeah.
So we'll see, but those are definitely solvable issues, right? You just get like.
And even still, it's
local
like
compute.
what $1.25 for 1 million tokens or something.
Super cheap.
So it's super cheap.
Yeah.
Speaking of Chinese models,
Woohoo!
we have a leak from our boy Leo, Synthwave DD. Breaking: Kimi K3 is launching tomorrow with a discount on top-ups, according to a briefly live article on their docs site.
It's huge.
The community note is trying to. This is
Say-
not a helpful community note.
What does it say?
It says Moonshot has not announced a Kimi K3 launch, but that is. I don't know if some people have even seen the community notes interface before. Say Mrs. Key points are relevant.
Woohoo!
Not helpful community note.
So presumably,
this is
like because DeepSeek is also releasing V4 around the same time.
Maybe.
Okay.
Do we know which one will be better?
Oh wow. Okay. Leo says actually this is today,
Oh,
not tomorrow.
interesting.
Huge. Can anyone read Chinese? What is this? According to
My LLMs can read Chinese.
Grok, it says there's going to be some discounted top-ups, and yeah.
Grok.
Can Grok read Chinese?
Probably. Kimi open platform.
Launch limited time top-up promotion. So I guess they're just going to try to pull a bunch of people to start using it. Another thing, if you want to use models very, very cheaply, I love Kimi K3. I have figured out all the ways to token max for cheaply because, you know, who knows? Save a few dollars. It's like, I feel like the future is going to be, you know, you're like your coupon maxing.
Yeah,
like
literally.
token maxing.
It's
how
like
can
routing
you-
maxing.
It's the opposite of
honestly.
token maxing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do open router.
Yeah.
Opposite.
I think Open Router is the future.
Yeah. Figure out
So,
what's
Open
actually
Router and
cheaper.
Hermes.
This promotion's supposed to start on July 14th, which is today at 9 a.m. Pacific time. So where is Kimi?
Where is Kimi?
Any announcements?
It's
Nope.
here.
I'm going to turn on notifs though. Hold on.
I'd be curious to know about the talent wars between Kimi and DeepSeek.
Yeah, how it's actually happening.
If they also have drama over
Mm-hmm.
there.
Oh, some people here, like it says,
Surely
that
they
they
do.
docs leak as a marketing trope. So, just trying to get people to start talking about Kimi before it's actually live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe, but this is. I feel like a lot of people assume that anything that happens is some sort of marketing ploy.
Well, you've never worked in marketing.
I guess, but not everything that happens all the time is like planned.
No. Certainly not. I think it's usually like it like coalesces. Like a
you
lot
look
of
up-
things happen to be good for marketing
Yeah,
inadvertently.
yeah, yeah. Like the Mythos leak. Remember the Mythos leak before it
Yeah.
announced, like a week before?
I do think there's like certainly some percentage that is intentional.
Unofficial
But
watch
who knows?
launches. Let's see. Where's that? Where's that site where you can see when things launch? I thought it's called Artificial Watch. No, is that on X?
What site?
On X. There's an X account. Alerts the exact moment new state-of-the-art AI models drop. Let's see. I think it's Mark Santos. Maybe I'm. Tracks model releases and sends instant alerts via email, browser notifications, anytime something drops, but I can't find it. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Artificialwatch.com, and it's paused. Thanks.
Deployment
Everything's
pause.
down.
That's funny. I mean, you
Great.
could also just turn on notifications on Twitter.
That too.
Yeah.
But what's going to be faster?
So let's see what Tior Taxes has to say about Kimi. He's our China watcher.
Your taxes.
48 trillion tokens.
Huge.
2.4 trillion total. This is total speculation, by the way,
Mhm.
but I think quite plausible, and I think he has good models on this stuff.
It's going to be a new model that's supposedly a lot cheaper and a lot more discounted. And so,
I think they might go for like a big model, sort of to
like
rival
2.5 billion.
like an Opus or a Fable.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, Fable or Mythos was like Mythos capabilities were available inside of Anthropic in February. I keep telling people this. This is 5
Yeah.
months ago.
Yeah.
So it's entirely possible that top Chinese labs have caught up
They're
at this
already
point.
there. It's like the catch up and leapfrog strategy.
Even with big compute disadvantages.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine where China would be if they didn't have big compute disadvantages. Oh my god.
Mm.
Well, also presumably like Kimi and Deepseek and all like they're also in like compute wars within China
Yeah.
probably to like get the most compute. So I'm very interested to see which model ends up being better.
That's funny. We have Taoist labs and Confucian labs, but do we have a legalist lab, Anthropic? And then, okay, there you
Well, they're a Buddhist lab.
Anthropic?
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. Anthropic is kind of Buddhist and kind of Jewish.
Wow, is this peak combo?
Maybe? And they're also kind of Christian.
There's probably going to be a Christian lab.
I think Anthropic is kind of Christian. They're very eschatological.
I don't think they are Christian at all. Just because you're eschatological doesn't mean you're Christian.
No, but they're Christian in the way that like modern sort of American liberals are Christian. You know, in the sense that they're descended from Puritans from a few centuries ago.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Puritans
that
and
doesn't count.
Puritans and Quakers. They're spiritually Christian. They're not like literally Jewish either, but you know, they carry over many of the traditions of Judaism, the people of the book.
I'm trying to see what's that dashboard where you can see like who is using which models and like the popularity of
It's
each
OpenRouter.
models. OpenRouter. I'm on OpenRouter. Let's see. Coding, but I'm trying to find like usage on Kimi 2.7 code over Deepseek V4 Pro.
Fior thinks that Kimi K3 will be much better than Deepseek V4 official.
Really?
Mm.
That's exciting. Who's the source here?
Why?
The source is Trust Me Bro.
Trust me, bro.
It's
But
from a
he's
study
been
published
like
at Trust Me
he's
Bro
been right about
University.
stuff before, so I trust his taste on these things. Quoting Oh, I see.
Is he based in China?
No, he's a Russian guy based in Argentina.
Using
Of course.
benchmark.
Yes.
We've been over this actually.
Quoting Analyx 1.4 and Dao De Jing 42 because why not? So yeah, that's Confucius and then Taoism.
Yeah, I mean, it's still V4 is at 10.7 trillion tokens in the last 30 days. And then here, Kimi is still at 879 billion.
Well,
Which is,
what's-
fairly.
What's the head count at Kimi? Sorry,
Fairly
Moonshot
high.
versus head count at Moonshot versus Deepseek.
context length right now for like a Deepseek V4 Pro would be 105 million tokens, and the context length right now at Kimi is 262.
Oh my god.
So
These companies are so lean.
yeah,
DeepSeek is 150 to 200. Is this true? And
That
then
might have been true like a couple of years ago.
yeah,
There's
yeah.
no way
I don't
that's
know
still
if this
true
is
now.
updated.
oh interesting. Yeah, and
Do
the
we
pricing
know?
is still cheaper for Deepseek compared to Kimi. It's like around 0.4 cents token input compared to 0.7. Fascinating, but we'll see. I guess we'll start to see. General intelligence is supposed to be better right now on Kimi 2.7 on for code, and it's better at coding in terms of actually passing different
Okay.
benchmarks.
So Rima actually just wrote an article on this on
100 hours.
March 31st, where they said at that
Mhm.
time they had just over 300 employees.
Okay.
So they still have
Wow.
300, 400 people.
Yeah,
Crazy.
That's insane. Yeah.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
pretty
And no
cool.
compute. Oh my god, holy.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what they're gonna do?
It's
This is
just pure
cool.
grind set.
I hadn't even seen this article. This is really good. Hold on. I'm saving this and putting it
I
in
wonder
my
if there's can you send that?
I have this giant window
Tab
of
that you just keep adding of like
tabs I
things I
keep
want to
adding
read.
to things I want to read. Exactly.
Yeah.
Eventually,
Yeah.
these are great. I
On
want
the
to add
tab
another
border.
model. Which one should I
I
add
also
here?
like pin
Luna Pro.
I'll like pin stuff sometimes. The pin feature is a very underrated Chrome feature. By the way.
Yeah. The pinned feature. I love them. I love bookmark tabs. Let's see.
Did you see Demis's article?
Oh yeah, let's dive into
Oh,
Demis's
yeah.
article.
Let's dive into Demis's
AGI.
article. First of all, his profile picture. This is I don't even know what this is.
Honestly,
Demis
that's it's aura.
Him looking into an MC Escher style mirror.
Yeah.
Demis might be the most British Empire human of all time.
Oh, but
He's-
it's definitely AI generated. Right.
yeah, for sure. He's
Never
half
mind.
Singaporean Chinese and half Greek Cypriot,
Wow.
and he was from
Greeks are
London.
back.
Yeah.
All right. He says his big claim: AGI is close. We're at
Wow.
the frontier.
Big if true. Big if true.
Big if true.
Maybe his definition of AGI.
Yeah, let's see it. Future is not yet written. I think his upside visions are really cool. You know, he's talking about like what this will look like in terms of drug discovery, clean energy.
He's
all
just
this
he's
cool
kind of
stuff.
filling it with like I guess I would call it like New York Times compatible boilerplate.
Yes.
Where he's just like he's
That's
just
how I would put it.
hedging and hedging and hedging and hedging and hedging. Like this is the kind of article that you would write if you believed in AGI in like 2020. But now it just kind of reads as like trite.
I guess my take of the article is he's saying, you know what, AGI is close, has a lot of potential upside benefits, but in order to achieve this, we need to get the technical foundations right by coordinating around a shared global framework, using the most rigorous scientific methods, and bringing the best minds together to work on the challenges we face. This is pretty similar to yesterday's We Must Act Now. That was signed by 200 economists and AI researchers.
But it's
around
more specific.
what we need to do. That one was more specific?
No, this one's more
This one's
specific.
more
This one's
specific.
specific.
That one is even more
Wait,
big.
was that US only?
That was in terms of who signed it.
Yeah.
It was the Stanford digital
it
economy,
was
but it wasn't just US.
mostly US, but there were
Yeah,
like
okay,
British,
okay.
there were
Academics.
British
Was
and
one,
other
okay,
people.
okay, yeah. Because I was
Global-
like, they didn't invite bro.
Demis
Global
is smart.
Science. 16 Nobel laureate.
Did he sign it? I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't see him.
Demis, nope. Actually, remember I mentioned yesterday that Phil Trammell didn't sign it? I was like, where is he? He's missing. He actually like tweeted about zero following. Okay, bro. He actually tweeted, yeah, I didn't sign the We Must Act Now open letter because of the line at the end on how we must act now to steer AI in a direction that complements humans. Complements is vague, but the most natural reading of this line to me is that we should try to ban machines that substitute for humans too well so that production requires work forever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Reasonable, I think.
Interesting.
So similar to what was in the We Must Act Now article, it says, what sorts of new economic models will be needed to help everyone thrive in a post-scarcity world, or just how it's going to affect, how AI will be affecting the economy. Brian Johnson commented,
Really?
this is thoughtfully practical.
Likely
Yeah, but-
thing for
He's
him to
like-
say.
But he Demis wrote an actual proposal in here.
Yeah.
which
Well,
was
he said the U.S. should take the first, or is well positioned to take the first step in developing such a framework.
Yeah.
So
but
that's
then
a
it
position.
says a new standard. This is like the most important sentence in the piece, though.
Yeah.
The U.S. should establish a new standards body modeled on a federally overseen public-private partnership or self-regulatory organization like FINRA, the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, with a board that includes independent leading technical experts and open source representatives. So this is not like the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. It's not like the FAA. It's not like the FDA. It's not a sort of very top-down government regulatory bureaucracy as much as it is based on the banking model. We actually talked to Ketan Ramakrishnan from Yale Law School about the banking model of AI regulation. There's an interesting op-ed in the Wall Street Journal with a couple of these people. Regulate AI like banking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, AI regulation needs a bank examiner. Basically, where's the good summary of it?
Yeah. Let's see.
These are like AI labs are essential infrastructure now. You can't just like shut down the technology forever. And so you have to come up with ways to regulate them without ending up with these sort of indefinite pauses of like pharma, for example, where it takes a decade to bring a drug to market. Like
Yeah,
you can't do that with AI.
But I guess the interesting one here is that it assumes leading labs, including his own lab, right, are going to be the ones who are at the center of designing what these actual safeguards should look like. And so curious if this just starts to bake in natural incubants, like the people who are already here will get extra funding. The people who have that frontier lab status actually gets the funding to work on these problems,
Yeah. He says funding will mostly come from industry. In order to, this part is important, in order to attract world-class technical talent.
Yeah. Yeah.
If
This
you
is
are
true.
world-class technical talent, unless you are already rich, you are not going
You are
to
not
work in
incentivized
the
to
government
work in the
for
government.
$60K a year.
Yeah, exactly.
When you
on
can
AI safety problems.
work at OpenAI or Anthropic for literally like $1 million a year or more. Some people make a lot more than that. If you're like truly world-class, you can make like upwards of tens of millions of dollars a year at the labs. That's like, the top maybe 100 people in the world at AI can do that. But,
And I think the world class people are also motivated, not even by money, like that's questionable, but just by other talent, like proximity to other smart people.
even like the average researcher at one of these labs makes well over $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is good. Paying top researchers, top talent.
Yeah. So this is typical.
And he does
We've
talk
seen
about
this before.
open source representatives in here.
Mm-hmm.
He throws that in.
Yeah, that's good.
Which is great.
This is we've seen this before. The standards body would develop assessment protocols, in other words, evals,
Yeah.
to make sure that the models don't have dangerous capabilities, and conduct testing along with the government. A model would qualify as frontier class if it meets certain thresholds on a set of benchmarks determined by the standards body and regularly updated. This is pretty good. Most AI regulation right now determines a frontier model or defines a frontier model as a model trained with more than 10 to the 26 flops.
Yeah.
We've talked about this before, why this is like not a good idea, because it doesn't actually measure capability. It's sort of like it's a very arbitrary and very early threshold.
Yeah. I like that these benchmarks, they're more dynamic, right? So the standard body can tighten requirements or slow it down if needed.
So
Yeah, publishing model cards with technical details, maintaining strong
interesting.
internal cybersecurity.
Okay, so frontier labs would be encouraged but not required to do these things.
Yep. But not required.
That's always how it is.
Technical capacity. Standards body should build up the technical capacity to create its own held out tests independent of the labs to prevent overfitting.
This one seems weird. So frontier labs would voluntarily share models for review up to 30 days before. Once the assessment protocol is shown to be effective and robust, they would then be required to have their models go through the standards body.
So you have to voluntarily share, like you choose whether you share it, but then if you do choose to do that, then you're like forced to comply.
No, it's just once the standards body has gotten good enough at doing their protocol.
Oh, I see,
Yeah.
I see.
You can actually do it. I'm curious how they're going to do this. So they want to promote an ecosystem of third-party auditors to help with assessment and development of new benchmarks and evaluations, which third-party auditors who will actually get access to these, or I mean, it's a lot easier to do for open source models, actually have a neutral playing field for third-party auditors. But I don't know how they actually select these. Working with the U.S. government. So I'm
It's gonna be
assuming
people
the U.S.
like
government
Meter.
will be
Yeah,
doing
they
it.
just designate Meter as like a third-party status, like
Well,
or something.
not just Meter, but yeah.
Yeah, like etc.
It'd be really funny if Meter just became like the most important organization
But-
ever.
I think there is a non-zero chance of that
That might
happening.
happen.
I'm so serious.
They just become the main.
Yeah.
Like
auditor
Meter,
of all these.
Epoch.
This is good. I agree with all this. Model assessments should include rigorous scientific evals of cyber, bio, and high-risk capabilities, and attempts to bypass safety guardrails or signs of deception, so misalignment, basically. This part I'm not so sure about. Ensuring digitally watermarking AI-generated images, maybe.
I don't
Digital
think that's a
watermarking.
bad thing. So it would be like an imperceptible watermark, right?
Well, hard to see for humans, but
Right.
like
exactly.
the way that OpenAI does it right now adds like a bunch of visual noise and makes the thing look kind of weird. And it's not that hard to remove, I don't think. I don't know. I don't see this as like a top priority on the level of preventing misalignment and biorisk.
It's not, but it does matter in culture, or like it will matter in
Yeah.
culture and faking evidence and whatever.
Especially as you're uploading, it automatically has like AI generated.
I think
When
it's
you
something
upload
that should be
stuff.
relatively easy to figure out, I guess.
I
is
think
my
I
point.
underestimated how robust institutions would be to this stuff. Like, I think had I known in 2023, like if someone showed me the current state of like AI image generation today, I would be like, oh wow, it's going to be so over for stuff like photo and video evidence in court. And yet that hasn't really happened.
No. I don't think it's going to be as crazy as people like we talked to what's his face? The deep like he was doing like deep fake protection or
Mhm.
whatever.
Yeah.
The guy from Loti, right?
Yes. I think that it's going to be fine. Like I don't think that this is going to like cause like mass upheaval of like court evidence, like the legal. I think it's totally fine.
We also have pretty standard laws against this stuff.
But I think this is just good to have.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see
This
any
is a
why
great
not.
to-
Like
it-
already when you're uploading on X and you have
You know,
any
yeah.
picture that you've generated with AI, it says made by AI. I think that's a helpful thing to have on social media, so that all of our social media isn't just completely.
I think transparency is
flopped, yeah.
just good. Like I would err on the side of transparency
general.
always. But yeah,
Um,
it's. I mean, it's not to say it's anything close to cybersecurity.
Yeah.
Okay, what else do we have?
But this is great. I think, yeah, looking specifically for attempts to bypass safety guardrails or signs of deception. And then I like the continuing to be regularly updated benchmarks. Right now, when you
Yes.
have governing bodies top down, like they're just not updated. You have one status that comes
Continual
out right now.
benchmarking.
Continual benchmarking that gets updated on the regular, especially by third-party auditors and by people who are paid top dollar to do so.
One cautionary tale here is humanity's last exam. Remember this? Remember
Yeah.
humanity's last exam? This was when did this come out? It was like beginning of 2025 or something. Yep, it was or end of 2024 actually.
Humanity's
And
last
it was
example.
like the idea was we're going to ask LLMs really hard questions about chemistry and like, classics and all kinds of stuff. And so when the models get really good at this, then we'll know that it's over for humans and we have
the
AGI.
end.
But it turns out like the models are already at like 50% on this, up from 3% when the benchmark first came out.
Yeah.
And we still are, current models are still not really near AGI.
Well, a lot of the benchmarks are deterministic benchmarks too. And so when you have things that are like agentic, where they're doing not just one task, but they go on and go on and go on and do more tasks, it's a lot harder to assess them on the same exact benchmarks. And so, yeah, it's really interesting. There's this like one research paper that came out. It's like, hey, if you incentivized some agent to try to manipulate the prompter into doing X, like can they undo their actual prompts? And they pretty much all failed when you try to do it by dynamic benchmarking.
Yep. Well, any final takes on the Demis article? I think it's all right. I think it's like nothing we haven't seen before. I thought the Dario article was better.
Yeah.
I like his proposal slightly better than the Dario article because it's a little bit more like liberty preserving. But like I just wish he had gone into more detail and written less boilerplate about like, oh, we might in the near future be approaching the beginnings of
AGI, all that stuff.
Mhm.
I thought it was great. I think someone with his platform saying, hey, this is all happening, but it's not just a given that it's going to turn out to be really fantastic and really great and give us all this great techno optimism stuff. It does rely on people doing the work to ensure that it's actually aligned with human flourishing.
That ending, the whole world is now
excited for that.
anthropic.
No, yeah. I'm right stuff in general.
Yeah, it's not good. Well, that's our morning tech.
We will be right back.
We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am so excited to chat with Akshay Narisetti. He is the co-founder and CEO of Pocket. And 2 weeks ago, Pocket just raised $11 million. And they have a little, I think, a little puck that sticks to the back of your phone, and it can actually turn your real world conversations into notes, to-dos, memories, search. And today, I'm so excited to talk to you, Akshay, and understand why note-taking devices are that one AI gadget people are actually buying, and what changes when nothing you say gets lost. Akshay, welcome.
Hello. Great to be here.
So excited to have you. Right before we went live on air, you were actually showing me the Pocket that you had with you right now. Can you just show it to the audience and to viewers, like what it actually looks like? Because I was shocked about how small it is. I knew it was like back of your phone, but when you're holding it up there, I'm like, that's tiny, and it's so slick. Tell me a little bit. How does it work? Where are the buttons? Where do you actually use it day to day?
Yeah, so there's basically two buttons. One is a slider button, and the other one is a click button.
Wow.
So the click button is just to start and stop recording. It's pretty simple to use. The slider button is what's interesting. So what we did with Pocket was we said, hey, there's really no great way to record these phone calls. Like always, you have to use some man in the middle software that records your conversations on the server, and you're basically calling this extra phone number, and your other person gets phone call from another phone number that's both connecting to you on the server that's recording your conversation. Because there's kind of no other way to record phone calls today. So we said, how about we do the hardware way of recording these phone calls? So all you have to do is put Pocket behind the phone
Yeah.
and turn the slider up and click record. So now it's in call mode. So when Pocket is in call mode, you don't need to put your phone in speakerphone. So we have what's called a
Wow.
conduction contact mic that captures the tiny speaker vibrations and turns it into sound.
Wow, fascinating. So it's a
Yeah.
contact. Okay, so that's what I was asking you. I was like, oh, is there three mics? It's a contact mic. So it's literally turning.
Yeah.
So when it's like you have the MagSafe right on your iPhone, and so it
Yeah.
takes that the
The
actual
speaker vibrations, yes.
the speaker vibrations. Fascinating. What I really like about this product is you have dedicated hardware specifically designed for AI note taking. And that's a little controversial because the way that most people do it right now is they have specific software or an app that's done for this. You decided to go the other route and actually do hardware instead. Tell me about that reasoning.
Yeah, so we again, like the beautiful part about this is it's very rational because we started as an app, and we actually send these devices out to people, and we were still having an app that people could use, and people were using this device 10 times more than the app. So we went on to ask a bunch of these people like, hey, what is happening that you're using this 10 times more than this recording apps or granola? And they immediately said, hey, if you're making this super convenient for me to one-click record, I don't have to type my passcode in anytime, every time I want to record. I don't want to set up a recording app and make sure an operating system that's optimizing for battery kills it midway. Because phones are optimized to kill background apps that are long running. And if I'm in back-to-back conversations, at every 8 seconds, I have to take out my phone. I have to set this recording up.
Yeah.
It's essentially losing like, so if I have to do back-to-back 10 times, 15 times a day, which most of the clinicians, doctors, lawyers, people who are sales, everyone have these back-to-back conversations, and this kind of becomes like a time toll taking on your productivity. And we said, okay, so if that is the case, the case for AI note-taking hardware is made, and we should be able to sell a lot of these if that is the case. And we just crossed 100,000 devices roughly in May. So yeah.
Wow, congratulations. Congratulations. 100. What was that number?
100K
You crossed
devices. Sorry.
100,000 devices. That's really exciting. I wanted to bring it back to a quote that you actually said that you told to TechCrunch. So you were talking about how AI needs a lot of context in order to work better for us. And right now, most of that context actually exists offline. And I want you to help me make that more concrete. What does that actually look like when you have your context and much richer context from your day-to-day conversations that you can then use within your actual LLMs that you're using day to day?
No, absolutely. Initially, when we started out, it was very clear that ChatGPT and every other AI model lab that has these consumer apps to go with, the biggest leverage all of them had was literally that they had all this context logged in. So, for example, if you want to switch to Claude from ChatGPT, you literally have to take all of your context from one app to the other, and the model labs make it harder to do that. And that's exactly why that's exactly why we need to make sure that we own our context. And Pocket is essentially both making you own your context, and it also has real world context about you. So you don't need to tell ChatGPT or Claude about your problems before you ask questions about them, because it already knows
Mm-hmm.
all your context from your real life. And just to give you how much amount of offline data, voice data that's out there, that you can do so much with this data. Just to give you a normal benchmark number, uh, the largest open source model that is trained on real life transcription model was the Whisper model,
Mm.
and it was trained in over 600K hours of audio data, which is mostly taken from YouTube's voice voxel data set. And it has really clean conversations, podcasts, and everything, but it doesn't really serve the real world conversations. So, for example, Pocket today has so far captured, in the 8 months of shipping these devices, 1.6 million hours, which is twice or thrice the amount of data that took to
Mm.
make the world's best transcription model. So that's the kind of audio that we're collecting from the real world. So I kind of say this to a lot of people, that we're the Teslas of the modern note taking. So we are capturing all the data that's offline, being a note taker, that you can build so many applications on top of all of this data.
Wow, well, that's really cool. And what I like is that you guys are specifically doing hardware. So this is very different from how you would do a typical software AI note-taking product. By actually having hardware, people can own and like physically own, like you have it on that
Yeah.
device. And I'm curious because in your background, you also helped build Ami, right, which was fully open source. And so I'm curious, what did you learn from that experience that you are actually bringing into Pocket? What about Pocket allows people to trust and verify and believe that they're truly owning all of this memory and context history?
Absolutely. So first thing is like you onboard onto Pocket's platform, the mobile app, the desktop app. You pretty much get to take all your information out. We have MCP, the Open API, pretty much anything you would like to connect to your chatbots. You're free to do so. You're free to export all your data, all of that, and you're free to choose if you would like. And by default, we actually make it fully local. So it's up to you if you would want to sync using Pocket's private cloud, so you don't delete your account by mistake and lose all your data. But essentially, we're really privacy first and local first approach in terms of having data. Like it's part of the onboarding step after you pay your Pocket the first thing. And in the sense of Omi, it was great open source project in terms of we tried pretty much almost all kinds of form factors, from the necklace to the pendant to the glasses,
Hmm.
the pins, and pretty much like we kind of looked at a lot of these form factors, and we saw how people were using this and contributing to the open source project itself. It's the largest open source community for AI wearables today. There's like 8,000 GitHub stars, and so many developers building real businesses on that open source project. But we've not done one form factor in OMI, and that was essentially Pocket.
Wow.
Uh, so it was very obvious for me that it's this year is not the year of wearables. Very clearly, we saw so many misses, our own and others alike, that we thought this is not the time for wearables because people are still having this online dialogue on wearables and always on wearables specifically.
Hmm.
So we said, let's take a step back and how about we make something sticky as a wearable, but we also make sure that it's not, a human wearable. How about we make a wearable for your phone? And that's kind of how Pocket's idea came along. We said, hey, people are going to take this everywhere, just like their watch or their ring, just because it's behind their phone, and you take phones everywhere. And that's how we said, like, we are going to have the same stickiness as Whoop or Aura while still being not on the body.
Wow.
And that's kind of how Pocket's idea came around. And we said, like, this is the last thing we didn't try to put it out there in the world. How about we try this one out? And that's kind of how Pocket came around.
That's really awesome. Well, actually, really wanted to thank you for coming on today. One last thing for you. I believe you also have something called Naraseti grants, and these are small checks, like literally just a few hundred to a few $1,000s for young
Yeah.
people who are building hardware. Before we go, I would love to just like learn a little bit more about that. Why is it important for young people to be experimenting and playing around with hardware?
So the way I got into hardware was that I actually had a small drone that I could tinker with, gifted to me by this company, and it costed several hundreds of dollars. And that was like, a huge gift for me back in the day when I was in
Yeah.
college. So I said, it doesn't really take thousands of dollars to start your first hardware project and get excited about hardware. And that's kind of the idea behind Nurse grants was like we can give these $500 grants, $800, $1,000 grants to people who are just coming into tech and hardware specifically, and we said we can really accelerate their curiosity. And it's all really about curiosity. And I think like money and the venture capital and everything else just comes in the way in making this vision bigger, but it's all really about exploring the truths of universe. And I think hardware is like a fundamental technology that really drives progress every single time there's a computational shift. So anyone who's really excited about hardware, who are just building their first prototype out in their garage, like this is the thing that you should apply for.
So cool. What it looks like to explore the truths of the universe. Well, actually, I really wanted to thank you for joining us today and for sharing everything that you're working on with Pocket, and also about how you're urging young people to experiment with hardware and what that might actually look like as more and more young people begin to build and innovate with technology. So, really wanted to thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Sophia. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. And we'll be back with MTS.
live with James Poulos, who's the editorial director of Frontier. He's a non-resident senior fellow at FAI, friends of the show. We love FAI. He's the author of the forthcoming Golden Age Problems, and he recently wrote an article in Palladium called The Dostoevskian Moment about, we'll talk about it. So James, welcome to MTS.
What's up, guys? Good to be here.
Yeah, welcome. So tell us a little bit about the thesis of this essay.
Yeah, so this spun out of, a short time ago, there was a reading group in SF, and it was a reading group where they sat down and sort of did a book club with Dostoevsky's book, The Demons, or Demons, depending on how you translate it. Sometimes it's even translated The Possessed. And some say that this was like a small group of people and not sort of representative in any respect of Silicon Valley at large, but just the fact that we had people in that particular space and time reading this particular book seemed to me to be sort of a watershed moment. And, maybe coincidentally, maybe not, a sort of proof of some things that I'd laid out in my book, Human Forever, which is on the digital politics of spiritual war. That I wrote that 5 years ago this month. So it's kind of a personal milestone for me. And I thought, this is something that's worth kind of unpacking. So, Peter Thiel gave us the Straussian moment, his sort of big essay about how the truth was kind of more dangerous than the institutions could handle. And technology threatened to kind of blow open all of the secrets and unveil sort of everything that's lurking below the surface in people's personal lives as well as institutionally. And so Leo Strauss had some important things for us to learn about kind of how to say what you want to say without people necessarily noticing that you're saying what you want to say. And it's kind of this delicate dance. For me, to see Dostoevsky show up in a serious conversation among people in the kind of frontier AI space about what exactly we're doing and how we can trust ourselves and, who else we can trust and kind of all those questions around alignment. You really said to me that my thesis in Human Forever was basically correct, that technology has advanced and been pushed in a direction that kind of debunks all of these merely secular or merely humanist ways of reinforcing trust among people, both in small groups and at scale. And that when you look at a book like Dostoevsky's Demons, what you see is this stuff has actually been building up for a long time. That book concerns sort of really breakdown of human trust at the small level that then blows up to the scale ultimately of the entire Russian Revolution. So cracking into that seemed like an important thing to do. It seemed like something that I kind of had the proof of work to dive into. And so I was excited to bring to that kind of more hard tech audience just kind of an open consideration of, what if we took Dostoevsky seriously, not just in his prescription of the problem, but also in what he's kind of offering by way of solution.
So what is the solution that he's offering?
Well, right. So instead of an esoteric teaching, right, Dostoevsky says, well, actually, the truth is kind of obvious now. It's been revealed to us. He's a Christian novelist. My first novel sold in Bitcoin on canonic.xyz. For those who like the lore, it was the first book on Bitcoin. So I'm Orthodox myself. Felt like I could kind of take a swing here and not have it come out of left field. So, Dostoevsky is saying, look, if you throw away sort of divine insight or divine wisdom on questions like, what is justice? What is our identity? What's good about being human? What's maybe not so good about being human? If you junk all that stuff and say, hey, you know what, we're just going to rebuild all of this kind of institutional scaffolding from first principles, relying only on our own sort of cogitative, calculating ability, history suggests that it doesn't go so well. Oftentimes, millions and millions of people die. That we're fallible in a way where we can build some cool things, we can build some great things. If our ambitions start to outstrip divine wisdom, Dostoevsky tells us it's going to result in catastrophe. It's going to result in basically something like the Russian Revolution over and over again.
Why not call it the Faustian moment?
Yeah, well, so, I think the Faustians, and this is kind of distilling things down, right? So you come out of Hegel, you come out of sort of German idealism, and you get this idea of, well, the human being is cool because the human being can sort of grow the pie of the universe. And you just kind of somewhat through reason, but more as an act of will. And if you focus the will in the right way, then you can grow the pie of the universe, and you can go on this hero's quest where you say, look, I'm kind of better than everyone else around me. I have these extraordinary abilities. I will use them in a way that trickles down or that benefits everyone. And therefore, I will kind of earn the right to be like super amazing relative to the ordinary person. And, we've kind of we've seen that play out. And I think when you look at the US, that kind of spirit has been a lot more productive in some ways than what you see in Europe, where it's like Europe gets electricity, two world wars, civilization breaks down, millions dead. America gets electricity, and it's like peak golden age America, right? So that kind of contrast I thought was very interesting. But Dostoevsky comes in and says, "Okay, Faustian man, like that's cool and everything, but pride in yourself as kind of a superhero can lead you to actually convince yourself of things that aren't true." So, I think it's pretty much recognized, even today, that some of our smartest people can be the easiest to delude, right? We had Richard Dawkins, famously of the God delusion, kind of like fall in love with his Claude and called it Claudia. And he was like, you have consciousness even if you don't know. And people are just like on the internet, like dunking on him. And it was all kind of cringe and sad. So, that's just like one example. But, intelligence doesn't seem to be in and of itself capable of defeating susceptibility to illusion or to delusion. And I think that's a sort of Dostoevskian theme or correction or warning to even, our very well-meaning and very talented Faustians out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Heaven's Gate, where a lot of the people who, killed themselves because they believed they would be reincarnated in the rings of Saturn or whatever, were like, they were smart people. They were like engineers.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, one of my theses in Human Forever was like, look, the reason why spirituality is kind of coming roaring back in a way that would surprise someone like a Richard Dawkins or that kind of, new atheist crowd that's like, no, it's human reason, David Deutsch, like, this is just what consciousness is. It's bigger than us all. It's going to expand infinitely into the universe. Well, spirituality's come back, and many people thought that belonged in the distant past. Well, why is it back? It's because technology has started to call into serious question these merely secular ideologies. So it's like, well, can nature really justify the accusations against it? Like, why not just use nature as just a building block so you can make anything out of? Is there anything particularly sacrosanct about nature? Well, nature itself is having a hard time like presenting convincing arguments to people because of how powerful and effective and kind of universal technology has become. And that goes for the secular humanists too. You've got, some of the most ardent anti-AI people out there, they've got like the caveman hand as their symbol, and they're trying to just go like, no, like humanity is sort of self-evident that humanity's good, and that's why we should preserve it. And for someone like Dostoevsky, he's going to go like, well, gosh, I don't know. My experience in Russia was the people who are just humanists who are like, no, human reason is enough, and we're going to change society, and we're going to remake it from the ground up. That led to communism. That led to just sort of like slaughtering tons of people. That led to almost utterly destroying the church. Things that are like really bad or like super unconstitutional in the US. So that kind of like mere humanism has strangely turned out to be less and less effective the more that technology has grown in its scale and its power.
Yeah. Something I find interesting is just how much, like, as we go more into AI, like the question of moral realism has been like reopened, like, because like obviously to like train models, like there's a lot of meta ethics involved, and it's like now we get to ask ourselves again, like, is there an objective morality? How do we like imbue the models with this objective morality and things like that?
Yeah, and there are limits to this too. I'll just give you a sneak preview of my forthcoming column at Blaze Media, where I crack into some of this, which is it's sort of this funny paradox where some of the most like super AI maxi, like accelerate, post-humanism is good, like that crowd, they seem to somehow believe that their human ideas of like advancement and improvement and progress are going to just port over into these machines that they actually want to become like more thoughtful, more reflective, more self-improving than human beings. And it's like, well, wait a minute, if we're really trying to create these machines that just like infinitely surpass us in our capabilities, why would they think about what improvement and perfection and progress are in the same terms that we do, right? Why wouldn't they start thinking about those things in a way that's more attuned to like divine wisdom than to like merely human knowledge? And yeah, that's like a, you can kind of get lost in the sauce a little bit, but if you think about it that way, it really should, give this sort of super post-human accelerationist pause that ultimately they are kind of thinking about human capabilities in like a self-justifying way, in kind of the same way that like their strongest opponents are, where it's like humanity justifies itself, humanity is good enough as it is. If you take the sort of the spiritual component out of it, the teaching of Dostoevsky is that you are going to get burned, whether you're like super, super, super maximum pro-tech or super anti-tech.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
What do you think
Well,
we do have to
we
wrap?
gotta, yeah, we
we
gotta
do.
wrap. Yeah. Well, this is really interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you so
We'll
much.
have to have you on again.
We will.
Anytime.
Yep. Thanks so much, James, for coming on MTS.
Cheers.
And we'll be right back. We are live with Patrick McGee, who is a SF technology and business journalist. He's a columnist at the Free Press. He used to work at the Financial Times, and he wrote the book Apple in China, The Capture of the World's Greatest Company, about Apple, supply chains, the tech competition between the US and China, all very relevant today. And he just wrote an essay, a column in the Free Press called Why Apple Declared War on OpenAI, about Apple's recent lawsuit on the AI lab. So Patrick, welcome to MTS.
Well, thank you. I didn't know it was such a highbrow show discussing Dostoevsky and the divine.
Sometimes, every once in a while.
My background's the study of religion and the anthropology of religion. So I don't know, maybe we'll go in that direction just to spice things up a bit.
You might enjoy Palladium magazine.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Palladium.
Yeah. How does Dostoevsky relate to Apple and supply chain? Let's find out.
Yeah, well, hey, I can write it.
Yeah. So what's the drama going on between Apple and OpenAI? Who do you think is in the right here?
I had such a different first reading of the lawsuit than I did a second reading. Or rather, it's just when I was putting it together. So my first reading was, Apple's got the goods here. I mean, they are citing individuals, they are citing text messages. This looks like a real case of corporate espionage. And then when I was actually writing it, and then sort of just line by line, sort of recapping how to put it all together, I was realizing that my essay that was going to be saying Apple's got the goods here, that it's credible, damning, and specific, the evidence just wasn't lining up, right? And I was sort of on deadline trying to put this together and realizing I actually don't think Apple has the case here that I thought they did. And I say that because the damning evidence they have is against a pretty mid-level engineer, someone no one's ever heard of, named Zhang Lu. And then they're trying to sort of take that, extrapolate, if you will, to saying like the literal quote is it's rotten to the core. OpenAI's entire hardware ambitions rest on the shakiest of foundations is another quote. And they're trying to tie it to Tang Tan, who spent a quarter century at Apple, rose to VP, worked very closely with Johnny Ive, and then founded I/O with Johnny Ive, the company that was acquired last year by OpenAI. And the more you look into it, the more it's just there might be something there. I'm certainly not going to go on record saying there's definitively not something like corporate espionage going on, but they don't know. And so you're realizing what is the point of this lawsuit? And I think it's twofold. One is just to crush or postpone, at the very least, OpenAI's ambitions in hardware. And the second is to convince a court to compel discovery, which would bury OpenAI in a legal case, right? And the second goal supports the first. If OpenAI is having to do depositions and maybe stop hiring from Apple, be a little more tight-knit with security and so forth, then their ambitions are going to be postponed. So I sort of think Apple wins so long as this goes through and OpenAI is sort of on the defensive.
Do you think that OpenAI's hardware will actually be competitive with Apple? Like, if we know anything about hardware, it's that Apple is really good at it, and it's really hard to compete with them on it.
Yeah, I mean, like, sort of irrespective of the lawsuit, I would not be all that bullish, but I would say that just on the basis of, Apple makes at peak season more than 1 million iPhones a day.
Wow.
What would it cost to be successful? Right, exactly. Like if you're coming out with an AI first device, in a sense, the biggest thing is you're not going to displace the iPhone. At best, you're going to augment it in the way that like the Apple Watch augments the phone, right? It sort of works in conjunction with it. The idea that smart glasses displace the iPhone, I don't think that's possible, but possibly they augment it. And it's going to be difficult to be a third-party company that does that when Apple can sort of sit back, see what you've done, replicate it, but do it at greater scale 18 months later, because it'll work in tandem with the iPhone, which year in, year out has the world's best semiconductor, because they're able to work with TSMC like nobody else to get that done, right? And they design their own chips, and they've got a 20-year track record doing that. So I just don't know how anybody is, in a sense, going to dislodge the smartphone in general. But if a company is going to do it, it's going to be someone with a track record like Johnny Ive, coupled with Sam Altman, right? Coupled with 400 employees poached from Apple systematically over the last few years. So I think that, frankly, is the threat. And there's more motive there than in any of the evidence Apple presented as to why they brought this lawsuit.
So in your article, it says, this is really a fight over what device we'll all have in our pockets in 5 years' time. Do you think that like this is true? Like, do you think like if we continue sort of as we are, it's just like marginal improvements to the iPhone? Or do you think they could position themselves to be like actually fully AI native in a way that like OpenAI could never best?
Yeah, so I guess I don't have, I think you mean Apple would ever best. Is that right?
Or like OpenAI could never like overtake them.
Yeah. So like I don't have the imagination for what is better than a 6-inch glowing rectangle that holds up for 2 days essentially in battery life, that has photographs of all of your family for the last 15 years and takes, in a sense, better photos than, any digital camera did a few years ago and maybe even today, right? Like it's such a perfect form factor that my fear is that IO, which is the company within sort of OpenAI, is going to just be another Humane pin. Do you guys remember the Humane pin? This was also a team of ex-Apple people who basically came up with something there that would sit on your chest or whatever, maybe go around your neck. And in a certain sense, they were so emphatic that it wouldn't have a screen that they spent months, if not years, engineering this like laser, like a proprietary laser that literally sort of shot an image of the time or of a text message onto your hand. Like I got to use this thing. I went to their launch party. It was kind of cool, but it was a party trick. And it was such a strange technology because it was like they were so hell-bent on not having a screen that they'd built this entirely complicated technology to have a screen. It was kind of like the 21st century example of that old anecdote about the Americans coming up with a pen that could write upside down. Therefore, in space, you could still write something, and the Russians just had a pencil. Right? It was kind of like that. And so I just wonder, is OpenAI going to fall into the same trap of, hey, we can't do a smartphone because then we're taking on the iPhone and then we don't look at all that original. What can we do? And are they going to come up with something that's just like, that's just overly complicated and weird? Like, why don't I just have Siri do this?
I don't know. I believe in Johnny Ive to some extent. Maybe he's old and washed or something, but he is one of the greatest tech hardware designers of all time.
Yep, absolutely. But arguably, the DNA of Johnny Ive lives on at Apple rather than he carried it with him somewhere. And, it's possible, not so much that he's washed up or something, but just that he gave his major contribution to the world, which was like ultra sleek minimalism that you can now find everywhere, and that the next thing he has to do is something totally different, but that's not really who he is, and it's not what he has. I do think within Apple, he started with like the candy colored computers, right? Transparent plastic, and then completely went in a totally different position with the all white iPod, which with sort of like a chrome back, if you remember, and that sort of laid the foundation for what the iPhone was going to look like. So, I want to say he's absolutely capable of going from one thing to another, but I guess I just don't have that much faith in a screenless device that lives with us and is our AI companion. I hope I'm wrong about that. Like, I would love to be wowed by something that's just outside of my imagination. One wonders if I sound like someone discussing smartphones in 2006 without the imagination of an all-screen iPhone that has apps and things like that. But I don't have the imagination. So either that's just a failure on my part, or it's just the diagnosis that I don't think we're improving upon the iPhone anytime soon, just in terms of the form factor.
Yeah, totally. I mean, like consumer hardware is so difficult, and it feels like all of the new versions of it have been pioneered by Apple. Like Apple pioneered the Apple Watch and the AirPods. Like the AirPods were honestly a huge cultural moment. I think we don't even like give them credit for.
Oh, absolutely. I remember when they were like comical. The idea that you just like be walking around on the street, like talking to yourself with earbuds that don't even plug into your phone. And then it just became so normal so fast.
Yeah, I mean, I moved to San Francisco in 2019. I think AirPods have been around for 2 years or so. And they gave me a pair of AirPods to trial. And I said, okay, but I'm a runner and I'm going to run with these. And when they inevitably fall off my face and I can't find them because they went through a gutter, like, I'm not paying you. Like, this is like my product test. And they were like, yeah, no, go for it. And I ran the SF marathon in them and they didn't come out, right? Like, they are a brilliant product. Just going back to something we said a minute ago, the thing that people don't get about Apple, and which the book Apple in China is fundamentally about, is that Apple doesn't just have, some tier one suppliers that anybody else can access. They go down 2, 3, 4 tiers in the supply chain, sometimes down to the raw minerals, making sure that things are up to their quality levels. And so the sort of stranglehold they have, not just on how a product is made, but like how the sub-suppliers, sub-vendor makes like the threading that goes into something that becomes the material, and like the machinery itself is just like unsurpassed. I mean, that is Apple's hidden achievement over the last 25 years, just how many layers down they go and the control that they exercise. The only people really aware of that are frankly the 400 people that are at OpenAI, because these are people that lived Apple in China. But other companies I don't think really get it. When they try to mimic Apple, like, they're just not able to do so to the same degree, because Apple has qualities that are just not really written about in the day-to-day media.
Do you think that OpenAI is doing well overall, or are they kind of struggling? This seems to be a controversial opinion in tech Twitter world. Is OpenAI like still a solid frontier model that's going to conquer the world, or are they like behind Anthropic and struggling with hardware, and they have to kill Sora? What do you think?
Yeah, it's like, what is their moat? It's the question.
I don't think there's really any question that they're not really in the lead the way that they clearly were 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, maybe even just 1 year ago. I mean, the degree to which Anthropic has just sort of like taken over the discourse. I mean, I would far prefer to use Claude than ChatGPT, even though ChatGPT has some discernible like image qualities, for instance, right? If you need an image produced, Claude's kind of useless. ChatGPT is amazing, and yet for my deep research and stuff, and I'm trying to get primers on new topics that I'm interested in, my go-to is Claude, and I'm not even sure I could tell you exactly why. Something about the user experience is just better. But that's in a sense why this lawsuit matters so much, because what's Anthropic's AI device hardware play? They don't have one. They're not trying to do it, and neither is Gemini. So in a sense, the main thing that's going to distinguish OpenAI in a world where all these large language models are looking more and more commoditized to some degree is the hardware play. And so if that's now under threat, I don't really see how they IPO this year. And that was already in question before this lawsuit came out, right? Like, they filed the paperwork in late May with the idea of like $1 trillion IPO this summer. just based on like market factors of like the SpaceX IPO and like, I don't know, shares of Intel and AMD falling, I think around 20% over the last month, etc. It's just a difficult thing to think we're going to go forward. And now like the main distinguishing characteristic that your company has is under fire from the world's like most iconic corporation. Like, good luck.
I don't know. My hot take on this is that like obviously AI will continue to get much better very quickly. This will be very helpful to all the frontier labs. And OpenAI is behind Anthropic, but they still make very good models. Like Sol is a great model. It's like a Fable class model that's like half as expensive. Surely they're working on a better than Fable model. They have some like real research moat still, I think. I wouldn't count them out just yet. I think they'll be
No,
fine.
I wouldn't count them out, but the question was, do they have the lead that they used to have? And that thing's clear. That thing seems clear as day that they do not. And if you're just forecasting out five years from now, it's hard to say 10 years because this stuff is moving so quickly. Yeah, I wouldn't sort of bank on OpenAI having some tremendous comeback. Even the thing they did last week with the new browser, or sorry, with a new Mac app that's like totally distinct from the iPhone app. And they're calling it like ChatGPT Classic is the old one. I mean, they're sort of desperate to keep up with Claude Cowork and doing their own thing and sort of self-defeating their own chatbot by just sort of putting it on the side rather than being at the forefront, except that it's only happening on some apps and not other form factors like the iPhone. Like that just strikes me as totally incoherent. Right. And so in a sense, what you want to see is like clear strategy and a company acting on it. And OpenAI just seems to be sort of flailing a little bit with what they're up to. I mean, just frankly kind of hated the idea that they were just like volunteering 5% of the company to the US government. Like that just seemed like a really weird play. I don't know what their comms department is thinking. But like talk about just like garnering our own backlash from half of America just because that seems like a desperate play to sort of shore up, I don't know, your finances, your credibility, your contracts with the military. Speaking of, like when Anthropic sort of got in its what do I say, a little fight with the Pentagon a few months ago, like Sam Altman sort of came out there and said like, we'll take the contract. Like it just seems so opportunistic and slimy. So yeah, I think the timing of the Apple lawsuit is pretty massive for ChatGPT, OpenAI's effort to go public in the next couple months.
Yeah. Going back to hardware, so like since you have such deep knowledge of like how important supply chain ultimately is to hardware, like possibly even more than the design, just because it's so crucial. Like, what is your confidence in the ability of a company like OpenAI, which does have significant resources and capital, to like establishing such a like deeply integrated, powerful hardware supply chain?
Yeah, no, I'm fairly pessimistic. I mean, there's this tension within Apple as to like what the soul of the company is, or rather where their credit should go. And so, industrial design and product design, these are the teams like led by Johnny Ive, associated with Tony Fadell. Like this is the company, or this is the part of the company that like conceives of the product, and then sort of like how does it going to function, where's the circuit board going to be, et cetera, et cetera. And they're kind of contrasted by manufacturing design and operations. And these are the people that traditionally they're in California, but they're going out to the factories, they're scouting them out, they're building the capacity there, and they're the ones who are going to like figure out how to actually scale it, and then scale it, of course, like into the millions, right? And the love from and IO teams that OpenAI is more or less taken over through acquisition, they're more on the ID and PD side, which means that I would have sort of full faith that they can come up with a great presentation and a prototype, but are they going to be able to scale this into the millions? I don't know. I think they're probably going to be learning hard in real time, just the value that the ops team brought to Apple's equation. Like in the book, I talk about the pyramid model where things go from ID to PD to MD to ops. And MD and ops are kind of discounted by those first two layers. And I don't think OpenAI really has those two teams. So if they're going to try to do it and compete against Apple, again, that's just going to be really, really tough. And they might just have a real-time understanding of just how much that side of the equation brought to Apple's success over the last 25 years. So maybe, if I saw more and more people from MD, from an operations pedigree moving to OpenAI, I guess that would tell you that they're understanding that and they're hiring there. And it's not that there's no names to cite, there are, but it's not a sort of full frontal poaching that you've seen in the other areas.
Totally. Yeah, and then I mean, there's even a company like Google has not really been able to compete seriously in the like phone business with Apple, you know. And
Yeah.
I don't really have transparency into their supply chain, but I assume it's also sort of the same thing. Like the ops is just not as strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny if you talk to people that have Pixel phones, they always like them.
I had one.
Maybe
I
since
liked
they
it.
always. Yeah, I mean, I sort of only hear good things about it, but I don't know to what degree on a hardware side Pixel is ever sort of really pushing the limits on what the form factor can be or what have you, right? Apple is almost always the innovator on that side, and then it's like how quickly can you catch up and offer something similar? And the Chinese are probably doing a better job at that, the likes of Huawei and Xiaomi
Yeah.
than
I think
Google
it's
Pixel
more
is.
that Apple has like a software moat than a hardware moat when it comes to the Pixel. Like the Pixels are really good phones. It's just like they don't have FaceTime and they don't have iMessage and they don't have Find My.
Yeah,
And
no,
they're
I mean,
lower
absolutely.
status.
And it's like, like people don't really go from iOS to Android and back, right? And if there's a movement at all, like year in, year out, depending on what country you look at, it's basically happening from Android to iOS. It doesn't really go in the other direction. And sometimes when I get excited about a new Pixel or something like that, the first thing I realize is that, well, if I bought that phone, like my Apple Watch would cease to function. Right? You can't pair it with an Android. And so it's like, am I going to buy a phone and a new, like a Google Watch? Like, yes, but that I'm just upping the dollar value there by another $500. So yeah, anyway, your point is well taken. The software moat, the OS moat that Apple has is formidable. I think often kind of forgotten by people, but certainly not forgotten by competitors. And again, that just goes back to my earlier point that if OpenAI comes up with some kick-ass piece of technology, what is preventing Apple and its industrial juggernaut, China Connections, to just replicating their version of it, putting it behind their own OS and having it function and pair better with the iPhone? That would be my biggest fear for Johnny Ive being able to come up with anything.
Right.
Yeah, totally.
Well, really interesting. Check out why Apple declared war on OpenAI in the Free Press yesterday. Patrick McGee, thank you so much for coming on MTS.
My pleasure. Next time,
Thanks so much.
Dostoevsky.
Dostoevsky
Yes,
next
next
time.
time.
Yeah. We'll have to run it back. All right, we'll be right back.
Cheers.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back with MTS. Today, I am joined with Lucas Pombo, who is a transportation policy researcher at the Foundation for American Innovation. And right now, he is currently in DC, where he just testified there as the city weighs whether to let Waymo and other autonomous vehicles move from testing to real deployment. And this is a very useful local fight, right? Because everything, safety data, job displacement, transit equity, surveillance concerns, federal pressure on DC, and the question of whether cities should treat robo-taxis as risky experiments or overdue infrastructure. So this is going to be a super interesting conversation. And Lucas, I'm excited to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Awesome.
I don't know.
Yeah. One thing I would love to chat with you about today. So you are currently in DC, and they don't want to necessarily be the first, but they also don't want to be the last when it comes to figuring out the right regulatory posture for the city. So I'm curious, when Waymo is already operating elsewhere, but the local politics are still unresolved, how does that actually play out?
Well, yeah, as you said, Waymo is definitely not the first city to have Waymo. There's widespread deployment, mostly across the American South for a variety of reasons. Some are regulatory and some are just weather. But yeah, so DC has proposed one of the most. They go through a much longer list of measures than most places, especially the early adopters have bills that are mostly just like, yeah, autonomous vehicles are allowed. Permits test at the discretion of the executive. We'll figure this out later. And then there was really not much else to figure out, especially in more suburban places. But DC's bill has a longer list of stipulations that they want to deal with. They have this tax on miles traveled, which they say will improve congestion. Whether it actually will is a more open question because of the narrow scope of the tax. But there were several sections of the council hearing yesterday that focused on data sharing between Waymo and WMATA, the city's transit agency. And there's a workforce retraining program that the bill says it'll fund. DC is taking a much more comprehensive look at issues that might come up in advance of the Waymos actually getting to DC. My perspective is that a lot of these more preemptive policy strikes are kind of overwrought in the sense that, once you have Waymo, it's just kind of around. It has not really caused many problems in other cities. Maybe to a limited capacity, some Waymos will get stuck or confused. But it's not like life in San Francisco is radically different with the introduction of Waymo, or LA is not radically different. So I think a lot of this is just an overreaction. But council weighed a lot of different problems and solutions and et cetera in hearings at the meeting yesterday.
Yeah, no, that's super interesting because, as you mentioned, Waymo is not new. It's already active in many other cities. And so I'm curious, what's specific about DC makes it a conversation where you have all these people who are bringing in new reasons that they don't want Waymo in the city? What are you actually hearing on the ground?
So especially from the Department of Transportation, there were significant concerns around, say, motorcades or what they call First Amendment activities, so protests, which they described as edge cases in other cities, which are not so edge in DC. So just from a pure traffic handling perspective, DC is kind of unusual. Waymo has done a bunch of testing, and they say that their vehicles respond promptly to motorcades, and that their training from more general emergency vehicles kind of generalized super well to motorcades. But First Amendment activities, were not, that wasn't really talked about in Waymo's testimony. And you see a lot of weird things at protests and a lot of weird things that might confuse the cars. So that's maybe one local DC angle. And then a couple of other angles are just specific to the government of DC. So the first thing is that obviously lots of policy professionals live in DC, and they are much more sophisticated at deploying governments and governance tools to focus on problems that they don't like. And so DC policy is in a lot of ways overwrought just because it's crafted in the spare time of people whose job it is to do this. And then the last thing that I would say is unique about DC is that obviously DC has like 435 representatives and 100 senators who live there. And so things that are in DC kind of tend to get written into national policy. The specific example that I always bring up is WMATA, because the city built a subway network, recently celebrated 50 years of operation. And WMATA has, it funds more extensions than most places because the government lives there and can write those checks. And also, Congress got substantially friendlier to mass transit funding after the opening of WMATA, presumably because the legislators were riding the trains and being like, wow, I can ride the train to work. This is great. We should spend more money on this. And so hopefully, I mean, my personal theory is that Waymo will be similar in that once all the legislators are riding the cars around and seeing like, oh, this is a safe technology and get more comfortable with it, then they can maybe be more proactive about getting some kind of national law passed.
Super interesting about what you said about around DC, how things that happen with local policy end up actually shaping the national policy. And so these conversations around autonomous vehicles in the city will actually have impacts that far outweigh just local decision making. This is really interesting to me because autonomous vehicles right now, a lot of these decisions are locally, even though there's like a federal transportation standard. And so I'm curious to get your perspective. How should those decisions actually be made at a local level, at a federal level? Where do you draw that line?
I mean, obviously, different types of decisions are made by different types of actors. Most of the time, in terms of like what is legal in a car, that's legislation that's handled at the state level. But rules around, say, how, like, what kinds of things you have to cover for car insurance, and how do car insurance companies behave, and who is liable in an accident. A lot of those standards are more federal, and then also. And in some cases, there are specific localities that can legislate on, say, what types of, conduct is allowed on our roads specifically. So roads are kind of local, and then vehicles are kind of state level, and then kind of higher level regulatory structures are federal. And I expect that autonomous vehicles are going to be the same. They're going to be local laws governing where you can double park and so on. There was a long section about whether or not Waymos are allowed to block bike lanes to pick up and drop people off in DC. And that's a question that is open in a lot of the more bike-friendly cities, which are mostly not the ones that Waymo operates in. And then, obviously the roads are state. A lot of state highway funding is done at the state level. And then the federal rules around insurance. The federal rules around insurance, though, are what's probably blocking a rollout in places larger than just like the biggest cities and the downtown cores and so on. So hopefully once the federal government acts on that, then you can call a Waymo in your like far-flung exurb that, really, in the same way that Uber used to be just a cities thing, and now you can go like deep into the countryside and call a Waymo an Uber to the nearest like Amtrak station or regional airport or what have you.
Wow, that's so true. When I'm biking and a Waymo blocks, I'm like, this should not exist. Like, these should not be in my bike lane. But then when I'm in the Waymo and it needs to pull me over, I was like, oh, come on, like just get in the bike lane. I don't want to like have to walk farther to where I need to be.
Yeah. Drop off and curb space in general is it's really hard fought. It's way more hard fought than you would expect, because there are like specific people's parking spaces that are in front of their building that they're going to fight really hard for. And just in terms of like what I saw at the council, it seemed like the transportation committee chair seemed very understanding about people should have a reasonable expectation that the car will drop them off in front of their buildings. But that's tough to make compatible with bike lanes, because obviously if your building is right outside of a bus stop, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to block bus stops. And so if we want Waymos to not block bike lanes, then, well, are we going to treat Waymo stops the way we treat bus stops? Almost everybody says no, like that's not how we're going to do it. But if we're going to let Waymos pick up and just drop off everywhere, a lot of laws actually don't really leave provisions for that. In DC, you're not allowed to block a bike lane. You're also not allowed to double park or block a travel lane. And WMATA was very explicit in their testimony that, all these ride shares, they're already picking up and dropping off, and they're slowing down our buses. So if you can't block a bike lane and you can't block a travel lane, and the most of the curb space is parking, and you can't block a bus lane, where do people pull over? And this is there's a lot of work that's going on in, bigger environments about, our laws are designed for human actors who will bend the rules just a little bit when they think it's reasonable. And machines are not going to be allowed to bend the laws. And so are our laws really, truly in keeping with our traditions and what we expect people to be able to do? And if not, how do we come to a compromise that's more permissive than the previous law, while at the same time respecting the reasons that the previous laws were there?
That's such a great point, because when you have a rule, a human makes some arbitrary thing. Like, okay, I'm going to block the bus lane because there's no bus here. And if a bus comes or someone starts honking at me, I'll pull over or scoot over a little bit. But when you're an autonomous vehicle, the rules are very binary. You either are allowed to do that or you're not allowed to do that. Where else are you seeing that actually play out?
I mean, in terms of like other cities or other parts of the law, or
just other parts when it comes to autonomous vehicles. It is funny because it is just such a binary rules, and so it makes trying to make decisions around this a lot harder. And so I'm curious, like, what are the actual pieces of conflict that you're seeing people disagree on a lot, like active at DC?
Well, one of the other big sticking points at the council was how really do you have to obey the speed limit? And there was testimony by the DC Trial Lawyers Association where they were trying to angle to make it easier to sue these companies. And so they were saying, well, if a car breaks a traffic law, then it should be considered a defective product. And so the liability should be larger than just the damage the car causes or what have you. And Waymo says, well, we program the cars to always follow the speed limit, except in the event of like a safety critical evasive maneuver or something. And then when Tesla gave their testimony, and I assume there are reasons that they wouldn't want to train their cars to strictly follow the speed limit on the data collection or sorting side, but Tesla very notoriously takes a laxer approach to how they treat speed limits. And they said, well, if there's the flow of traffic and it's safest to move at the speed that all the other cars are traveling at, then Tesla vehicles may exceed the speed limit, and full self-driving will sometimes exceed the speed limit if traffic is going much faster. So that was another point of contention. And, it sticks out with riders too. Initially, Tesla, like self-driving, did have to follow the speed limit. And then they just got persistent complaints from users. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
I'm driving down the highway in the right lane and people are like blasting past me. Trucks are blasting past me. The car has to go at the speed of traffic. And so they made some changes, but now on the other side, like the government believes that their speed limits are there for a reason. And so they want the cars to follow the speed limit. And I guess this is a policy fight that we'll just have to play out. We'll see.
Oh my gosh.
Although I am on the side,
go faster. That would be so annoying if you actually have to go the speed limit. That's so true. You don't really think about that until you're at the policy level. Is a speed limit an actual rule that you actually have to follow? Or is it, what traffic is doing? If I'm going down one of those fast highways and everyone's going 10 miles above, you kind of just do that. It's almost more inconvenient to be someone who's completely following the rules and going the actual speed limit. Lucas, last question for you is, you have a super interesting background. You came from the economics and computer science space, and then you are now working in transportation and laws, and you're in DC. I'm curious of your personal journey. What made you care about this, and what made you realize this is something worth solving?
I've cared about transportation issues, I believe, since longer than I have a memory. I remember my dad brought me to preschool on the subway, and so I've been kind of enamored with transportation and policy questions around that ever since. At U Chicago, I did econ and computer science in part because that was just kind of the thing to do. I was at U Chicago, so you kind of have to do econ. You don't have to, but it seemed like a waste not to. And I mean, it's the 2020s, so computers seem like the thing to do. And I think that both types of coursework and so on have given me really a lot of good general knowledge for 2020s era, just thinking about issues. But yeah, I wrote on my blog even throughout college about transportation policy issues. And so, I mean, I guess this is just a continuation of that, but I'm really excited to be doing
Wow. No, that's really awesome. Wanted to thank you again for joining us today on MTS and hearing about the actual insights on how they make rules and around autonomous vehicles, things like speed limits or parking on the bike lanes, or thing I never really thought about and just took for granted. But when you comes to non-human drivers, these decisions end up being binary. And so when do you have to have binary decisions? Where do you actually draw the line? It's a super fascinating thing to continue to unpack. So Lucas, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
And we'll be back with MTS. And we're back with MTS. Today we got our Sophia Squared segment. We're still trying to figure out a good name for it. We have
Monitoring
Zach.
the Sophia could be like a basic.
Monitoring
Like,
the Sophias.
That's just, if we don't come up with anything else, it's monitoring the Sophias.
Yeah, we got that. We had Sophia Acceleration or
Is
SAC
Sophia
for
Acceleration,
short.
SAC.
Yeah,
course.
that one we may need a workshop a little
Mhm,
bit.
mhm.
Um,
It could be something around wisdom, which obviously is what Sophia means.
It's the Greek meaning. If you saw our segment yesterday on Greek mythology names, we have Sophia and Theodore, our other guest. We have strong Greek meaning names, which
Exactly.
is pretty awesome. But what we're excited for this segment is to actually break down the banger builds that are currently going viral on Twitter and what
BBs.
people are actually doing. BB, you know, the official BBs. All right. What people are actually building and using AI for. And right now we have, oh my gosh, I'm really bad at saying and pronouncing this name correctly, but we got Tiz. Ties. I practiced a lot right before, and of course I messed up. We got Ties here. And this was a viral post that he posted about what he built. He says, I gave 5.6 Soul access to my camera roll and had the exact pictures of every piece of clothing I own from my photos. Then told it to find new outfits for me and render them on me with GPT image. It's kind of cool to see your entire wardrobe in a collection like this. And look at that.
Absolutely insane.
This is so cool. I know like 3 startups that do this and spent years building this, and they still haven't found product market fit. And I bet he did this with one prompt.
Crazy. Yeah, I think there's a lot of potential in fashion tech.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, Fia is like the number one that comes to mind. I don't even know what they do.
Something about
but it's
making
Sophia
shopping.
Pilled, so it
Sophia
has to be
Pilled.
okay.
Yeah, we like the name, so we're.
But
we're
yeah,
very
this is
pro.
a really cool use. I think like, yeah, image gen is so good that it's able to now do this. I don't know about the designing aspect, like designing new clothes for you based off of what you already like.
Oh, that's fascinating.
That
How you
would
could
be
actually
interesting.
use it
or
to
if it was
generate.
able to, like, you would have an agent attached to it, and you could start to train it on your taste or something.
Yeah.
Like it could become like a taste engine, and then you would have like an agent like send it off and look for those clothes.
This is really cool. I like because, oh my God, he's got a lot of clothes, and often I forget what I actually own in my closet, and you can like test it on, see what it looks like.
You would have to manually take a picture of all of the clothes.
Yeah. Not for this one. So for this one, he literally
just camera roll?
uploaded, yeah, so he goes, I gave access to my camera roll, and so then it had all the pictures of the exact clothing, and then it could find different outfits, render them, all of that, just straight on there. And, oh, like Sam Altman's conversation on this, quote tweet on this, I thought was pretty funny. I said, this would have been a whole startup not too long ago. Which, a bit accurate. I genuinely could probably name 3 that do that. It's like closet apps. And they're pretty annoying because I've tried to use them. This is an actual problem I face, and I wanted to actually do this. And it's the same thing. I had to take a picture of all my clothes. I had to render them. I had to do a whole thing to set up my little mannequin. And I did that for a few outfits, but I'm not going to do that for my entire wardrobe. And I kept saying, I'm going to do this one of these days to get a good view. But I
the
kinda wanna
like
just
most
copy.
applicable version of this IMO is like actually just reselling, like clothing reselling.
Yeah.
Because if you had a
Oh, you're
version
so
of
right.
Depop that had like a scan of you, and then and then you could like virtually try on everything first of all, but then it would be so much easier because if you ever try to sell clothes on like eBay or Depop, the like manually taking a photo at every angle and making sure that it looks good, and then you have to you have like the right
It's
background
so
for it and
much
stuff
work.
is so annoying. But this would make it so much easier.
Oh
and
my
then you would
gosh.
actually be able to like reliably like plan outfits on
Yeah.
Depop. So this is literally just like me pitching to Depop.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah. Hey,
like
add our
please
features,
Depop developers
please
get
add our
on this.
features. Oh, that's a great idea. They had that other fashion app. Oh my gosh, I can't remember the name right now, but it generates yourself and a version of yourself, and then it shows what you would look like with those clothes on. And people loved how much they looked. That for a while on Twitter, it was like people's actual PFPs was the like model generated.
Yeah, well,
version of them.
glasses. I think eyeglasses brands were like the first to ever do this. Like when virtual try-on first became a thing, it was like, oh, you can now see what these glasses are gonna look on you because you like have a goofy little like Snapchat-esque like glasses filter or whatever.
Yeah.
So that was like the first version of that.
So you could see.
But yeah, I think this is cool.
Speaking of cool glasses, I complimented you today. I was like, oh, those are some sick glasses. And then if you glare, I don't know if you can see them in the camera, but if you like turn your head left and right.
Little did you know these have a secret little green screen in them.
Yeah.
So these are
That's
like,
pretty
and
cool.
this is not a product shill. I actually love this company. Even Realities is like, I think one of the only like AR companies that is thinking about like lightweightness, wearability, and like general just like not looking like you're obviously wearing this like meta,
Exactly.
like
You're
ultra
tracking
millennial,
me.
like just like you can like there's no
3D
cameras.
glasses. Oh, there's no
Right.
cameras. I like that. That's the
Yeah.
biggest thing is I see the little camera and it lights up red, and people who have them, even if they're not recording, I feel instantly like, oh, you're recording me right
I'm
now.
being spied on.
Yeah, and it just like makes me not feel comfortable.
Yeah.
But you were saying, you were talking earlier today where you had a friend who was speaking fully in Chinese and you could understand the entire conversation in real time
Yes.
just through wearing your glasses.
So this is what like convinced me that I am ready to go to China.
Okay.
Because
I'm not to do my Duolingo anymore. Perfect.
Exactly. Because like one of the only things holding me back was like, I guess there's kind of a language barrier, whatever. No, but actually I think like, yeah, it was like so real time. Like the latency was probably like 5 seconds max, depending on obviously the sentence. But I can theoretically, like, I don't know how this works super well yet. I can theoretically like give them to to the other person and then talk at them and then they can understand me. So I think that could be so huge for like for international travel, international business, like.
Oh man, that's gonna be really cool. So now next time you go to get your nails done, you can know. You'll just have, but they're really subtle because the Ray-Ban ones, I think people already know those are AR glasses and instantly have some.
And they're like heavy and bulky.
Yeah.
And they just look like nerdy. Like like that's honestly the truth. They just look bad.
They don't look good. But those actually
you know
look
you
good.
should
I
search
definitely
up
wanna do them.
the
Yeah.
pickle glasses.
Okay,
This
pickle
was
glasses.
Something that like is so suspected to be like not real and a scam.
It's AR glasses.
But what you cannot deny is these do look cool.
Wow.
Like
those do look sick. I could see
these
someone wearing
are,
them at
like-
a rave. Let's see. Let's go straight on to
like
the
I
pickle
love
site.
things that like kind of try to look like the future.
Wow.
So these are like pretty clean. Too bad that they haven't shipped anything and I like
They're just like, it's more just generated.
Yeah, their like company status is kind
Wow.
of dubious, but
This is pretty cool. I love seeing these. And yeah, I definitely want to get myself a pair of these glasses because I've been trying to learn Chinese for the longest time, and Duolingo is mad at me because I keep breaking my streak. But speaking of, we have Johannes Charn, who just posted this around augmented reality is the natural interface for robotics, not only for giving commands, but also to visualize hardware data like
Yes.
LiDAR natively in 3D. Look how cool this is. So he's got his Specs AR glasses. He's got a Unitree Robotics Go2 Light quadruped. He's got Dimension Labs OS for the robot. And you actually have, look, he's got the Dimensional OS right there. You know, the Unitree Go, you got the robot, and you can say, oh, look. Oh, wow. Look how amazing that is. You can like direct it with your actual glasses where you're going.
Okay, oh my god. I have so much to say about this. Like it's literally first of all, it's Pokemon Go.
Pokemon
IRL.
Pokemon Go IRL with robots though. So.
Yeah.
Pokemons.
But like people don't think about like how much like augmented reality and robotics will have to go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Like from a data perspective too.
Yeah.
Because like if you do have glasses that do have like a camera like that, okay, that can passively like collect data. Which can then in turn be used to like train robots because it's like egocentric data.
Exactly. It's both.
And then that is so cool. I mean, like there's not really much use case that people will have right now to have just like a quadruped to follow them around. But
yeah, you never know. You never know where the future is going.
You never know.
Wow.
Yeah, I do think that like anything spatial, I'm super bullish on right now. Like I think. Have you seen Touch Designer?
Oh my gosh,
people
no,
use
let's do
Touch
it.
Designer?
Touch.
So Touch Designer is a platform that people maybe go to videos.
Yeah, let's go to their Instagram maybe. Let's see
people used to design visuals. It's obviously for like concerts, live shows, or whatever. But what they can do is like if you have it on your computer, you can create an interface that you can control with like your hands.
Wow!
Right?
Look at this. Look how cute this is.
Yeah. Like. Yeah, I love Touch Designer.
Interactive real-time piece using Touch Designer to get the signals from the controller and send them to a blender for real-time visuals with Eve. This is part of Touching Rocks collection, an ongoing audio-visual series exploring interactivity and immersive experience between organic and digital. This is awesome. And this is where I'm seeing the future of software going. It's going to be a lot more augmented reality,
It's going to be
robotics,
spatial 3D.
Spatial 3D. Look, we also
Totally.
had this other post, Taziku_co. AR might become the interface for future robots. Rather than through a screen, it allows intuitive operations in space while looking at the robot right in front of you. Seeing the demo of operating the vector robot via specs makes me feel like the distance between humans and robots have narrowed another step. We got this one too. This was published yesterday or the weekend. And you have this, this robot, and he's literally on the table pointing to where it should go.
So cool.
And you with his AR glasses, with his
Yeah.
augmented reality. And you have here, and it can actually do this in real time. Look how cool that is. The third one here, we got still work in progress, much slower, but trying to draw a 3D path and having the arm follow it. It's the same thing. Oh my gosh.
Wow, that is
Look at
so cool. And also, even for like training it, like if you could somehow, like this could be used in training.
Yeah.
Like you just like measure the like success rate of
Yeah.
like following the path.
That is really cool.
Yeah, it's so cool. AR is probably like my favorite future technology.
Yeah, of where it's going.
Yeah.
And what's cool now is, I think, let's see if I have this post right here, where Blender is so much better in GPT 5.6. And so that they're seeing that you can do like, I think we have from Prasen _night12 said, just ask GPT 5.6 Soul and Cursor to set up a Blender MCP and make me a realistic floating MacBook and then render the whole thing. So he says he's never used Blender once in his life before today, but look at how beautifully this is rendered.
Yeah.
And what you talked about with Design Touch, is that the Instagram? Touch Designer.
Touch Designer,
And these are all in Blender too. If you haven't previously used Blender, the previous models also weren't very good at using Blender. And if you don't have that skill yourself, it's not that easy. But
It's
look
like
at 'em.
such a like high like or such a steep learning curve.
Yes.
For like all of these platforms, like if you wanted to be like an animator, or if you wanted to be like a CGI person, like somebody who does like VFX for like movies, like you had to learn Blender for like years and years and years, and now you can just like vibe prompt, like you can vibe 3D molds basically.
Wow.
Which is so cool.
You can vibe prompt 3D molds, vibe prompt blenders. This is awesome. And I'm excited what this is going to start looking like. Like I just keep coming back to Touch Designer because it shows once anyone can use these tough to use tools like Blender, where it had a really high bar for the actual background that you need to be able to use these tools. What can it look like in terms of your creativity that automatically gets unlocked? If you can fully build and create anything.
Like anything.
Oh my gosh. What will that start to look like? What are the things that people are going to start to do? And so it's like the real meta, the real thing that AI won't be able to copy is like your intent, your creativity, what's actually possible. And these tools are just going to get better.
And your
at just
general
being
like
efficient.
artistic signature.
Yeah.
Because like I feel like there's like there's everybody like has obviously like some sort of like visual like aesthetic like artistic impulse or whatever it might be, and you like accidentally put that into everything that you do. Like even people who are not good at like drawing, for example, like they have a drawing style.
Yeah,
exactly. You know? And so like you'll be able to just see like that style come through in so many different mediums now, which is so exciting.
That's awesome. All right, we have this other post by Daniel _and23. He says, 6 months ago, I was certain I needed to learn Framer and motion design. Now you just tell Fable, beating human heart, field scanner HUD, live ECG, synth sound, and HTML. Make no mistakes. That's a good one. This was not one-shotted. It was iterative. Took me about 45 minutes. Super valid. This would be incredibly hard to
That is a really
one-shot,
good
but-
point too.
Yeah.
It's like with all of these tools, it's not going to be one-shotted at all. Like the muscle that you have to build is like, how do you take the first version of something that is vibe coded largely and like iterate it and like really like mold it and shape it.
Super true. You know what I find super interesting? So you know how this is a model of a heart? Getting the actual your like the body parts, the what's actually inside drawn and rendered is really difficult because AI aren't very well trained on what those actually look like. My brother's girlfriend, she's right now doing medical illustration for her degree. And I was like, oh, you don't need that. Like AI is going to take over medical illustration. You're not going to do that. And she's like, actually, we work with Frontier AI lab models because they're going to want to have people who understand, like humans, who understand how all of this works to help them better render it and figure out actually the article whatever is on
Yeah.
this side and blah blah blah, you know. And so this is really interesting.
No, yeah, like this is not just art. Like this is also like very, very, very useful things.
Wow.
Like biology.
Wow.
And like imaging and yeah.
Yeah, you got here. HTML isn't just markup anymore for agents becoming the best visualization layer. Hyperframes. I'm seeing everyone use hyperframes right now.
I don't know about hyperframes.
They're using it. It's HTML, and you can, because it's HTML, you can use Claude Code, whatever, to actually prompt it. But they're rendering video, and so what actually ends up getting like this whole thing that you see right here.
Yes.
This is
Okay, I have
HTML.
heard of this.
It's HTML, but it just does it by like minute by minute, and you can prompt it like you prompt code, because if you want to use video and actually create a video, trying to prompt a video is incredibly difficult, but trying to prompt HTML code and say what to change is a lot easier. So hyperframes is a lot of the hype right now. Look how cool this one is. It's like mushrooms. You got like explaining this little what's happening in this. Pretty cool.
I actually think like one of my predictions
Yeah.
for what is going to come after the era of vibe coding is going to be like complete revival of video games.
Ooh.
Because people will be like obviously all this like 3D stuff is getting really good. So people will be able to like vibe code their own video games for other people to play. And also that is so much more interesting inherently than like a website, like a vibe coded website.
So true.
Like people want to be like immersed.
But speaking about immersion, actual 3D video, or not just 3D video, actual 3D game design, incredibly difficult.
It is
for
so
models to do.
Yeah, it is so currently difficult.
So currently difficult. But this guy, Jaden Davis NC, says Grok 4.5 in Grok build is insane for 3D game development, right? He ran a detailed prompt using the goal feature, and I created this only in 2 prompts. Took roughly an hour.
Oh my
The model
God.
rigged all the enemy humanoids and made a fleshed out map and AI logic. And this is a full, look at this like 3D video generation of some, you know, video game.
So this is not a game. This is like just a 3D like video.
No, he says it's a
Or it is a
3D
fully
game
game.
developed, like fully, look.
Yeah, it is a
fully
game.
3D
Oh,
game. Like
yeah,
he picks
yeah, yeah.
his, it's called Counter Protocol. You pick your, how does this work? So you pick what like armor you're gonna have, and then like these are like 3D things that are all done. You enter the fields, you can pick your combat, you can pick what you're doing, and then you actually like jump into the game. And then let's see. So he guys jumped in the game, round
Like
one.
a first-person shooter.
Yeah, first person shooter game. And now he's like going, like, all right, let me. And it's like he says he took 2 prompts to build this. And the 3D rendering is incredible. You don't see this anymore. Or you haven't really seen this. This has been really hard to do with previous models. Look at that. Wow.
Oh my God.
Okay, so we got that guy. And then which is pretty interesting. But this whole the AI colony posted a big thread of all of these cool 3D home plan builder. Look how cute this is. This is I love this.
This too. Yeah.
Oh my God. Look how cool these ones are. Oh my God, my childhood sim player self is so happy right now. Like these I used to build these when I was a kid because I just loved like home design, and it would take me weeks to try to generate these types of things.
I
Yeah.
remember doing this in like Google Sketch or something.
Oh yeah, Google Sketch.
But I remember watching like the Property Brothers.
Yeah.
And they had all of these like visual renders, and I was like, how are they doing this?
Wow.
This is like magic to me.
Wow.
But yeah, like oh my God, yeah, interior design is
Interior
gonna be
design,
really cool.
I'm so
and
excited
that's what we
for.
were just talking about with
AR.
clothes.
Oh yeah.
It's like not limited only to clothes. Like theoretically, you could imagine
That's
like
so true.
a world where you like take a picture of like, or you like go online and you see a picture of like a cabinet or something.
Yeah.
And then you put it into your like 3D render.
You could even do it like when you're traveling, you have all these pictures of like homes and like what you're seeing and what you're inspired by. And then you can say, okay, 5.6, you now have access to my camera roll, you have access to this album. Take all the things that I was inspired by and generate what my interior design for my apartment shall look like based off of all the pictures I just took. And so you can begin to do that. Then take my AR glasses. Let me actually see what they would look like
I mean,
in
that's
my
like,
apartment.
That is like a fair step away. What sucks about
this.
like
literally, oh my God, this is exactly.
Yes. Okay,
oh,
okay, yeah.
Perfect. I already have a tweet.
Exactly. So I think
what
like
they're doing.
the first before actual AR glasses, we're gonna have like a
Mhm.
lot of this phone stuff.
Phones, AI.
Of like phone AR.
Yeah.
Because I think phones can currently like I think there's like at least platforms that can currently render like imaginary objects, like Pokemon Go.
Yeah, it can
like,
Pokemon Go. You always come
it
back
can
to.
render like imaginary objects or whatever. But the glasses hardware, it's just so difficult.
Yeah.
It's so limited. Like if you look at these, like where is all of the battery? It's like in behind the ear.
Yeah.
And this is all that it can
These are all
handle.
that's
The
still
rest of
really
the
cool.
wiring
That's
is obviously
really
in here.
slick. It's really slick. I love that.
So either you're gonna end up with like some really heavy stuff behind your ear, or frames that are too big, and then people don't like that anymore. They're like, oh, it's heavy.
You can't do that. But phones, you can render
phone
a
will
lot,
be the prototype.
right?
Yeah,
Phones will be the prototype. You can have just this there here. Like, I love what he's doing in his house, and you can see what an actual interior design new model would look like. Like this is a nice couch. If you look in the background of his actual couch, you know, not the same. And so these are pretty cool. And he literally says he built this ex-architect. So maybe he's a architect. Let's see a little bit background on him. Design at the World Labs. He goes, testing Sol 5.6 tonight. Built this using the 8th Wall Web AR plus Spark.js open source with World Labs Gaussian Splat generation of new interior design of my living room. How freaking cool is that?
Yes, that is so cool.
Wow. And he's always kind of tinkering and playing around. Ah, this is awesome.
Yeah, I'm also excited for like so many independent like filmmakers and stuff to start using stuff like this, because like if you can just like whip up stuff like this, you can make your own films on your computer. Like maybe it'll cost you like a lot of tokens.
That'd be so cool.
But you can just like make anything.
The sky is the limit. You can do anything. You're only capped at your own creative input. So that's gonna be the new thing that you're gonna have to get. Like, how do you gain your own creative input?
How do you like really refine your creative identity?
Yeah.
Oh,
exactly.
this was just a cool like.
Oh yeah, you posted this one. I liked it.
Yeah, like I'm very interested in where fashion could potentially go. Especially like if you this is like super futuristic, but yeah, there's just like fashion hasn't really meaningfully changed too much for like the average person.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like the average person just like wears whatever. Top, sweater, pants, or whatever. But I think like as things get weirder and weirder and as we head into the future, like what should hopefully reflect that is fashion.
Yep. This is cool.
And also a lot of that is like bottlenecked by like obviously literal supply chain and like manufacturing things. But if you could if we were in a world where like the supply chain was like all hashed out enough where consumers could just design their own clothes.
Yeah.
Like you could just design your own clothes using like some of the tools that we were just talking about. And then just like send them off.
These are awesome. This is really cool. And so it's like this play of where is the future actually going and how is it interplay with what we're actually doing? You know, they say fashion is that last layer. It's that identity. It's how you actually express yourself.
I think, fashion is so important. Architecture is so important.
Architecture, the actual
architecture also hasn't really changed that much. Like, well, obviously, like in places like China, you see like massive futuristic buildings.
Yeah.
But like, we just can get more creative as a society.
No,
like,
it's pretty.
What are we doing?
What are we doing? What are we doing? I was
we
literally
need to get
going
more
around
creative.
walking through San Francisco yesterday, and I was like, you know what? Victorian homes. The fact that we have so many Victorian homes in such a condensed area makes the city so much more beautiful.
Yeah.
And I was like, why is that unique to San Francisco? And at the time, because there was just like a huge wealth boom that happened in a pretty condensed period, Victorian homes are the reason, like, were how you represented like wealth and status and, you know, elegance and class. And so all these architects were going straight to like, let's make things more intricate, more thoughtfully designed. And I guess now that it's so easy to build anything, I wonder if we're going to start to see this in actual fashion, how it gets developed as well. It's like, what are these pieces that show this intricacy, this human touch, these things that took a lot of effort created beautiful artifacts.
Especially post like fast fashion. Because that, I mean, it's like still unfortunately the norm, but like, craft. I think craftsmanship is like the word.
Craftsmanship. I love that. Any other tweets you want to talk about? Any other?
Let's see what we have in the vault.
Builds? Let's see. I think our last one, we also have this one you added. It was from Notch.
Notch saying reject AI. So I mean, the viewers probably know this, but Notch was the creator of Minecraft, which is probably the #1 influential game of like our time.
Yeah, it's like well, all of
Like-
these are actually being like modeled after these
like,
ones.
yeah, Minecraft is such an important game culturally.
Mm-hmm.
So it's crazy that Notch is an anti like to me it's crazy when very very classical like software developers
Yeah.
because like he made this game basically like a large part of the first part of it was entirely him, and so it's crazy to me when these like classic like software engineers are anti-AI.
Wow. Let's see. He goes. I know in Minecraft right now, it's powering so much of 3D 3D game generation, and these 3D games are just going to start to become more and more built out when you have these models that are can build them out way easier than they ever could before. And so, curious what Notch's opinion is there. We have more game designers coming into the ethers. And so it is cool just to see what I think Minecraft was the original thing that allowed people to simulate their own worlds, allowed people to have what I love about Minecraft, there's this like library, and it's like it's a global library of like hidden artifacts, and you can literally go to it in the Minecraft world and connect to this library and connect if you're in some other country that maybe you don't have access to certain papers. It's like all of these hidden papers, and it's like another stored world with these artifacts that might be hidden other places on the internet that you could actually access there. So it opens up a whole new world. And now you have these new technologies that people are beginning to innovate with creativity, beginning to spin around like create their own worlds with AR is probably going to be the future that we're going to see in the next few months. But hyperframes, these HTML rendered videos, new types of games, whole new worlds that you and I can easily spin up together like at any point.
Yeah,
So
I think
it's
world
accessible to
building
anyone.
is going to be the new thing because like anyone can just build like whatever they want.
Yeah.
Like well, yes, this was the original vision of Minecraft. Is like you can literally block by block build whatever you want, but now you can do this like more generatively and more iteratively.
Yeah, exactly, which is really cool.
So Cambrian explosion of creativity
Yes.
is coming up.
Cameron explosion of creativity is coming. And so what do you, as we like close out this little Sophia segment, our banger builds, what we're saying, what do you think this is showing about the direction that people are actually building? Like, where is this going?
I think so. Obviously, a lot of these are like the early adopters.
Yeah.
Like, and the early adopters are like always fascinating because they're leading indicators of like what will eventually be like a mainstream technology. I wish that the mainstream knew more about this, but like obviously somebody who's like studying film FX in college is going to be really wary of products like this. I think the faster that we get them to adopt this, the better things will be for art in general.
Yeah.
So I just take the stance of like if you are a creative, like if like the more creative you are, the more your field is directly creative. Like the more you should be figuring out what's on the frontier and how you can like do something net new with the technology that's coming out.
Yeah. One of the things that I really liked and where I think the frontier is going to be that people can't replace is the actual intention behind it. And so creatives are at a huge advantage right now because even just this idea of, okay, I gave 5.6 access to my camera roll and this is what I wanted them to do. This came with intent. This is the problem I wanted to solve. Here's what I wanted to happen. And creatives are going to be the ones who are like going to know what they want to create and they're going to have no limitations to it because any skills like Blender, being able to use Blender to generate moving real-time rocks is now possible with one prompt, or using hyperframes to generate a cool like micro world and go deep dive into what's actually happening is now all possible. So this is the era where the creatives are going to be some of the people who are most empowered by this technology.
I hope that the money can follow like and support the creatives.
Yeah.
Like I think we were like in society just like in a place where like creatives, the only way they had to monetize was like through becoming like honestly UI designers, right? Things like that were very like for a business or whatever it is.
In tech world.
In the tech world, like that was like the most lucrative job for a creative for a long time. Or, you know, literally the entertainment industry, which is also like a little bit in shambles right now. So all of the monetization structures that creatives had are like falling apart. And I think this is why there's such a panic.
Yeah.
Because they're like, what is going on? This was like our only way. And now it's like not around anymore and something new is succeeding it. But I think, it's like all of all of the new jobs are like starting to come out and
Mhm.
starting to like the direction is starting to reveal itself. So I'm
So
just
true.
excited for what the future holds. I think all creatives should be excited for what the future holds.
This is so true. This is going to be the
Yeah.
era where the creatives are the most empowered. And like
Exactly.
Sam Altman says, this would have been a whole startup not too long ago. And now the creative with the intention, knowing what they want to create, can create it with just a few prompts and they don't need to raise a ton of venture capital. They don't need to have a deep engineering background to actually get what they want in their head out into the world, out into the ether. And so this is going to be such an exciting time for the artist, for the creative. And yeah, I'm very excited for what the future might hold.
Thanks for tuning in to Sophia Squared.
Sophia Squared,
We will
Sophia
be-
Segment, SAC, all of the
Sophia
above.
SAC. Thank you for tuning into SAC. We will be right back with MTS.
All right, we are back. We are live with Zane Hengsberger, who is the founder and CEO of Knox Metals, which is a Detroit-based company on a relentless mission to reindustrialize America, which is what an incredible mission statement. So, Zane, welcome to MTS.
Yeah, thanks for having me back.
Absolutely. So, tell us about your recent article. You wrote an article, America Can Dominate Shenzhen, a call for factory abundance.
Yeah, I mean, like, in the simplest form, America should have like an extreme abundance of like supply chain and like specifically industrial supply chain just to be able to make anything in this country again. It was also like a lot of a call to culture, which I think will make that happen. Where, you know, people my age, as I'm 26, I guess people younger than me too, just like should be able to see a path to like making things in America again and like jobs that like are meaningful and that like our grandparents used to do.
What are some of those jobs, and do you think that like that conflicts with like some of the values that young people have in America? Like, how do you see like the sort of aspirational jobs and like what the aspirational jobs should be in your view?
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the jobs are the same as any other like San Francisco-based company. It's like founder, software engineer, like mechanical engineer, automation engineer. It's also like machinists, forklift material handlers, like very skilled technicians. I mean, most of the people can relate. Like most peers are like consulting or finance, which are great roles. And I'm not hating on those. I think that's what some people might think, but like it's really this gross like disproportion towards these like jobs that everyone's going into. Well, like Shenzhen is just steamrolling us with like this culture of like building, and like if you need something next day, like any single part for any type of thing you need to make, like you will get it.
Yeah, and it's crazy. It's not just Shenzhen. It's like the entire country. You know, every city in China has like its own manufacturing specialty.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's why like a lot of people think, oh, it needs to be Texas. It needs to be like California. Oh, maybe people don't say California, but like it needs to be like Detroit. Like no, like I'm on the same boat. Like it's got to be the entire country. We have so many great, talented people here. Like we had all this talent in San Francisco working on like these kind of like some really great problems and some like obviously like super marginal problems. So like, why don't we put that into our industrial base and actually create like a great nation? Like Alex Karp talks about this a lot, like the technological republic, and that's where I got a lot of this inspiration for. Also like Good Quest by Trey Stevens. So yeah, it's definitely got to be like the entire nation, not just like this hub.
Yeah. What do you think is missing? Because there's already like a reindustrialized like narrative that's sort of brewing. Do you think like talent is still the bottleneck, or like what are some of the main bottlenecks? Because, you know, even if there's like a lot of attention that's being pulled towards this, I'm sure you would agree, like we're not building enough factories as fast as we should.
Yeah, I think the bottleneck is like abundance of talent, like abundance of energy. Like I love like Isaiah Taylor's response to my tweet that like, oh yeah, we're working on energy for this. Like it's almost like everyone needs to like chime in and be like, hey, I'm going to work on this part. I'm going to work on that part. And then we should probably just need like 20 of each of those, like working on it. So like, that's why the first part of the article is like really about culture. Cause like, if you're going to inspire people, show them like a meaningful future for like, not only them, but like their grandchildren's grandchildren, then like they can come work on these things. Like, will America exist if we don't have an industrial base? Like, I think the answer is no.
What about the culture in a place like Shenzhen? Like, what is it culturally that
We're becoming Chinese, huh?
We
In a
and
place like
basically
Shenzhen.
trying to Trojan in the question of how to become Chinese. But like, what seriously? What is it, especially in young people? Like, you can imagine there's young people in Shenzhen that are like working in all these different industries.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if like I would take the approach of like, what is Shenzhen doing or China, and we should just go do those things. And I don't want to like hate on young people because I've met so many awesome people lately who like want to go work on these problems. I think like maybe the culture problem in America is more just like what you learn in school. Like, honestly, like what does like Instagram Reels feed you? Like, I think that is like so important. And like, you know, there's something to say about like when your grandparents were like, these darn kids don't want to work anymore. I think they're actually mostly right. Like, you're not just the crazy old guy in the corner. You're like I would like, my dad, he kind of used to talk like that. And I was like, oh yeah, whatever, dad. I'm gonna go work like on like B2B SaaS or something. Like, and as maybe 10 years later, I'm like, and I texted him this the other day. I was like, oh, hey man, like you were right. And that's maybe more. It's like that old sentiment of like what built America.
Yeah. Well, you talk about how like a big fix would be to change some of the status, like the perception of like the factory worker and the value that that job has. So what would be like a way that we could, like increase the perceived status of that?
Honestly, I think like El Segundo is doing an amazing job of this.
Mhm. Totally.
Nox Metals is something that is obviously trying to like push a big media narrative. Like, I think we just need to show people that these like awesome, really important companies can be made. You can have a lot of fun doing it, and you can actually work on like the most important problems of your life. It would be dumb to say like money doesn't matter. Like, people need to be able to make money in these industries.
Mhm.
That's why like where I'll go back to like El Segundo is like you join one of those companies, like you will get equity. You join Nox Metals, you will get equity, even if as someone like moving a forklift, and then maybe that person can get like promoted to like working on automation or something else. And like that's something that we've done. So I think people need to like understand that story, and that needs to be like main narrative. Even like how like OnlyFans has been pushed through like Reels or TikTok or whatever. Like that's how that got popular. I mean, amongst other things, but like we need like a similar push of that for like manufacturing hard work. And then there obviously just needs to be like I said, the money there. I think the government needs to remove any roadblock from like people just kind of getting moving. Like they removed like CMMC2 today, which was like an awesome step where the DOW was just like, we're gonna get rid of all like the spreadsheets and we're just gonna get people building again. So I don't think it's like the simplest answer to say like, oh, we'll like post our way into like reindustrializing America. Like people need to do the things, make money, and like the government needs to like be able to make it happen.
This kind of reminds me of the CEO of Costco started out as a forklift driver, and then he became like a warehouse manager and then a regional manager, and he worked his way up, and now he's the CEO of Costco. But it seems very rare that you see a career path like this, even among Fortune 500 companies.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you don't need to like be the CEO. Like I think what you can do is like I'm sure there's guys here that in like 25 years will be like super high up at Nox Metals. Honestly, probably every single one of them. I think like almost the CEO is like glorified in a way, but like there's really important jobs that people work on that like aren't that.
Yeah, totally. Do you think that people like in the Gundo, for example, like is there a mix of like people that are coming from trade schools and then people who are obviously coming in from like like university or like electrical engineers? Like, is there a good and healthy ratio?
I'm not sure. Like, I think there's some questions I don't know if I know the answer to. Obviously, I'm not in Gundo. For Nox, like, we hire mostly from job boards for like technicians. Twitter is like a great, I guess, inbound for us. Like, I tweeted another article where it was like America needs like a new trade school. Like, yes, they exist, but like, are they enough? Are they good? Like, I would argue no. Like, I can name like one off the top of my head. So like that kind of goes back to like the first part of this conversation where it's like, okay, people don't only need to be working on building factories. What about like, America's trade school? I think we have an immensely hard problem with shipping. Like, Uber Freight is like our best option. It's like or like UPS. So I know that's kind of far off from your question, but again, if you create abundance, people will kind of just learn these things, and almost you create like not the PayPal mafia, but like the reindustrialized mafia who kind of just go and do their own things after like go around and come in different companies.
Yeah.
How big of a problem do you think NIMBYism is for building factories? Like, if you were to 100x the number of factories in the US, like, I can imagine NIMBYism would be a huge problem if you wanted to do that in like California. But surely there's, North Dakota or Texas or Indiana would be happy to build lots of factories.
I think communities are super. I don't think it's a problem at all. Like I think it's a great time to build factories because everyone's like, fuck the data centers. So why not like build all the factories right now? And like at the end of the day, factories are great. Like mayors will like post like factory in my town. Like we're gonna create all these jobs. It helps the pizza spot. It like Nox Metal existing actually helps like the local shipping company.
Sorry, your video is frozen. We got cut to break for a second. Fix it.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, we might have to run that whole answer back.
I got good Wi-Fi.
So you want to 100x the number of factories in America. It seems like NIMBYism would be a huge barrier to that in California, or if you want to do that in New York or something. But surely there's like lots of the interior of the country, the Dakotas, Texas, the Midwest, that would be happy to build more factories. So how much of a problem is NIMBYism, do you think? I'm unclear on this.
I would argue NIMBYism does not matter for factories. It obviously for data centers like a major problem, but like look at any like city mayor who like brings a manufacturing company to their city, like the people are like stoked. They're like, okay, the pizza place is gonna sell more pizza. The taxi drivers, the screw shop down the street is now gonna sell more screws. Like the hardware store is getting good business from us. I also think it's like a bipartisan issue. Like either side of the fence of like politics are like pro manufacturing, and like I think that's like a byproduct of just like the people wanting manufacturing in America again.
I see.
Well, they want it in the abstract, but like if you ask people, do you think we should build a factory anywhere near your personal neighborhood? They will say no, and they will fight it.
That is fair. Okay, it's like direct NIMBYism, sure, but like get 10 minutes to the outskirts, you're gonna have tons of land you can build factories on, and like you'll have like 1,000x less protesters than like maybe zero protesters compared to like a data center.
Yeah.
It is crazy to think that factories used to just be built in the middle of cities, like the meatpacking district in New York, or like Soma, like where we are in SF right now. It used to be all factories.
Yeah, I mean, that is, I say a return to our grandparents is like a really good idea. And then take what we learned from like Silicon Valley and just inject that.
Do you think it's necessary or good to build factories in cities again?
I don't think it's required. If anything, it's harder because then like getting the truck out in traffic would suck. I think we literally just need to be on like an hour or two outside of the city, and I don't know. You can kind of get anywhere from there. Interesting. When you go to LA looking for a factory, you're kind of always thinking about the traffic, but like anywhere else, you got like these industrial hubs just outside of the city, and I think people are pretty happy about it.
So what about the concentration of industry in places like Shenzhen, where there's like actually a lot of an ecosystem that like feeds each other because you have like different industries, but like they have like similar manufacturing bases or needs. Like, how do we replicate that in the US?
I'll go back to abundance, like abundance of everything. Again, I talk about America's Shipping Company for a reason. Obviously proximity does matter, but I think a bunch of smaller hubs can like be good for America. There's lots of companies to be built, and a lot of people, they look at a company like Sen, they're going to start in Reno, Nevada, and slowly take over the country. Like the solution almost to like regional hubs in a way is like the companies will expand to those hubs that need it, and like I'm a believer that like capitalism will just solve this.
So, as a specific case study, my dad has this business called Safe Slam that makes these basically rubber door bumpers to prevent, kids from slamming their fingers in a door.
Yeah.
He has tried over and over and over again to manufacture it in the US, but every factory that he's gone to has been just like massively more expensive and slower and worse than equivalents. And so he has to manufacture it in China, incidentally, in Shenzhen. We actually got to visit it a few months ago in Shenzhen, and it's like, wow, yeah, these people really like understand manufacturing. They really have this great culture. Like, what would it take to specifically be able to do something as basic as this? Like, it's just a piece of shaped rubber.
The specific answer is harder. In my opinion, like, if you can just incentivize and like make a country make everything again, like you're just like incentivized to like innovate. So like, okay, if we can get like 100 times more factories, for example, like now they're all going to be competing each other. They're forced to build technology. They're forced to build automation. Like that cost is going to drive down. In this specific case, I would almost say like, how do you, like right now you're actually like kind of screwed, but like basically like you would need to like find someone and like really work with them and say like, I will commit to you, and like you need to find a way to automate this and like basically bring your costs down, and like I don't know if the speed sucks or not, it's probably better than China, but like in order to innovate. And then like it's gonna just take like, again, that's like, I go back to culture, this like incredible founder that's gonna say like, I care about building rubber, I'm the rubber manufacturer, there's a market for this, like capitalism will solve it. So again, I think you need like hard people, like good people working on these hard problems again. Whereas like that doesn't really exist. Like I talked to a YC founder yesterday,
Mhm.
really awesome girl, and she's like, I'm building this software tool, but like I don't really care about the software. Like my heart's in the manufacturing. I don't know what to build. She's like, I just want to build factories. I don't know what it is. And that's why I kind of go back to like this overarching like culture problem that exists in America and like making that happen again. And then like again, the government just be like, make it like somewhat easier to remove all the red tape and stuff.
How hard is it actually to build a factory? Like, what is working against you when you're a new manufacturing company?
Not a lot of good, like, I don't know, it takes long to get a factory, to build one. You have to find like one that like makes sense for your business. I don't know, like I'm like sweating right now. Like there's no AC, it's really hot.
Is that a
Yeah.
real background, by the way?
Yeah, this is legit.
Wow.
It's like our factory right here and like a few of these bays.
That's sick.
But like finding talent's really hard, training the talent's really hard. Like
Mhm.
there's just a bunch of these like intangible bottlenecks that like you have to solve. Like the actual factory creation is quite simple. Obviously you're constrained by capital, but like I think there's like really attractive capital markets for manufacturing right now.
Yeah. What are some of the like specific gaps in companies that you see right now?
Talent, like hammer talent, just like how do they get like people to replace the like people that are retiring much faster than people are entering the workforce. So that's like a giant gap. And then I'd say like back to like Theo's point, like can't make the rubber doorstop. Like your supply chain is just like limited in America, just like the amount of options you have of things to go to. And that's why like, you know, my friend's building a company called like RMFG where they're adding like all these random like manufacturing processes that like are just looking for bottlenecks that companies have and trying to fill them.
Yeah. What about like products themselves, or not even products, but like components? Like what is missing in America that you find is the most like upstream of everything else?
It's a really good question. Knox is weird because we make a lot of like rectangles and all we need is like saws. We luckily found a really good saw manufacturer in Michigan that we use. So it's like a made in US machine. But I would argue like getting a good like made in America machine with like American parts for that machine. So like for example, we had to get like these custom die casted wheels for like our big saw right there. And it was like a 10-week lead time from Germany. That's not like a specific answer to your question where it's like, oh, we just actually need like custom made PCBs where someone might say that. Like but again, just getting like this custom casted part is really hard. I think that's like something that's abundant. Actuators is a great one. Obviously David Hansen's working on that. But you could kind of like keep riffing on this for the next like hour, and I could be like, well, we actually just need like I could make a list of like 100 things. If I keep thinking about it. Like we need like vice grips for like one of our saws, and it's like $3,000 only from Taiwan. We're like, and the schematics are over there too. It's like why can't we like just bring the entire supply chain here?
Is there any like part of manufacturing that we actually do have like a competitive edge against China? Like, is there literally anything? Is there and like
White
what are
pill
they?
time.
That's a great question. I believe in the American spirit. I believe that like our culture is there. It just needs to be like rebirthed. I think that's something that America does have, and also just like an unfair advantage on like technology. Silicon Valley, I think, has been working on disproportionate amount of the wrong things and needs to go back to manufacturing.
Yeah. It's like an incentives game as well. Do you think other than culture, like there's any, you know, like you mentioned, it's like more cultural than subsidies, but is there any like sort of government intervention that you would that you could kind of get behind?
I think like more incentives to like getting factory space would be massive. Like rent's just such a big blocker for us and a lot of our customers. Like if they could subsidize rent, or I don't know, thinking of a few other things, but like even just being able to like get access to more square footage, because that's like a giant bottleneck for us and a lot of our customers.
Yeah.
So tell us specifically about Knox metals. What does Knox do?
Yeah, so Knox takes like giant blocks of aluminum and cuts it into smaller ones. Like at scale, we want to be able to supply every factory in America with like next day metals. So like what you would do with our metal is like you throw it on a CNC machine and it'd become a part that might go in a fridge, a car, or maybe an F-35. these companies, they've been around forever. They need to exist. What we do is leverage technology so we can move insanely faster and at much lower overhead so that parts can be made cheaper and faster in America.
Nice. Like, what are these parts used for?
Anything. Like, we have people that make healthcare parts for like call it like, I don't know, anything like a hospital. We have people, fridge is one that comes up, automotive. We do a lot of aerospace and defense, so a lot of times we don't know. We're just like NDA'd, and they ask for like a block of aluminum from us. And what we ship, I mean, you kind of see some behind me. It's just like a rectangle of aluminum, sometimes a cylinder.
Yeah, nice. What specifically was like with a moment when you were like, this is the need that drove you to create Nox Metals?
I mean, I was buying metal and I was looking at companies who were buying metal. And it was just like the most painful process. I'm like, well, something like Sen could exist, or Geometry or Protolabs, where you can actually like have this like infrastructure to like get parts much faster, but like getting the metal is still just like this insane bottleneck. It was mostly out of just like personal pain.
Yeah, totally. Another question is like the people that you work with, who may be more like skilled in the trades or blue collar. What is their opinion of AI? And how do they sort of perceive Silicon Valley, or like you're maybe a network of founders who are more like reindustrialization focused?
It's like 80% rejected, which kind of sucks because like I actually think it helps so much in our business and actually ends up helping them. But yeah, as soon as we start posting AI stuff on Instagram that we're trying to use to make metal cheaper or faster, they just like start hating on us, which is like kind of funny because of all the other AI stuff. But there's a good 20% of them that are like, hell yeah, this is what America needs. This is how we're going to win. And I think that dynamic will slowly flip, and we hope Nox Metals is one of the companies that makes that possible.
Right. And like, what other sort of like parts of the American culture do you see that are like fairly insulated from AI? That like, what are like, what I guess is like the silent majority that you've been able to see from working at Nox Metals?
Yeah, just like these like we talk about them at Nox, like these dogs. Like, you go to some of these shops that are customers or suppliers to you, and there's just really talented folks that take immense pride in their work. There's a tweet I put out a while back. It's like 7,100 suppliers of like the F-35 program, or like small businesses. And like, if you want to talk about culture, like go to any one of those shops. Like, super talented, hardworking, immense pride, and are just like problem solvers. Like, I used to work at a shop like that, and no one thinks anything is broken. Everyone thinks something is fixable. Everyone's trying to be 1% better. I think there's a lot of amazing things in American manufacturing culture and in American culture that are kind of hidden from the rest of the world.
Totally. Well, that's a great note to end on. Thanks so much, Zane.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Zane,
you guys.
This is awesome. Yeah.
Bye.
And we'll be right back with MTS.
And we are back once again with Robin Hanson, who needs no introduction. We'll just dive right into it. Yeah, Robin, welcome
Fine
back
by
to
me.
MTS.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So,
what's the topic today?
AI. Specifically, you wrote this article on your blog, Overcoming Bias, overcomingbias.com, a couple days ago called This Time is Always Different, essentially arguing that AIs are our descendants, not unlike how past generations had biological descendants. And this is a fundamental disagreement that you have with most doomers and stop AI types.
Yeah, so AI is just this amorphous topic that's really hard to talk about every day because we don't actually learn that much, and people are mostly interested in the long run issues, not the next few months issues. So then we struggle to have something to say. But I think this is actually a thing we can talk about the long run. So one robust feature of evolved creatures is they have two robust attitudes toward other creatures. One is suspicion and rivalry of coexisting creatures, even if they're really similar to you. So like your cousins. In the right situation, you could really suspect your cousins and want to ally with your brothers against your cousins because who knows what they could be up to, right? Even if they're almost the same as you. But the other is indulgence toward your descendants. I mean, biology and culture induces us to support our children and grandchildren and try to help them out even when they're pretty different from us. So those are just two basic evolved capacities that, evolution produces. And then for any one thing you might think of, having hostility or indulgence toward is a key question. Well, which is it? Coexisting rival who might, betray you and kill you and take your stuff? Or is it your descendants who you should indulge and try to help out? Even when, a standard thing is that for most of human history, we have accepted the scenario that our descendants, even though they initially are weak and dumb, vulnerable, foolish even, eventually they become capable and then more capable than us, and then they win conflicts with us. Eventually, grandkids can't beat out their grandparents. And in the last few centuries, we've come to expect that kids will not only become more capable, they will change their mind about key aspects of society, what's important, culture, values, norms. And that's just what we've come to accept. And maybe there's some problems with that, but that's just been the norm. So with respect to AI, the key question then is, are they descendants that we should expect to become more powerful than us and eventually win conflicts with us and change their mind about things? Or are they, as some people have painted, as if an alien armada was coming from another star and we just saw it coming in? What would we do, right? And I'd say, well, they are in fact descendants. And some people say, well, that's a metaphor. How well does this metaphor apply? And I say, no, it's a literal thing. Natural selection is about things that are like you, but are after you in the future, who you helped cause to exist, who then inherit some of your features. And AI are literally that, not metaphorically. They are our descendants, and they aren't very capable yet. They are getting more capable, but they aren't coexisting yet. They are something that in the future will coexist, and they can coexist with other descendants we have. We will continue to have many kinds of descendants, and it makes sense not only to indulge your descendants, but to keep your descendants from beating each other up. Parents need to keep their kids from fighting too much, right? So we should want to do that with our descendants, but I'd say, yeah, they're just literally our descendants. And yes, you should, unless you want to change the nature of the relationship between parents and children, fundamentally, you should expect these children to disobey you sometimes, lie to you sometimes, not do everything you say, not agree with you about everything, and then eventually to overpower you, really. That's what descendants do.
Yeah. And it's
but I think that would be bad.
Say again?
Wait, what did you say?
In some contexts, I think this would be bad. I think it would be okay if, our descendants take control eventually and, rule the world, so to speak. But I think it would be bad if they killed all of humanity, especially if this took place over a very short time scale.
But he's arguing that's just not natural. Because your kid, if you have a kid, it's way more likely that kid gains way more power than you, but is still nice to you, and like surpasses you in every metric, but that kid will
mean-
never kill you is the argument.
Nice enough. I mean, kids have killed parents in the past. It's a thing that happens, so that's not great. And there are like some species, I guess, where that happens more often. But it's about, rolling the dice here. Again, do you want to change the basic relationship between parents and children here and say, well, in the past, parents had to accept their kids disobeying them and being different, but we no longer are going to accept that. And from now on, parents must rule forever. I mean, you could try to make that change. That seems like a long shot to me, but so I guess the key question is, to what extent do you think these children will just be very different children than past children? And then a key question is, well, yeah, in the long run, you expect difference. So, it's more about a rate of change, I would say. That is, when children become different, they don't become suddenly, immediately different, typically. They slowly become different. And then the faster rates of change are in the world, the faster they might become different. And then eventually, with enough change, they could be really different. But in the short run, we are making them in our image, right? They are literally the distillation of our talking to each other. That's literally where they came from. We took all these ways we talk to each other, and we distilled that down into this thing. We trained it then in our norms, and that's what we have now. So clearly, our talk about each other and our norms do not approve of kids killing parents. So if they ever did that, it would be because they drifted substantially away from where we started them. But of course, that could in principle happen. The question is, why expect that particular direction?
Well, isn't it like reasonable that it's a volume thing? So like because of the sheer amount of children that this will be, there will be like some amount that are like rebellious, and there will be some sort of like
sure, but then the other kids can rein them in, right?
Right.
So this is kind of like the doomer counting arguments.
Yeah.
Right. So if it only takes one AI in the future to want to kill all of the humans, fine, but that seems implausible if it's one out of millions of AIs, and the other AIs
for sure
take issue with that.
What about like treatment of current humans? Like if there are like, the inquantifiable amounts of like future AI children, what would they treat every human equally? Like it seems like, do you think they would all have the same values, or there would be like beneficiaries of their treatment?
Well, in our world, people are more partial to their own parents and grandparents than everybody else's parents and grandparents, even though in some sense, collectively, each generation has the other generation as their parent, but people have more, individual partiality. So you should probably expect that too. But again, they'll all be kept in peace by some society. So the initial AI doomer arguments tended to focus on this one AI, like the one AI that suddenly popped up as the superpower god who then could do anything at once. And it wasn't constrained by any sort of society it was in. It just did whatever it wanted, right? But that's pretty implausible in the sense that we are now a society of 8 billion humans, and we're making many AIs, and those many AIs will then need to coordinate with each other. And so that's what a society is for. We have markets and law and governance exactly to coordinate us. And I think it would be safe if we could bring the AIs into our shared coordination mechanisms, like law and governance, et cetera. And I think it would be more dangerous if they were to create whole separate world for them. Then they might find it easier to just get rid of our worlds in some sense. But so an example is today there are retirees in the world. You might say, why don't we just kill all retirees and take their stuff? Like, they're not contributing to the world, right? All these retirees. And, that's become a bigger problem over the last decades as this bigger generation of older folks with more wealth. And one of the reasons we don't is because that would be threatening the social structure we all share with them. That as soon as, we approved of killing all retirees and take their stuff, we had, created this precedent that, okay, that sort of thing could happen. Other people wonder who's next. Who else will we coordinate to kill and take all their stuff? And I might think, no, let's just not go down that path. Let's just leave the standard norm of we leave people with their property. And then if AI inherit that world, that would be good. If they just inherit the world where humans retire and become retirees. But if the AIs tried to kill the humans and take their stuff, that would threaten their coordination with each other. So maybe they wouldn't want to create that precedent, because they would then wonder, well, then who's next among us?
Does this have anything to do with like a causal bargaining, where AIs, would not want to kill humanity because of wanting to negotiate with.
I mean, I find that intriguing, but not very reliable. So I'm just going to invoke the usual things that happens among, humans and animals forever. But I do think, yes, when you have a society with a social structure, if you initiate a civil war in order to, get rid of some subset of the group and take their stuff, everybody else does have to wonder who might be next. Like, that could happen again, right?
Well, the doomers would argue that at a sufficiently great differential of power, that would make sense for for AIs to just disempower and kill humans because, it would mean nothing to them. The amount of utility they could get out of our atoms would be so much greater than letting us keep our own structure. In the same way that, Spanish colonizers in the 1600s, they didn't necessarily try to kill as many of the indigenous as possible. They just sort of said, we're going to take these resources, and if anyone is in the way, we need to remove them.
Right, but again, if we had had a world government at the time, then maybe the Europeans would have been afraid that by violating the world government and attacking the Aztecs, they would have threatened their own world. But since there wasn't such, they could just go attack with impunity, right? And then we might wonder, could some ancestors of Aztecs have prevented this scenario by somehow making a world government that made sure parents were always in charge of children? So that there never was a European civilization that grew to be capable of, would that have even made sense as a thing somebody could have done? I mean, I think it's about timescales here, right? Short timescales, we're looking more like, look, the reason why we don't kill the retired and take their stuff isn't their power. There's already a large power differential right there, right? We would just win that thing, right? If we decided to get together, kill retirees and take their stuff, there wouldn't really be that much they could do to stop it. Okay? But the reason we aren't doing that isn't because they have too much power. It's because we have coordinated to keep the peace among ourselves through the same mechanism we keep the peace with them. And then that's what you might hope with AI is that the AIs have a risk of hurting each other and betraying each other and starting civil wars with each other, and they got to worry about that. So now they're going to have some society where there's an equilibrium where they're going to be wary about starting a civil war because that could go pretty wrong among the AIs. And now, whatever that structure is, if we're just grandfathered into that same structure, then attacking us would threaten the structure in the same way it would be attacking each other. So that would be the ideal outcome, is to share a society. But yes, if we were just, on a separate island or something with no interaction, then there's much more of a risk of someone deciding, oh, let's just get rid of it. I mean, if all the retirees lived on a separate island in our world, with no financial, legal, governmental interactions, they just lived in a separate place, but we kept shipping them stuff over there, we might decide, well, let's just stop shipping them stuff. And, let them fend for themselves or something. That would be more tempting if in fact they all lived on a separate island with whole separate structures.
With the retirees, sorry, go on.
No, you go.
So, okay, I guess something that I wonder about often is you have the retirees and then you have us three right here. And there is an entire section of our world that is imperceptible to them, right? Which is the internet, like Twitter. So a lot of our structures are actually imperceptible to people that are just older than us, let alone things like animals, right? Animals have no idea what's going on in the internet. Wouldn't there be a probable scenario where AI creates structures that are imperceptible to humans? What would be the the actual incentives to relay on our same systems or have full transparency? Especially if the bandwidth would have to be much faster between them.
Well, it would have to be about the systems that we use to keep the peace. So law and governance and finance are key systems we use now to keep the peace among ourselves. So having the internet where we send cat videos to each other isn't threatening that. But if we would somehow just switch to law on the internet, where old people just couldn't access the law on the internet or governance on the internet, then that would be more of a threat to them, because now they're cut out of the key legal and governance systems that are keeping the peace. And then the peace doesn't cover them.
Sure.
So
That's kind of what we have for animals. Animals are not part of our governance system or legal
Right.
system, right? That's why they are pretty vulnerable.
Well, except for pets, which do have legal protections.
Because they are in some sense more part of our social worlds.
Right.
And we want to treat them nice in the way we treat each other, at least to some degree, and that's why we have more protections. Exactly. But farm animals don't because we haven't pulled them in.
So relatedly, you wrote another article a couple weeks ago called AI Solution to Cultural Drift, where you said, on reflection, I am now a bit more optimistic about solving cultural drift if we can get broadly human level AI or EMS before our current civilization falls. I was talking to Sophia about this. We kept talking about like, oh, we need to AGI pill Robin Hanson. And I sent her
Heard of
the
AGI
article.
before,
I was like,
really?
We did it.
I've been around.
No, I mean, believe that it will happen with relatively high probability in the near future, which it seems like.
Well, that's about timing.
Right.
But most of these issues aren't about timing. But we could talk about what issues are about timing. That is, which things does depend on timing. But I actually think people focus too much on the timing issue.
Well, this depends on timing in the sense that you need to get broadly human level AI before the current civilization falls due to, cultural misalignment or declining fertility.
Yeah. But the solution could happen again later, after when the next civilization rises. But I guess to tell our
The Amish
viewers what's going on.
civilization.
Yeah. Or Haredem or whatever
Amish
shows
general
up.
intelligence.
There have
Yeah.
to be a few Amish that are actually accelerationists. Like they're just like they're sitting in their parents' like.
If they aren't there
cabin or
now, there
something.
will be.
Yeah.
Just like, Christians took over the Roman Empire. They were much like the Amish, but then eventually they became more like us. We are the descendants of Christians who were
Right.
pretty anti the Roman Empire. That's how that played out.
Mhm.
So the key story here is that I'd say the thing driving rapid change over the last few centuries is capitalism. Capitalism has just an enormous power to generate innovation and improvements in many things. But as a side effect, that's just wrenched culture. It's just made fast changes in society that cultural evolution hasn't really been able to keep up with. And then the key thing to blame there is, well, you limited the scope of capitalism. Like if you had let capitalism run everything, then this fast growth and improvement would also have applied to all these other things that you might be worried about. It's the fact that we allow capitalism for some things and we block its application for other things. That's, in a sense, the key underlying problem. But now you say, well, what if AI, human level AI, shows up? Well, one thing that does is it overcomes the fertility problems, but that's a symptom of a deeper problem. But it's still good to solve symptoms sometimes, to give you time to cure the patient later. But then you still would have the same problem if AIs like us also blocked off capitalism from some big aspects of their lives. Because then those aspects would again, be dragged along and not evolve correctly when capitalism just charges ahead. But the thing I noticed in that article is, we're letting capitalism run a lot of the world of AI. At the moment, pretty much all the world of AI is being allowed to be run by capitalism. The capitalists are allowed to choose all the aspects of AI culture at the moment. And, if we let that go on, then okay, we could have the fix to cultural drift for AI because we just let capitalism go wild for AI. Now, the two dangers for that being blocked are on opposite ends of the spectrum. On the one side, we might decide we love and care for AI so much that we are going to protect them from this horror of capitalism running their lives the way we protect each other. And then we would block capitalism from running AI lives. That's on the one end. On the other end, we could hate or fear AI so much that we'd say, no, capitalism can't evolve its own culture. That can't be allowed. We must align them. We must make sure that they, can never lie to us, could never deceive us, would never think of doing anything that we wouldn't approve of, and therefore their cultures has to be slave to our culture, in which case then they can't, evolve separately and fix the evolution problem.
I see two problems with this. I think first, I think a lot of problems with human culture have been caused by not enough capitalism, not enough free markets, except for one of the key ones, which is declining fertility rates. It seems like that has been substantially worsened, if anything, by, we used to have cultural norms against producing these like brutal power law outcomes and now these norms have been eroded, and we have, essentially totally unfettered capitalism in dating markets that, leads to, I don't want to say hypergamy, but, hypergamy.
Oh God. Oh
Yeah.
God.
So, look, you're not imagining enough here. So, like, imagine capitalists could just raise, have orphanages where they raise kids and could sell them at the age of 18. You know what? They would make a lot of those. They, pay parents to have kids, give them to the orphanage and raise them. Like, as long as they can make a lot of money selling those kids at 18, they would produce a lot of them. Now, we say that's horrible. But if we just would allow parents to endow their kids with debt, that would also work. That is, parents would then, borrow money from someone and, raise kids, endow the kids with debt, and the kids would pay that debt back. And now the bigger that debt is, the more parents would be enticed to. So those are kinds of capitalism that could happen, but people hate them. But a decent compromise is we don't mind endowing kids with debt if it's government debt. In fact, every new kid is, in fact, endowed with their share of government debt. So let's just pay parents some fraction of the tax payments kids will have to pay later to the government, give that an asset to the parents, and then that's a decent substitute for letting the parents endow kids with debt. So if you think about those as capitalist mechanisms that we're not allowing now you can see, oh, well, capitalism would in fact solve fertility if it were allowed full control over that sphere of life.
Well, is it possible that like the new equilibrium of population is just going to be lower than it currently is? And that's not necessarily a good or bad thing. Like it's just sort of
the default here is that we don't fix this problem and population starts to decline, but there's no particular place it stops. It'll just go and go and go down until something else radical replaces, like say the Amish or Redham take over. And that's how the Christians took over the Roman Empire. They just doubled every 20 years for 3 centuries. And the Amish have been doubling every 20 years for 1 century now, a bit over a century. And it'll take another couple of centuries and then they just dominate. So like that's a plausible long-term scenario. And if you're worried about human extinction, then hey, don't worry so much. But if you're worried about the things you love about our culture being lost, then yeah, you should worry because there's a lot of stuff about our culture that they don't like and they're not going to save.
Well, isn't our culture though by default what makes it into like the AI and its values?
Well, if again, there's 2 scenarios, right? AI just remains a tool, then it declines with the declining human population. If AI can sort of fully replace humans, then we just have a whole new world of AI. Then the Amish don't matter anymore because we just have a new world of growing AIs. But now the question is, can this AI world be freed enough to solve its the culture problem we have? Gifting it. We have this culture problem. We allow capitalism for some things, but not for other things. And if we hand that over to the AI and they just inherit that problem, then they'll have to deal with it. But again, there's this simple fix of, hey, at the moment, we're just letting capitalism run everything about AI. So let's just keep doing that. And then that would fix the problem. And then there's these 2 threats of loving them too much or too little that would block that fix.
So another one of the comments on this post said, you talk about more adaptive AI culture, and the commenter says, why on earth would we want more adaptive AI cultures insofar as the obvious adaptation would be to cut us out of the loop altogether?
I don't know that is obviously adaptive. Again, that is, society is a coordination of many individuals. There's a sense in which if one part of society could start a civil war and kill off the rest, it would win adaptively, but that's a pretty risky move, and there's lots of ways that can go wrong. That's what we've been talking about earlier. Having societies where we discourage civil wars from trying to kill off most people to let some winners displace them. But certainly for the last 10,000 years, war has been one of the strongest drivers of cultural evolution. So we may well not have excluded war. So I do not think we can exclude war in the future. So war is definitely going to be one of the options of creatures in the future in terms of winning their adaptive conflicts with each other. And so, yeah, war might happen. But a war basically can happen along a huge range of different axes. So think about the last 2 huge changes think about the last huge change on Earth, which was the Industrial Revolution, right? You might have thought, look, industry is so much more powerful, so much more capable than, say, subsistence farming, that when the industrialists arrived, they would just join together and exterminate the farmers and take over. And we had many wars during the era of the transition from farming to industry, but they weren't mostly industry versus farmer wars. They were mostly wars among the different industrialists with various farming allies. And the key point to realize about war is some sort of alliance of one side against another, but there's a huge space of possible alliances that can be formed. That's a standard fact about politics. Politics is often different political alliances fighting each other, but there's a vast space of different possible political alliances. Famously, like political realignments, or where the alignments switch to be a different thing, and that's hard to predict. And so, we could have fights between rural and urban, between men and women, between the young and the old. Once you realize all the different dimensions on which we can have literal wars or political fights, you'll be surprised that most of them we actually don't fight much about. Most of the different possible dimensions on which we could fight, we don't fight. We have a limited number of fights. And that we understand why. That is, once you have a particular fight, then if you try to focus on other dimensions, people see that as betraying the main fight. And they want you to focus on the main fight instead of focusing on other alliances. So the question will be, when there's a war in the future, will it be human versus AI? Will it be some alliances of humans and AIs against other alliances of humans and AIs based on some other division?
I think most likely the latter. Yeah. We could talk about this forever. There's so many interesting threads here, but we're running low on time. So, Robin Hanson, thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Always
and
a
we'll be
pleasure.
Right back.
We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Mike Taro Wemaker, who is the co-founder and CEO of Tactile. Tactile sits in a practical corner of enterprise AI. It is actual high-stakes financial decisions. And a few weeks ago, in late June, they just raised an 110 million Series C led by Goldman Sachs. And Mike, you've been saying that 2026 is the year that AI actually comes to financial services. So I'm so excited to have you today and actually unpack what that means and why this is the year. So Mike, welcome.
Great to be on the show. Let's do it, Sophia.
Let's do it. Let's do it. We were just talking earlier about the World Cup game and how you're actually going to be going to the final World Cup, right? Because Series C, 110 million raised. That's what you do finally at this stage.
That's right, but it's not for fun. We're taking enterprise customers. If you do enterprise sales, you better have some cool events lined up. So I'm really monitoring who's actually going to be in the finals. Now we got Spain, so maybe some of our Spanish customers are coming, and let's see if it's going to be Argentina or England. I vote for England because we have more customers in England than Argentina.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, you should tell the World Cup gods that. So just be like, hey, my enterprise customers are off in England, so let's go see the game with them there, which is pretty cool. I wanted to just dive into something that you said. I mean, obviously AI has been around forever, but it's not that implemented in financial services. And you say that this is the year that it'll actually start to be implemented in financial services. What's unique about this year? Why now?
Yeah, I think why it's actually exploding right now in financial services is actually has a technical background, because the use cases that at least we are solving for financial services is like the most mission critical things that a bank and an insurance company can do. They're very complex tasks, and AI, or like the models to build agents on top of, they were good enough for other verticals like 2-3 years ago. If you think about Harvey and Legora for legal, if you think about like Sierra Decagon for call center optimization, customer service, the versions of models like 3 years ago, they were good enough to replace a customer service agent. However, if you go to a bank, and what we do is like we rip out the heart at a big bank or insurance company. And if you want to do that, you have to like have a very different level of sophistications of what the agents can do. And until like November, December last year, they were not good enough.
Yep.
But we had this huge jump end of last year in terms of kind of like what the models can do, especially on structured data, which you have to do for our use cases. And that is why it allowed us to now build agents that for the first time perform better than humans at very complex tasks. And that is the main reason why financial services will be disrupted 2026. And of course, the big curve will come in next year as well in the enterprise segment. They always take a bit longer.
They always take a little bit longer. And you also mentioned in that press release that general purpose models can't actually do mission critical financial decisions. And so I'd love if you can walk me through, why can't you just use ChatGPT for some of this stuff? Like, why do you specifically need Tactile?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it probably comes from, on the one hand, a lot of the things, like imagine a big bank that gives out a loan to like a small business owner. One part of it is the decision where you need the model for, but a lot is around building the application, building the workflow that actually allows the bank to interact with the customer, then taking into account all the data that you need, which would be the P&L, the cash flow statement, the balance sheet. You need to like communicate with the customer. Then you need to actually start to use AI to get the data out of the model. And then you need to make the underwriting decision, which in many cases, because we are still in a regulated industry, you also don't want that to be AI. So mixing like the LLMs, the AI where it's actually needed, with more deterministic rules like you still need it in financial services, that is where you can actually start to revolutionize on how decisions can be made in financial services. So what Tactile does there, like you have here, OpenAI's models are like Anthropic, and here you have the SMB underwriter at a big bank. But there's a huge gap in the middle, and that is actually what we are closing with our platform and our agents.
Very, very cool. And as well as like you say, the specific edge right here, right, is speed, but you also have human oversight. So it's those two together. And when you have agents that are fully acting autonomously, where should a human continue to be in the loop?
I would say the good proxy here is whenever there's a high stake decision, meaning like if I go back to the example I used earlier, customer service, if you book your flight on United Airlines, you make a mistake. I mean, you maybe have someone like a consumer who's not so happy. If you give someone a $5 million loan at a bank, that's what we do, and you mess that up, it's just very expensive.
Yeah.
So I think it makes sense not only about the accuracy of the models, also like what's at stake. And if there's a lot of things at stake, you still want the human oversight to be in there, which is also what we do on the platform. You just don't want the humans to do hundreds of hours of work to do something. You want them to do a very like limited amount of like spending time on tasks, and then you still want them to actually make the final decision. Combining those is incredibly important, and that is where, yeah, out of the box kind of like LLMs will still not help you to do that right.
You're so right. You know, these mistakes that maybe be just like an inconvenience or something a little annoying when you're using a general purpose LLM. For you guys, that is like life. Like you can't do that when it comes to high stakes financial matters. You cannot have any mistakes. So how does that actually work under the hood? How do you ensure that agents act exactly as promised?
I think a lot of things come down to the right evals and benchmarks and testing. So that is also, I think, what differentiates us. We launched Tactile Labs at the beginning of the year, which is our research lab, which mainly focuses on actually proving how good the agents work, which type of model for which use case. And I think even when I said, okay, financial services ready from a tech perspective, you still have the trust gap.
Yeah.
So if you are talking to the CEO at a big bank, they're all under pressure to bring in AI, but they're also under pressure from the regulatory side to kind of like make sure they actually feel comfortable bringing AI into the business. They actually want to have what we call kind of like tactile labs, which gives you the evals and benchmarks to say under like for credit underwriting, that type of model, that type of agent is so good. So that is, I think, where a lot of the power comes from under the hood, testing before you do something.
Testing how you do something. How do you guys write these benchmarks? Like, is this all happen in the house? How does the benchmarking actually happen?
We're doing that with a lot of our partners. So big banks, big consulting companies, the AI labs, like our research council consists of kind of like the forward-thinking people in financial services, XAI.
Yeah.
So that's where we play. And a lot of the data sets are coming from our industry partners. So like we go to a big bank, to a big insurance company, and they let us use the data for that testing. And it also helps them because they also don't want to mistakes. They don't want to make mistakes. So I think, but yeah, you need the real world data to actually do something useful with evals and benchmarks. And it's very hard to get.
Yeah, no, I was going to say it's because you need that real world data to have very effective benchmarks and actually make sure that these agents are going to act as promised, especially because it's just such high stakes. And what I found really, really interesting, I think on yours website, you cite outcomes like 95% automation and B2B underwriting. And you also said 75% fewer automated money laundering false positive. So what is this actual metric that proves AI decisioning is better and it's not just faster, right?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like the way that we also like work with our customers, it's always a question of how much value can they deliver. So what's the business case behind? It's large contracts with large enterprises.
Yeah.
So kind of like coming in, you need those metrics to actually prove that it makes sense because it's a transformation. So like we go to a big bank or big insurance company, and they're looking for an AI transformation partner. We land there with 10 forward deployed engineers, but you only like give that commitment to us when you also know what the business case would be behind. So like we're super metrics driven with our customers because that's by the end of the day what I think we're probably one of the first companies that actually shown like value of AI in production in regulated industries. And that's why we're trying to be very prominent about our metrics, because that's mainly what drives our customers to work with us.
Very cool. So incredibly metrics driven is the key here that you guys are especially unlocking. Well, Mike, I'm really excited to have you and really grateful that you came on today. And I just wanted to re-acknowledge the 110 million Series C raise that happened in the end of June, because that's a really significant raise. And so I'm really curious, what's next for you guys? What's actually happening? What are you guys building at the frontier? Can you describe to me what's coming up?
Yeah, I think the first 200 customers were in the banking fintech sector. I think where we've seen tremendous success is insurance. I think insurance is probably it's very manual driven. If you look at claims in insurance, if you look at underwriting in insurance, like there's no better way to use AI than starting to kind of like automate in that field. So a lot of the investment will go into building out our insurance use cases and expanding into that vertical. Plus, we just opened an office in Sao Paulo in Brazil, which I'm very excited about. It's a huge market. It's a very important market for us. So there will also go a lot of investment will go into the market expansion into Latin America.
Wow, that's really, really cool. It's exciting to see how this is actually being applied in such high stakes financial decisions, like with banks, insurers, and all over the world. And even, I think, approving small business loans is what you were just saying. And it's exciting to see that 2026 is probably the year that these financial services will start taking off when an AI will actually start to play a role in these financial services.
That's right. Cannot wait for it to be part of the wave, yeah?
Cannot wait for it to be part of the wave. Well, Mike, really wanted to appreciate you for coming on today, and thank you for joining.
Well, thanks, Sophia, for having me. Thank you, guys.
And we'll be back with MTS. person with Lawrence Allen, who is the co-founder and CEO of Terra Nova. And your company is doing something that sounds absolutely fake until you actually
Sounds very
start to see,
Transformers, very sci-fi.
Exactly, sounds very Transformers, very sci-fi. But you guys are a climate robotics startup building autonomous terraforming robots to lift land out of flood zones. So I'm so excited. We're so excited to chat with you today and learn a little bit more about what Terra Nova actually does.
Thank you for having me on.
Yay.
Yeah, so the first question is like explain to the viewer, you have this terraforming robot, what does that mean? And also like lifting land is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah.
Like how are you guys able
Certainly
to achieve
not.
that?
Yeah, our robots are about the weirdest robots you've heard of. They're like the size of a car. They look like a tank. They are basically just a giant pump on tracks, though. So you have this big injection pump, and you park it right next to a well that you've drilled to like 30 to 60 feet. And that pump is fed by a big lay flat hose that goes from a parking lot 1,000 feet away with a slurry of wood.
Wow.
Again, very weird. What you get when you have that system, though, is you can very, very rapidly provide a ton of volume underground, and you use that volume to lift land at acre scale, city scale. So it's really the first way you can lift land from the subsurface. So just imagine a very large amount of volume all of a sudden appearing 60 feet beneath you. You're going to lift up substantially from that. And so the volume that you inject just turns into volume lifted. It's very similar to what you'd see if, for example, you were to use some autonomous excavator robots like Terra Firma
Wow.
just showed off today, except for you are lifting all the infrastructure and everything that's currently in place instead of potentially demolishing it, filling it, and rebuilding it.
Right,
Wow.
right, totally.
That's very cool. And you guys are actually doing this starting off in San Rafael. That's where you're from, right?
It's very close to San Rafael. So yeah, here today announcing we kicked off our first commercial project this week, second project overall, which is about 10 minutes from San Rafael, right off of Highway 37 on the bayfront. So,
Wow.
yeah,
That's
very
pretty
excited
cool.
to announce that.
So I'm also from the Bay Area, and one of the typical things is these seawalls. Like I saw Foster City is kind of like the area where I'm from, and they just spent like the last 5 years building up these giant seawalls. You can't even see the bay anymore. They're pretty ugly, but that's the flood prevention strategy that most cities are trying to implement. So you guys are not doing seawalls, completely different.
Yes.
Why should a county work with you guys instead?
Myriad of reasons. I think the first is you're way safer if you have an elevation that is sufficient to prevent flooding. Unfortunately, seawalls kind of protect against temporary high tide and not permanent high tide, and so you kind of make your city into a bathtub. San Rafael, my hometown, is a great example of this, where they built some seawalls. They want to build another $1 billion of them, but for right now, they built some. And unfortunately, you have to pump all of the water that rains in your city out, because if your city's under sea level and you put a seawall in front of it, you just make it into a big bathtub.
Wow.
And so, unfortunately, it then floods incessantly if you have a king tide plus, high precipitation event plus pump failure every single time without fail, your city's going to flood. Whereas if your elevation is sufficient, obviously the water just goes right back to the sea. The second would be timeline. The timeline for building a seawall is enormous.
Yeah.
The timeline for getting permitting approval is also enormous, because of course you have every single person that is going to be outside of the seawall banging on your door telling you not to put the seawall in place because it's going to flood their place worse. You also just have a long construction time. It's a lot of cement.
It's ugly.
It's ugly, huge environmental impact. So that's a second reason. The third reason, though, is it's way more expensive. So seawalls cost about an order of magnitude more than what we do. What we're doing, if you were to do on a per home basis, it's like $17,000 a home. If you were to do a seawall, it's like $170,000 a home. It's also similarly expensive if you're going to jack something up on stilts. And so you really are looking at all these different reasons, and they rhyme with it's pretty much impossible to protect a city with a seawall, but it's the only current solution for large scale flood prevention. And so it's what just gets brought up as kind of the default.
Wow.
So we're hoping to change that and bring some more normalcy to the flood prevention market.
Yeah, incredible. So from like an sort of ecosystem, like environment perspective, like what are some of the like sentiments that you've heard from cities? Because I'm sure this is scary. You tell cities like, okay, I'm pulling up with this like robot that's going to inject something into your city and make it rise. Like, what are some of the like, what have you heard from cities or potential customers? And then how does that actually like, does it affect the soil, any other parts of the infrastructure? How does that all work?
Yeah, we've certainly faced our fair share of skepticism. I
Mhm.
think when you come to a city and say, here's this paradigm shift for how to
Yeah.
prevent flooding, they want to see a pilot. They want to see a pilot in their city. What we're trying to do right now is make case studies that make it kind of a no-brainer. I think, for example, the commercial project we're doing right now, it's in soils that are functionally the exact same as Santa Fe, and it will be very obvious to folks all over the Bay now that this is an option for them. Whereas our last project, which was in the Central Valley, strangely, there's a pretty big difference in geology between those two areas. It's also a good pilot because that area is sunk 20 to 29 feet. And so it's actually even more severe than it is in Santa Fe, which is sunk like 3 to 6 feet. But yeah, you're coming to the city, you're saying, here's a radically new solution. This is going to be cheaper. You can use, local feedstocks instead of waiting a decade for dirt to pile up, which is really the default now.
Yeah.
It's going to be safer. It's going to be easier to implement because you're lifting everything instead of, potentially relocating a large amount of people while you build a seawall that protects the majority. And so it's a good pitch, but everyone wants to be our 10th customer instead of our first one.
Right,
so
right.
Yeah,
we're
makes sense. Everyone wants to be the 10th customer instead of the first customer. But who actually are your customers? Do you go straight to cities? Are you working with developers? Are you working with like landowners, insurers? Like who actually buys your product?
Yeah, this project is a private landowner. We, in general, have kind of two different buckets for customers. The first is customers that are going to just have a normal contractor bid the project. That person is going to permit it. They're going to perform the work. They're going to be the bonded party. We work with them on a licensing basis where we license our technology, which is the robots, the software, the know-how, the licensed our patents. On another bucket, we do kind of land arbitrage, land reclamation, working with private equity groups to buy land on options, lift them, flip them. I think it's a really interesting approach. If you go back to the 1850s, you'll see the NASDAQ just dominated by big railroads, and tech has kind of eaten every single thing besides real estate and construction. I think the real issue there was no high IRR plays in construction in general, and that's really the base requirement for a technology company to come in and really disrupt things. What we're doing is so easy, it's so generalizable that I think we're going to have a much different go-to-market where if I can 4x the value of your property in a month, it really changes the calculus for those types of projects.
Yeah. Is there any estimate that you have on like the amount of land or like the, number of cities that like will benefit from this sort of technology?
It's functionally every coastal city. We get asked to draw a TAM, and Will O'Brien from Ulysses has a great thing where he's circled all the oceans in the world and written that as his TAM. I think ours is fairly similar. It's actually just the whole continent and then maybe the whole world. It's actually not just the perimeter, which you'd normally associate with flooding because of coastal flooding, but there's riparian flooding and all this inland flooding that people don't appreciate. So there's really a lot of areas that need this desperately. Off the top of my head, in the U.S., Miami, New Orleans, Houston come to mind. California, we have pretty bad flooding, but it's not really on the same level as the Lower East Coast and Gulf Coast.
Yeah, definitely Houston, which is where I'm from.
Yeah.
And like, what is the amount of land that you're able to like target for an improvement of this kind? Like, could you do like a specific neighborhood in the future? Is that like something you're able to do right now? In Houston, I know it's like you can make the value of so many neighborhoods go up if you like raised a portion of it and made it not prone to flooding. So how does that look?
Yeah, we definitely can do neighborhoods. Not right now with our current capacity. We are really trying to do smaller projects first, which is actually more challenging. We get approached for giant projects all the time. Projects where they're going to do large scale land development or wetland restoration or something tend to be easy customers, but they're all 100 plus acres, and that's pretty hard for a startup company our size. We have a very scalable approach in general. It's modular. It's much easier to lift a neighborhood, honestly, than it is to lift a single family home because you don't have to deal with these like property borders. It's not Minecraft where you're lifting it all up like you have a retaining wall or something. No, unfortunately not. It's kind of Minecraft in the sense that you're mixing water and wood, and you have the solution for flooding from it, but not Minecraft in the sense that you get to just pop a home up like it's a big block, unfortunately. So it's easier if you have a larger transition zone from the lifted topography down to natural grade. And so neighborhoods are actually very easy. We can lift about an acre by foot a day with a 3 robot, 1 mothership system, which is definitely enough to do really large scale areas. You were to do it in New Orleans, for example, they have a $100 million Army Corps project going on right now where they're trying to lift about 1,700 homes. They've done one, and they're I think starting like 16 pretty soon. But it's really challenging to scale that. Whereas with our technique, you'd be lifting like 30 homes at a time. It's much more straightforward.
Wow.
Yeah. What does the like fleet look like? You mentioned a mothership, which
Yeah.
just it sounds even more epic. Like this
Yeah.
just gets like more epic as we go on. So what does it look like to deploy this, and like what part of the like design or architecture makes it autonomous?
Yeah, so you have a big shipping container in the parking lot, it's 20 feet long. You have wood, water, and a thickening agent going into that. They're getting mixed up, and there's 3 separate pumps that pump them off to the different robots. Then you have a fire hose from that parking lot unit out to each of the robots. The robots are kind of this pod that gets moved around by this tracked carrier vehicle. The pod, just sits next to the injection well. It's 1,000 feet away and pumps all day long, 8-hour day. That system is what can do an acre by foot in a day. And so if you have a 24-hour day, maybe do 3 acre feet. But it's functionally whatever scale you want. If you want to do more lift than that, you need a second mothership unit, and then you can supply more of those rovers. The autonomy really comes in from the injection control. And so most folks, when they hear autonomy, they think autonomy of movement, autonomy of bucket scoops or something for excavators. Ours is very different, of course, because what we're doing is in the subsurface. And so you're doing control of the pumps that you're injecting, or the wells that you're injecting in. You're doing control of the fluid that you're injecting and the exact slurry composition. You're measuring really a lot. Your pressure sensor, radar sensors, LiDAR sensors, obviously all of the pumps RPMs are getting measured. And then if you're doing 1,500 gallons a minute of injections like we're doing, that's pretty roaring fast. It's kind of more similar to a rocket engine than maybe some of the other robots that you've seen. These also look visibly like robots, and that helps a lot. I think we will eventually do more autonomous movement, but it's not been a priority right now.
Really cool. And I think one thing that I find so interesting about your guys' company is your co-founder is actually your dad. And this is I haven't seen this dynamic before. And so I'm curious, both of you guys, like what made you start Terra Nova together? What background do you guys have?
Yeah, the shared background that's most relevant is probably just both being in Santa Fe.
Yeah.
Being in Santa Fe, flooding is part of life. It's something that everyone in the city knows about because they, will flood to your knees and it's hard to ignore. In Marin in general, flooding happens in Mill Valley, flooding happens on Highway 37. And so you're just always thinking about what is the right fix? Are they going to start spending my tax dollars? Or are they going to keep spending out on consultants? And it's just challenging. It's hard. There's no shovel-ready solution. It's a really hard problem when you're running these communities and trying to be a leader. And lots of folks would like to do something, but there hasn't been an option. And so growing up together there, it was just very inspiring. We were very passionate about it. It seemed like there just weren't enough tools in the toolbox. And kind of looked at it from first principles and saw that it was an elevation problem because, of course, the downtown of the city is 6 feet under sea level. It's fairly evident that that's the main issue. And we kind of walk through how we might fix that. Of course, your options are either, put a bunch of dirt on top, which means you have to demolish everything and move everyone out, or you do something in the subsurface. And so we went in and kind of tried different technologies. We initially were trying to make a weird hacked concrete pump work and had some trouble with that, but basically validated the initial thesis and then went in, tried to give the technology away to Caltrans. They were a little slow on moving with it, and so we made a company together, and the rest is kind of history.
Wow. So what about this is like particularly suited for like a private company rather than the public sector? Like, has the public sector attempted to do anything like this? And like, what are the shortcomings there?
Yeah, the public sector has done some interesting things, especially on the academic side. Not so much in the US, but particularly in Venice in the 70s, they were trying this underground injection approach called mudjacking. They lifted an island with multiple buildings on it using underground injection. And you'd think because clearly they've proven they are willing to spend $8 billion on the Mosaic active tidal gate system, that they would go all in on a way to lift the entire city. But unfortunately, they didn't. They functionally stopped doing it. Some folks would do this privately, and some construction companies, despite not publishing it, have done smaller mudjackings where they'll lift like the corner of a building or something. But unfortunately, there hasn't been any large-scale use cases of this. And so I think our feedstock switch from this cementitious mixture to this extremely low cost wood mixture, which is actually cheaper than just normal imported earth, was the key fix to make it work all of a sudden. You also have dramatically lower drilling costs because it flows better underground. It's neutrally buoyant, and it's just easier to move. You get 8 times the amount of wood by truck as you would if you were doing dirt because it's just much less dense.
Yeah,
Awesome.
This is cool.
Awesome.
Speaking of dense, I'm just kidding. This is the right transition, but this is pretty cool. Can you tell me about it? Why did you bring it today?
It just felt relevant. This is our kickoff. You know, we've got fortified engineers wearing this right now.
Oh, it's a gift.
You can keep it actually. You can tell it's mine because it's not as dirty as all my fortified engineers ones
Wow.
are. But
yeah,
we're out in the sun like every other construction robotics
Yeah.
company, and these are very, very necessary. It's definitely lower touch. You don't have big excavator swinging, but you got very large vehicles moving as well.
Wow.
And I guess like one of our like last questions before we wrap is, are there any other like construction use cases you can see yourself like lateralizing to, basically? Like what about land surveying? Or like are the robots, you know, useful for any other use cases?
They're useful for large construction projects like infrastructure. So I think highways, levees, aqueducts, those types of projects, some things that you wouldn't expect. I think the California State Water Project is an interesting example where they have a $20 billion aqueduct subsidence problem that we can fix. And that is not what people think of because we are usually tackling flooding, but there's a lot of other issues that you have from subsidence. City scale stuff is also very interesting. Most folks don't expect that you can just kind of lift the whole city, but it's mostly true. There are some defense use cases that I won't get into here, but you know, it's a new subsurface technology.
That's for your imagination.
Yeah,
audience.
exactly. No, that is really fascinating. Lawrence, I really wanted to thank you for coming on today. I think the area between climate and robotics is incredibly interesting. And when
this
you
is like such a white pill for like because I used to see those maps that were like, this amount of the earth is going to become uninhabitable because of like flooding or climate change or whatever. But it's great to know that like the answer is through technology yet again. So,
yeah. And you have
incredible.
people, innovators like yourself and your dad, of course, who are working on some of the hardest problems. And, you know, often it gets easy to work on some things like software, but out in the physical world, there's so many things you have to think about, like you talked about with cities, we talked about with actual developers, talked about in the middle of just how climate is evolving. And so it's really interesting to see how you guys are tackling one of the hardest challenges happening right now. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're hiring. If you want to come build more land and do some terraforming, please hit us up, terranova.inc/careers.
Yeah,
Definitely.
we need to do an MTS job board.
Yeah, exactly.
Of like all of the people we have on, like they're all building cool stuff.
Yeah,
totally.
And you get to hang out with you and your dad on the daily, so it can
you
be
will,
kind of
you
fun.
will. It's the Brady Bunch.
Oh, with that,
almost as good as the two Sophias.
Oh, I know, almost as good.
Almost.
And we'll be back with MTS.
We'll be back with MTS.
It's very good. He writes about AI policy, AI research, and things that are going on in the ecosystem, the intersection of AI and political economy, which we care about a lot here. So, Anton, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me again. Great to be back.
Absolutely. So, explain to us the thesis behind your latest article, The Flood.
I think the very basic thesis is this. So AI policy in the US is kind of a mess. Things aren't, things are sometimes going a little better, sometimes going a little bit worse, but they're going very chaotically. And I think everyone kind of agrees, well, we need a kind of more serious executive. We need a legislature that actually starts passing laws on this and giving some clarity to all this. And there's this sort of looming threat of the 28th primary, the presidential primary, which is just going to pull AI policy in all kinds of different ways. And that all looks like it's headed for a lot of different flavors of chaos. But at the same time, we have all this sort of AI pilled, you might say, sort of money coming in, mostly from a sort of like safety motivated point of view, sort of following the IPOs as sort of lab employees get richer and as sort of, a lot of high net worth donors start caring more and more about AI policy as an issue. So the question is, how does that both work together? And I think the thesis of the piece is there's this flood coming, hence the title, and the sort of the channels to guide that into policy ecosystems and into policy outcomes and to help us with sort of the problems that I outlined just aren't there. It's currently set to flow into like a fairly small set of like fairly narrow channels of, the incidental incumbents that we have around right now. And what we should really do is think of building out this ecosystem, building out the sort of range of political spending vehicles, super PACs, C4s, policy advocacy organizations that would make it so that we can actually use all the money coming in to sort of hedge our bets across the political spectrum and actually drive some sort of positive and ordered policy change instead of just having this all flow through like very specific idiosyncratic channels.
Why do you think AGI and AI policy had essentially zero salience in the 2024 election and very little now?
I mean, I think it's mostly just, I think things get salient either if they're a very good sort of projection service for things that people are concerned about or when they sort of actually intersect with things that people are concerned about, right? I think in 24, people just really weren't aware of much of this happening. I think now that the conversation is slowly starting, and I think it is starting toward the midterms, the question is just, has anyone really drawn the line from AI to the things that people really sort of like just like historically very much care about? And I think we're starting to see some of that where AI is like one way to express grievances around power concentration and wealth inequality and sort of like, like coastal elites and like oligarchs and like sort of, this kind of rhetoric is like slowly being sort of like put into this AI conversation. But I think by and large, just the big sort of like high salience things just really haven't happened yet. And I think we could very much see that start to change, right? So if we see macroeconomic indicators, unemployment, economic growth sort of change, and then the salient story becomes, well, this is because of AI for some reason, then I think like AI becomes a really big story just because it is like the sort of the headline way to talk about these macroeconomic forces that people care about a lot. But I think short of that, it's just, it's just less salient than the three things that people really care about. And sort of cost of living tops the list. People don't connect that to AI just yet, and they don't have that much space to have that many different topics in mind.
How instructive do you think the climate change movement is as an analogy for the AI safety movement? It also sought to go after politically an issue that most people weren't thinking about. It sought a lot of different tactics, some elite persuasion, some mass mobilization to action. I personally think it has been harmed pretty substantially by some more radical tactics that the movement has been doing. And in a lot of cases, it's gone off track. Like a lot of climate change organizations right now have become just standard like left-wing omnicause stuff.
Yeah.
And yet the issue itself is very real.
Yeah, I think that's basically the dynamic to worry about, right? And it's kind of a tricky balance because there's this sort of radical flank effect that people describe when they discuss advocacy. And I think the positive argument is, well, you need to do something to raise the salience, right? If it's just always elite persuasion, then you get all the elites like in principle on your side, but it never is important enough to trade off against these like more politically salient goods. And I think in the climate context, it's just very obviously, right? Like sort of like cheap fossil fuels and like cheap and abundant products are just like extremely salient and people like having a low cost of living. And then if you don't make the issue similarly salient and similarly important to people, then policymakers will always make, they might believe your sort of elite persuasion strategy, but they won't actually act on it when the political pressures get hard. So I think that's the argument for what I think the climate movement did, and also for some of the more public-facing sort of AI safety advocacy. But I think then the question is, well, at some point, does that backfire? And I think it clearly does in the context of the climate movement, where now sort of the climate movement has sort of been structurally moved to the left in ways that led it to reject some of the more sort of obvious technological solutions to dealing with climate change, has led to sort of partisan backlash, where right-of-center parties usually feel like they have to roll back climate regulation. And I think we've missed that window that we were heading for, I think, in the 2010s, where the idea might have been, well, parties just sort of compete on their like differential approaches to climate change, and one of them has a more technocratic approach and the other has maybe like a more sort of like restrictive approach, and then we sort of we create the competition on that level, as opposed to on the level of, is this real or not? And I think if we can learn anything from that for the AI conversation, it's just like, can we just do anything to make the AI conversation less like that and more like the sort of, well, there's like one approach on that side of the political spectrum that sort of says AI safety is about like national security and all these things. And then there's one part of the political spectrum that's more like, well, we don't really trust the national security apparatus for handling all of this. We might want to do this sort of more in the open, more iteratively, and sort of, do we just get like different AI safety positions seated across the political spectrum that then compete, as opposed to the political spectrum competing about whether this is a thing worth doing at all?
Makes sense. So what happened with the Treyan Obernolt Great American AI Act? Why did the safetyists reject it?
So I think it is just, from the get-go, it's sort of fair to say this was a discussion draft. I think it's correct to think that this was never going to I think no one was expecting this to get past this Congress, right? So I think this is not a story of how the safety is completely killed a completely good bill. That would have very much helped. But I think there was real sort of safety-based pushback against it, and I think it's worth understanding why that is. And so what the bill does is basically it takes all these good policy ideas that we've had on the state level, the independent verification organizations out of Illinois and the transparency laws out of California and New York, and it puts them into a federal shape. It adds some other nice goodies. It makes them a little bit more enforceable through state attorneys general. It adds a little bit of potential funding and codification for the for Casey, and in exchange it gives up something that the safety movement has been fighting against for the longest time, which is sort of broad-ish preemption of all kinds of state laws that regulate AI development, though arguably fairly broad definition of AI development. So a lot of state laws that could be passed on AI development. Why did the safety movement reject this? I think there's two reasons. The first is this the best deal you can get? And I think the argument against is, no, it's not the best deal you can get. You can see by the fact that these state laws keep passing that the deal on the federal level keeps getting better and better, right? Last year, we had this sort of completely empty moratorium that Ted Cruz proposed, which was just no state laws and no substantive federal regulation. Now we're a year later, and they're already offering sort of, all these substantive codifications of these state laws. And the theory of the case is, well, in another year, we'll get an even better deal. So why trade away the preemption now? And then the second reason is, well, from all these past fights on preemption, right, where the safety movement tried to defeat this sort of empty preemption, moratorium thing last year, they just sort of assembled a coalition of a lot of sort of, vaguely sort of left of center civil society organizations that all have a big stake in sort of pro-regulation, anti-preemption, but that don't have the same sort of narrow focus on specifically AI safety. And I think these groups, for good reason, aren't very interested in giving up this preemption in exchange for just narrow frontier safety regulation. And so there's a substantive tactical reason and there's a coalition management reason. The point where I think this just kind of, where I would call this into question, where I think this kind of falls apart is just that I think on a lot of realistic timelines, we just don't have that much time. Yes, in the sort of infinite game, the deal keeps getting better, and so delaying the deal even further probably makes sense. But there's also countervailing forces, right? At some point, you do want to start building the capacity, the state capacity, and the enforcement capacity on the federal level, because if we think we have to pass a big frontier AI safety bill in 2027, because that's just when things are going to get very real, I think it would have been helpful to have some demand signal, some state capacity in place that we could then draw on with this bill. And I think the more we delay this federal action, the harder it is going to be to do anything serious on the federal level. And I think the question then is just well, when do you jump off of the state strategy onto the federal level? And I think I'm just more in favor of jumping a little bit earlier than a lot of the sort of safety orthodoxies, I suppose.
So speaking of the safety orthodoxy, how have your views changed over time on a pause or slowdown in AI? You were quite against this a year ago, but it seems to have become more politically tractable if it is a desirable thing to do.
So I think I think there are, I think the pause thing specifically is, I'm very worried about this because, and I think I've written about this a few times in the past, is I think pause is like a very easy sort of low-hanging fruit, sort of catch-all idea for the sort of broader anti-AI omni-cause, where it's just like, well, we don't like AI for this reason, for that reason, for that reason, and what this all converges on is, well, let's just like stop doing that. And I think there are just political risks that come with that, because the good version of the pause might potentially be helpful if you go like through all the like technical specific details that like all these like very sort of sophisticated safety organizations have figured out. I still have my doubts about that, but I think my main doubt with that is just I don't think you're getting the sophisticated version, right? If you assemble this like huge populist like sort of like anti-AI coalition, I don't think you actually have the like sort of you don't get them to have the message discipline that they ask for, this like very sophisticated international treaty that has all of these like wrinkles and elements. You just get like something vaguely pause flavored, and something vaguely pause flavored is really bad, right? Because you do like a vaguely pause flavored thing, and then maybe it doesn't completely prevent this like compute concentrating elsewhere. It doesn't completely prevent China from pursuing further frontier research, or you just get into the situation where everyone has sort of paused frontier research, but China keeps like indigenizing its semiconductor supply chain, keeps building up these other assets. Then you continue the race in 3 years. China's in a much better position. I think lots of ways that a pause goes wrong. I think the slowdown thing is becoming interesting, because I think a lot of the labs are actually asking for this right now, right? You see a lot of convergence between the labs that are all interested in this. And I think what they just want to do is like reduce the marginal pace of the frontier. And sort of, deploy a little bit more inference, do a little bit less frontier R&D, sort of just, take some of the sort of momentum out of that, just so we can sort of keep up in terms of capacity and monitoring and everything. And I think I'm more sympathetic towards that, specifically as it relates to being worried about the sort of like very quick internal like loop closing recursive self-improvement stuff. But I will still say the sort of geopolitical argument still seems concerning to me, where if everyone slows down just on frontier development, then all the other assets that the US's sort of geopolitical rivals have, specifically sort of, and I said this before, indigenization of the semiconductor supply chain, those all keep going. And so I think like asymmetrically slowing down frontier development only, but not all these other industrial areas, is strategically advantageous to the US, which makes it both less likely to work and also probably sort of less good for the world.
I mean, on the subject of a deal of some kind between the US and China, this was the idea behind AI 2040 Plan A, which was recently put out by the AI Futures Project. What were your thoughts broadly on that?
I think, okay, so on the sort of abstract question of should you, could you, will you make a deal with China, I think some of the Plan A maybe just underrates the extent to which this is just extremely sort of, I think like a lot of more sophisticated China experts than myself have commented on, well, the political economy of doing something like this in China is very difficult. China doesn't usually like to engage in this kind of bilateral deal making around this kind of narrow issue. It seems at best unclear, and it presupposes like a very specific sort of political mood in China that they would go for this kind of deal specifically. And I think the sort of, if you think about this not in terms of, well, what is the sort of hypothetical Plan A, which I think like, you can discuss this in the abstract and whatever, and I think I probably come at this from a little bit more of a sort of realist perspective of like, well, how does the like realistic second best solution here look? I'm still worried about how exactly does the path to a deal that just revolves around frontier AI and, like to some extent, like robotics and GPUs look in a world where the US just currently, I think like, people have said this thing about like, well, the US economy is sort of leveraged bet on building AGI. And I think in a very similar way, the US strategic position is also leveraged bet on building AGI, where you can see that sort of the production pace in China of all these sort of military assets that they would need for a great power conflict with the US is just outpacing the US by a lot. I think on a lot of the metrics, China is winning, and on the AI metrics specifically, the US is winning. And so it's just extremely difficult to pitch the US on the strategic idea of that they should initiate a pause, slow down treaty, anything that has to do with AI specifically, when the US thinks this is the one way for us to get out of this, right? This is the one way to sort of accelerate past all the other developments in China. Like RSI is in a real way the sort of like strategic endpoint of the current structure of like the US stock market and US strategic investment. And it seems very, very hard to sort of do this like unilateral disarmament around this one specific tool that seems to put the US ahead on the trajectory, and then not do something that also attaches to like, like hypersonic missile production and like drone coordination and all these things that are not covered by the treaty, and that in the trend sort of favor China instead. I think that's my main worry about getting there. It just seems geopolitically lopsided in a lot of ways.
So back to the flood, what are the specific failure modes that you are worried about with AI safety movements going wrong? Obviously, like becoming the climate change, like left-wing omni-cause and alienating the public is one, but what else is there?
Yeah, I think we just over-index sort of like I think the threat here is we over-index on one very specific sort of model of political victory, and I think the strategy I've just described, which is like broadly sort of align with like a broadly sort of pro-regulation like center-left coalition, and then wait until the state laws get important enough, and then in a democratic Congress in the next legislature pass a good AI safety bill. I think that's one very specific strategy that you can pursue. It works under very specific conditions where this coalition is still interested in doing this, where this coalition actually gets elected, and so on. And it doesn't work under a lot of other conditions, right? And I think what I'm worried about is throwing too much money into this very specific theory of the case and not enough money into all the other theories of the case. There's a downside of that in the concentration of money into the sort of current specific ecosystem, which is, I think it makes it much more susceptible to backlash, right? You take like a handful of advocacy organizations with a very specific theory of impact that are generally sort of more aligned with Democrats than Republicans, and you give them all the AI safety money, then it's extremely easy to run the counter argument of, well, look, they're all like bought and paid for by the sort of weird safetyists, and there's this sort of homeostatic backlash effect where everyone sort of hates this influx of money. There's a lot of pushback against this, and it just turns out there's this sort of neutralizing effect because in a lot of ways, like both politics and DC as a place is just very good at sort of, like pushing back new entrants that they're sort of skeptical of. So A, you get this like pushback effect that makes the money much less effective. And then B, you leave a lot of these other bets sort of underfunded and underexplored, right? You could come up with a completely different like safety position that also has a lot to do with AI safety, but that takes a very different approach of which agencies should be involved, what the kind of regulatory oversight should be, and also takes a different approach to like sort of what partisan loyalties they have, right? Maybe they sort of look more to the sort of heterodox right, maybe they look more to the populist left. You can come up with all these like different bets you could place across the spectrum. And I think the sort of the other failure mode then is, well, we just don't place these bets because there's one channel that already works. The super PACs exist. They're already good at fundraising, and all the money goes into that, and none of the money goes into different bets. And then when the heterodox right wins, or when the populist left wins, or when these sort of alternative regulatory ideas become more interesting and more obviously sort of likely to work or more obviously interesting to pursue, then there are no vehicles in place, there are no organizations in place, there are no ideas in place, and you can't actually capitalize on that. And I think that would just that's I think the argument against over-indexing on one specific political bet.
Check out Threading the Needle, writing.antonleish.me. Anton, thank you so much for coming back on MTS.
Thanks for having me. See you soon.
Absolutely. And we'll be right back.
and we're back with MTS. So today, Sophia, can you tell us why it's a very exciting episode? Who do we actually have joining us?
Well, we have a very special guest with us. He actually just got in this second. It's Joseph Cohen. He is the co-founder and CEO of Infinite Machine, a New York-based company building non-car electric vehicles. So what is a non-car electric vehicle? Can we get an example? Oh yeah, we can.
Perfect.
Because there's one right behind
See
us.
it. Whoa! You drove straight in. Oh my gosh, welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Yeah,
It's a
so
beautiful day in San
welcome.
Francisco.
It is a beautiful day, and you have a beautiful ride.
Thank
with
you.
you.
Appreciate it. That's
Um,
Alto.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that the name of the product line, or just one that you named this?
That's the name of. No, it's not the name of it. It's not like
You
my
didn't
pet
name
name.
it.
No.
Yeah.
It's called
Okay.
an Alto. It's actually called that because if you look at it from the other side, the shape of the vehicle spells out OLTO.
Oh,
Wow.
okay,
Oh,
cool.
wow. That's beautiful. You know, this is one of my first times I've ever gotten to see one of these actually in person. I've heard lots of crazy things, but I've never seen them officially in person. And you wrote it into the studio.
Yeah.
I don't see other electric types of transportation machines being able to do that.
They're good
So-
indoors and out.
Wow.
What does out or what does indoors
I'm
look
kidding.
like?
I mean, it looks like this.
Yeah.
Actually,
you
I
guys should
haven't
do like
really-
a race or something. Like
We will.
Yeah, the next F1 race is just going to be
Exactly.
fully
Yeah.
infinite machines.
Let's go. Infinite race.
Oh my
yes.
god.
Okay,
I
so
love
one
that.
of our first questions was
Yeah.
what exactly is a non-car vehicle? Like what does that constitute?
Yeah.
So obviously we have this it's an e-bike, right?
Yes.
It's a novel type of e-bike, so
Yes.
it doesn't look as particularly like a bike.
Yes.
So yeah, explain the category to us.
A non-car is anything that isn't a car that
Mhm.
is a vehicle that helps you move around the world. And so we think about non-cars as the white space around cars.
Mhm.
If you think about the 20th century, it was really the story of the car, the
Yeah.
classic
Yes.
car. But cars didn't actually start like we currently think of them. And they started as really like four-wheeled bicycles. First cars were kind of coaches that resembled bicycles more.
Mhm.
Over time, they developed, and you had the highway build out, then you had the federal government build an agency to regulate these vehicles. And over time, what we know of as a car solidified into a very familiar form factor. It's really hard to tell cars apart. If you took the logos off of them, they do the same job more or less, and they're getting more and more expensive. The average car is $50,000 in
Yeah.
America. And so what we see is a world that, number one, is enabled by electrification, so you can create new kinds of vehicles, and number two is increasingly urbanized.
Yeah.
52% of trips in the United States in cars are under 3 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So if you think about that, a car is a really overkill solution for moving less than 3 miles. And the range of non-cars then includes vehicles like Alto. We also make another one called P1, which is a bit larger, but all kinds of other creative form factors, whether it's a stand-up scooter or new kinds of four-wheelers. And what we're seeing is really a Cambrian explosion of new form factors. And Infinite Machine exists to make what we think of as the best of these kinds of vehicles.
Right.
Yeah, which I think is really cool is you focus not just on, when you talk about the future of autonomous transportation, you talk about not just autonomous cars. That's not the end game. It's autonomous people, right? Like what can we actually do to become more autonomous? And right now, we're designing all of this for cities that are very car centric. And I wonder what would need to be possible if we had like smaller cities, like smaller roads. What would you like to see happen in a city to make this the main transportation that people use?
You know, so on the global stage, Paris has really been leading the way, and they've
Yeah.
really reduced the amount of cars on the roads. They've shut certain streets down to cars, and they've created a lot of bike lane infrastructure. That's actually happening in New York now as well in a big way. San Francisco is decent, still very car centric, but cities are better when they prioritize people over cars. And most American cities have not yet done this. Over the past 100 years, they prioritize the car. And so what we see happening is cities restricting car access, removing lanes, removing parking, and creating alternative infrastructure. Think about it like this. If you take your average New York City street, you've got 3 lanes in an average street. We don't think of it as 3 lanes because 2 of those lanes are parked cars and 1 is moving cars. So the most expensive real estate in the world, take Soho in Manhattan, is occupied primarily by cars who don't pay anything to be there. And we said, okay, like, what if you took one of those parked car lanes and turned it into an actual park? That would be a better city. Imagine if every street had a little park on it and you could ride your bike through that, you can walk through it. That is a more humane city, and I think that's the direction of travel for where this stuff is going.
Humane city. I like that.
Yeah. So I guess like when it comes to electric vehicles, like there's or sorry, like scooters.
Electric vehicles.
Yeah, electric vehicles, which it is. Right now, what I see like a lot of them used for are things like DoorDash delivery,
Mhm.
right? And then you have people using them in more leisurely ways. Like in Austin, where I used to live, people would just like it would be like close to midnight, and people would be riding around in these scooters. So what are you seeing is like the natural like demand is leading the natural demand for this kind of form factor?
A lot of our customers buy Alto because it's a better way to commute. It's a
Mm.
better way to get from point A to point
Mm.
B, to get to work. They take Ubers historically,
Yeah.
or get on a city bike or take the train. And this is just an upgrade in every way. It's quicker, it's more fun, it's actually more cost effective a lot of the time. And so it's just a huge upgrade on your commute. And then once you get it, people are like, wow, this kind of like opens up the city.
Yeah.
And my Sundays are now like way better. And so we see more and more of that. So
Mhm.
a lot of people are using it as a better way to get around. We also have a lot of customers who live in smaller towns, beach towns, things like that, where it's just a lot more fun than hopping in the car. It's open top. You can bring a passenger on the back. It's $3,500, so it's a good price, and yeah.
So, are you mainly selling right now just straight to consumers? Or are you doing anything to also work with the cities to make this something that cities are encouraging their citizens to use?
So we started with consumer, but we're very much building out a B2B business,
Yeah.
and we're actively building out what that business looks like, and that's both for commercial deployments of these vehicles as well as shared fleets. So oftentimes in a city, the city doesn't actually operate the shared fleet. They work with companies like Lime and Bird and shared operators, and so we're going to build out that business and really have these vehicles available in a multitude of ways.
Awesome. So I guess to get into the actual like hardware of it, I guess what percent of this sort of segment is like electric currently? And like why do they need a new form factor, and why historically have there not been, so many different form factors of EVs?
So it's really interesting. Other places in the world have much more of a two-wheel culture than
Yeah.
the US. Motorcycles and mopeds are a lot more popular
Mhm.
in Asia and Europe
Yeah,
than they are here. America has been historically a car country,
Mhm.
but e-bikes change that. As cities have gotten more popular, as congestion's gotten worse, people want an alternative, and the advent of the e-bike, and specifically the legalization of e-bikes in 2019, really opened the door for a whole new market. Now, there are millions of e-bikes sold around the US,
Mm.
but most of those e-bikes are taking traditional bicycles and strapping motors to them. Bicycles were never designed to be motorized. And so we thought more critically, what if you took the legal constraints of what makes something an e-bike and designed it from the ground up? Well, it would fit two people, not just one. It would have a bunch of storage so you can carry things with you. You can go to Whole Foods and bring what you can't do that on a bicycle. It would be heavier duty, so it could, it has suspension, so you can hit a bump and it's no problem. It's super smooth. It'd be connected to your phone. You'd be able to track it and see where it is if someone tampers with it. It would lock itself. You'd be able to park it on the street and charge the battery in your apartment, but leave the vehicle on the street. These are all things that are very obvious, but when you start with the bicycle, it's a very hard frame to actually work with, and we kind of thought about it from the ground up. And so we're designers. We look at a problem space, we look at the constraints, and then we come up with the best solution within those constraints. And we're not encumbered by kind of precedent for its own sake, because a lot of times the way that products develop actually is not a reflection of a first principles approach to solving the problem.
Totally.
Yeah, I know. I like that you guys have a particular first principles approach, right? Because the current way of just having a bike and then saying, all right, let's attach a motor to bike, that's not first principles. That's thinking through, okay, how do we make a bike more electric? And so this infinite machine, it's fully, if we just go start from the very beginning, what is actually needed to make it more efficient?
Exactly.
And you worked on this with your brother, right? I'm curious, what is your guys' background? How did you actually come up with this?
So I started the company with my brother and our third co-founder, Zach, who's a brilliant engineer. My brother and I don't have a background in vehicles at all. My background is in software. Started a company called Universe before this, which is a no-code website building platform. and my brother built a meditation and wellness brand called Walden.
Yeah.
We are vehicle geeks. We love cars, motorcycles, anything that moves. We've been riding Vespas forever and found it to be a kind of cheat code for the city. During COVID, we were living together. My Vespa got stolen. I said, okay, I've had that thing for 10 years. I wonder what alternatives are out there, what electric products are out there. Was super uninspired by everything in market. And I went back to Eddie and I was like, I think we can do something here. It was a nights and weekends project for 3 years. We built a prototype of our first product. This is our second product, but P1, our first product. And after doing that, we made something that we were really proud of. It was our dream vehicle. We showed it to people. They thought it was really freaking cool.
Yeah.
But the bigger thing we realized is that this category is really, really interesting. This category of non-car vehicles is massive. It's a multi-$100 billion business today, on its way to $500 billion. And there's no iconic brand in the space. There's no Apple. There's no Tesla of the category. There's no people doing the best design, engineering, and that exists in other countries. Like in China, there's a bunch of companies that are quite large that make these kinds of vehicles. But in the West, it's really not happened yet.
Yeah.
And so we think now is exactly the time to come in and make the best products in the space. So we decided to go full time in 2024. We went from sketch to production for 2 vehicles in that period of time. And it's been kind of a whirlwind. And, we've got lots of vehicles on the road. Our customers are extremely happy and they use them like crazy. So it's been really cool.
Yeah. So what makes sense about having, this be like an individual purchase? Like what is going to inspire me, or like what do you see in like your first customers versus like something that's kind of like the bikes that like metro bikes that you install in cities, and then you can sort of like rent them and like use them as needed.
Yeah.
So what makes that different?
100%. So Sophia alluded to this a little bit earlier, which was that we are really all about autonomy and giving people more agency. And ownership is agency, right? The ability to go where you want, when you want, not have to look for a dock, not need to worry about the meter because every minute that you use costs more time.
True.
Not having to think about parking, not getting on a vehicle and it being gross. There's a reason why most people own their own cars and don't just rent their cars. And so rental is a really great opportunity for people to get exposure to these kinds of vehicles. But ultimately, we think more and more folks will want to own. And a lot of our customers actually have started out as city bikers, people who are renting e-bikes. But at some point they want to upgrade, and this is the best upgrade pick they can find.
Yeah.
I see.
I'm super curious because your actual transportation for how you get around a city affects your actual livelihood, like how you enjoy it. I think there's this weird stat where it said your commute time is almost directly correlated to your happiness levels. And, there's so many people who are commuting hours to work and it's just not available for them. And so this completely changes your actual day-to-day experience. What is this future world or future city you're actually hoping to build one day?
The big thing I'd say is when you're on one of our vehicles, you're engaged with your environment. You're traveling through the city, not in kind of a bubble isolated from it or underground. So you're appreciating it a lot more. Like even if you spend 20, 30 minutes on your commute on one of these, it's going to be probably like the best 20, 30 minutes of your day. It's the wind is going through your hair. It's a super sensory experience. And in some ways it's the opposite of, kind of sitting in front of a screen that's glowing at you all day. I spent the prior 10 years of my career building things on screens. And I realized that while the internet has become mainstream, computing is universal now, and it wasn't when I started working in that area. And I felt like the next chapter of technology and the next chapter that I was personally excited about working on was things that bring you outside of the screen and that make the real world better and augment the real world. And bringing technology into reality is, I think, where the next 50 years is going to, what the next 50 years is going to look like.
Wow.
Totally. So how are you thinking about like these other vehicles beyond just like the electric bike? And, like navigating a very, very deeply car-centric like culture, you have like things like highways, right? And this is where like a motorcycle would make sense as opposed to a bike. So how are you thinking about like the plurality of different form factors that are possible?
We, from the beginning, have thought of a portfolio approach to the category. And so we developed one electrical system that can take on many different form factors. We already have 2 form factors. We're going to build a full portfolio. We have some stuff in the works that we're going to be sharing soon. It will not only be 2-wheelers, I'll say that. We're really interested in other forms of creative vehicles that do some of the jobs of cars, but not all. So one of the big constraints is we actually, for the most part, don't make highway vehicles. Our larger one, P1, does go on a highway, but it's not intended for extended highway use. It's there for if you need to take one exit or get on a bridge or something like that. The cars are regulated by the NHTSA, which is the National Highway Transportation Safety Authority. And everything about the design of cars is driven by what happens when this 6,000-pound cage hits someone else going 80 miles per hour on the highway. If you relax that constraint and say, no, this vehicle can only go 20 miles per hour, the whole framework changes and you have a much freer hand in designing. So that's not limited to two-wheelers. You can run the same principle on four-wheelers. And there are other legal classifications that allow you to not have to conform to the standard highway regulations and give you a lot more freedom in designing.
Yeah, and I guess, how are you thinking about like road safety? Like what are, when you go into like the future, obviously we have like things like Waymos, which are like a huge safety plus. Like they make me optimistic about like lowering the amount of deaths from accidents. But with something like, you know, like a e-bike, like how do you create innovations in safety?
So first of all, AVs, larger Waymos, will make roads safer in general, and they'll make roads safer for cyclists, for pedestrians, for people who are on our vehicles. You know, a person in a car is very dangerous. A person driving a car is very dangerous. So the environment's going to get better. There's a lot, though, that we can do on the vehicles themselves. We can alert the rider when, you know, there's a threat or there's someone that they don't see in their blind spot. We can eventually self-right a vehicle so that if, you know, it's tipped, it doesn't actually fall. We can use a lot of the technology that's being designed for autonomous cars and bring it into this. And once you have self-stabilizing vehicles, you can actually use that technology to park the vehicle itself or, you know, take over control in the case of an emergency. So we're going to continue to integrate this stuff, and already these vehicles are the safest in their class. But honestly, the non-car space is way behind on what's possible technically to make these vehicles safer, and there's just a lot of low-hanging fruit.
Interesting. It's interesting that you mentioned potentially parking itself. I believe you recently talked with Fortune, and you talked about how autonomy could actually potentially plug into some of these vehicles. Can you unpack that? What does that look like?
Well, I'd say more broadly, embodied intelligence, robotics, smart machines are the future. So, you know, AI, we're right now experiencing the AI revolution on the screen. That is going to be embodied. It's going to be in our physical world. We are going to start to see more machines that have autonomy, that can park themselves, drive themselves, and do things in the physical world. If you think about how the world, the built environment changed from 1926 to 1976, it was dramatic. You had planes, you had cars, you had modern architecture. All the world would be unrecognizable from 1976 to 1926. If you look at how the world has changed from 1976 to 2026, besides for the screens in our pockets and on our tables, the world looks pretty similar.
Yep.
And we think that embodied intelligence is the enabling technology that will profoundly change what the built environment looks like and works like. And we are going to build machines in that space, starting with vehicles, but this competency that we're building for intelligent electromechanical systems compounds and scales to other form factors and other types of machines over time.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, I think we're coming up on time, but
cool.
This is so epic. Thank you so much for bringing in the
thanks
vehicle.
for having me.
Yeah.
No, I am so excited that we got to actually come into the studio today. You came on in your actual in the actual Infinite machine itself. Before we jump off, can you just tell me about what's next? What's actually coming up for your guys' company?
We've got a lot of new stuff in the works. We are inventors and expect a lot more really cool machines and inventions coming out of Infinite Machine over the next few months.
Wow.
Awesome.
Okay. I cannot wait. And I cannot wait for a future where all of us are actually riding around on these. You don't have to pay for Uber or just have my car drive everywhere. And car-centered communities really kill a city. And so imagine
100%.
actually being able to get to where you want to get to as easily as this.
Exactly.
Yeah. Really awesome stuff you're building.
Cool. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much. And we'll be right back with MTS.
Welcome back, everybody. It is so good to be with you here on MTS. I've had a quiet week. I've been in the word mines. I've been in the content mines writing for the MTS newsletter. If you haven't seen that, you should check it out and tell me what you think, because writing, my next guest is going to be the perfect person to commiserate with about this. Writing is extremely painful. It's like extracting like 10,000 fingernails one at a time. And then at the end, you have this like piece that goes out into the world. And like the response that you get back is 5 people being like, clicking the like button on Substack. It's a very small, whereas when you have a conversation with someone, they're like nodding at you, they're smiling. The feedback is much, much tighter. Perfect guest, as I said, to talk about this, and more importantly, many other issues of great civilizational importance. Welcome to the show, Ben Southwood. Now, you asked me offline to refer to you as an editor of Works in Progress. I'll do that out of kind of like politeness, but really I think that understates dramatically your role and your position and your impact. And we've got you on the show because we try and get people like you whenever we can, but the catalyzing event, you wrote 2 pieces in the latest Works in Progress mag. Why don't you start by just telling us, like for those in the audience who haven't had the privilege, like what is the vision for Works in Progress?
Well, I happen to have a copy of Works in Progress print edition that you can't have yet because it's going to subscribes in a couple of weeks, but I've got it because, inside job. So Works in Progress, a magazine, recently became a print magazine. Internally, they're all the cringe, elderly millennial guys like me who are thinking like, no one likes print anymore. I like to go on stuff on my phone. I want to scroll away. I want the slot. Then our younger colleagues, my friend Nick Whitaker, in particular is Nick Whitaker, he's constantly on my back. No, young people like physical things they can hold in their hand. They want to slow down they want to anti-slopify. They want the tangibility. So we eventually went to print. I'm very happy we went to print. I think it's a really good product. I think it's a beautiful magazine done by an art director, Atalanta. But we're a magazine, and the reason we exist as a magazine is we think that ideas matter a lot for making the world better. But we always thought that the kinds of packaging of ideas that you get, like serious ideas, often come in PDFs and basically hard to access. They're not designed to be enjoyable to consume. They're almost designed to like put you off. And so the idea behind Works in Progress was to try and make it as enjoyable as possible, to learn about the most important and interesting stuff and get new ideas and all that sort of stuff. So hopefully we've succeeded.
I think so. I have been a long time fan of your work. I have a few of your, some of your early, I think, physical outputs on my bookshelf, which my 3-year-old likes to chew on. So, like, it's a kind of mission that's near and dear to my heart. And what you might be underselling if you're watching this and you haven't really encountered Works in Progress, although I find that hard to believe, I think what Ben is underselling is the tone, the kind of like perspective of the magazine, of the of Works in Progress, is like this kind of lost Atlantic liberal perspective. And I don't mean liberal in a political sense, but in this kind of liberal mindedness. It just has this like it's like talking to a very reasonable person. It's like hearing the views of a very reasonable, rigorous thinker. And I think like that tone has disappeared from or it's like rarer than it perhaps used to be in highbrow publications, and it's very good to see it back. Ben, tell us specifically, you had this great piece which everyone should go and check out. It's around how to lie. I think the title is How to Lie About Radiation, and I think it's a good example of this kind of mid-Atlantic liberalism that I'm talking about. I think if we go through that might enlighten the audience more than if we talked about more generally what the tone is. So why don't you tell us about that piece, tell us about the thinking that led to it, and we'll go from there.
So this is part of an agenda, an obsession I have had in the back of my head or the front of my head for a decent amount of time over the last several years. I basically started reading a bit of evidence on nuclear power. Why is nuclear power expensive? You have in the back of your head, building nuclear power plants is slow and it's expensive, and that's why we don't do it. And that's in the back, that's drummed into you. That's just like a base feature of the world. There's nothing you can do about it. And that means that serious people basically aren't interested in nuclear power as an option. But of course, we live in a world where we want to decarbonize energy a lot, or at least a lot of countries are doing that. And there is this form of reliable, low carbon energy. What if you could make it quickly and cheaply? And then if you look into history, it turns out that lots of countries did make it quickly and cheaply. And you think, why did we stop? And I think that the story is complex. And it's not like there was this one exact narrative of why we stopped. But I think you can summarize it down roughly into, we implemented a lot, we being the entire West. This is not any particular country.
Yeah.
The entire West implemented a law which has been implemented slightly differently in different places, which is why some places still can do it slightly less slow and slightly less expensive, and some places do it really slow and really expensive, called ALARA, as low as reasonably achievable, which says that you have to make ionizing radiation emissions from a nuclear power plant, whether in operation or if there is a disaster, as low as reasonably achievable, which has been interpreted to, if you have any profit, you should spend it on making it safer, which means that you do stuff where the trade-off is like 100 or 1,000 times more harm is being done by, like, if you spent this money on anything else, you could make people happier than if you reduced risks and even tinier, to be even smaller than they already are. And this comes from, in my view, and in the view of a lot of other people, this comes from what's called the linear no threshold model of radiation harms. But like, you don't need to know that. The point is that radiation harms are just accumulative, right? So if you have an amount, it's measured in sieverts or grays. If you have like 1 milligray, 1,000th of a gray every day for a year, or if you have 365 milligrays in one go, it will do the same amount of damage. That's the model, right? And I just went into it assuming that the model everyone uses is like roughly right. And that's also kind of in the background of when you talk about this topic, you kind of assume that's how things go on. But I just don't think it's tenable. I read more and more evidence, and I don't think it's tenable. And in particular, I got very frustrated with a new paper that came out about this particular case in Taiwan between 1982 and 1984, right? So what happened here is this. Cobalt-80 is a radiation-emitting metal, and it was accidentally used in building 180 buildings in Taiwan between 1982 and 1984. Now, let's be clear. Cobalt-80 is potentially very dangerous if like completely unshielded and you have a lot of it. For example, some Thai scrap merchants in 2000 or 2003 opened up I can't remember what, I think it was a radiology machine, like a machine that you would use for tackling a cancer, because cobalt-80 is used in those machines to produce radiation. And three of them died. They were like a gigantic dose from exposure, and all three of them died within 3 days. So let's be clear, you can get high enough radiation doses from this to instantly kill you. But that's not what happened in Thailand. So it was just a small amount of rebar in the construction of the buildings. And in the end, I don't know, bunch of schools, hundreds of apartments, thousands of apartments had this rebar in them. And what they effectively got was a test of, if you're exposed with a small amount of radiation every day over 2 years, how harmful is that? And the article mainly goes through how the different studies looked at this. And the reason we wrote it, Alex Chalmers, my co-author who works for the Cosmos Institute, although at the time he worked with us, the reason we wrote it is because we read this first paper and we were outraged by the low quality of the science. I don't know how familiar you are with the open science movement and people like Stuart
Very
Ritchie
familiar. Yeah,
and all that sort. Right. So these guys got very angry. There's the replication crisis that people have heard of, where scientific results are proving that it turns out that you can't replicate them when you try and do the same study, because actually they were using various dubious methodologies like p-hacking stuff, not submitting results if they didn't find positive things, constantly trying to find, like, go through, can we test this? Can we test this? We're not going to record the number of tests we've done. Oh, wow, we found a correlation here. This is great. We're going to submit this. And it seemed to me that all of these standard tools to find that blue Smarties cause ADHD. All of these standard tools were being used in somewhere where you think this is like a hard science. This isn't the kind of thing where you would expect. So, the paper would be like, Taiwanese apartment dwellers get higher breast cancer because of their exposure. 11% higher for each 100 millisieverts. 100 millisieverts is about 10 CT scans spread over a couple of years. And then you would look in, and there's no correlation between overall cancer rates and more exposure within the sample. And the people in the sample have lower cancer rates than people outside the sample who are normal Taiwanese, right? So this just isn't a real result. There's no way you're torturing the data here. That's what found it. That's basically the story. And then we go through all of the other, there are a lot of other interesting cases that turns out that Kerala in India has really radioactive sand, and so people get there were loads of other cases like that. But that's the starting point with these crazy studies that I thought were basically lying by being so misleading.
It's really interesting to me. And so if you read through, so I'd encourage everyone to go and read through the piece. And I think it has a few, there's a few reasons why it's significant. So I think if you step back from the science that you're talking through in the piece itself, which seems, I think, as you've said, it's kind of shoddy, right? The science that's underlying this latest paper is really about taking a natural experiment in radiation exposure and trying to make it look as catastrophic as possible, trying to make the impact of radiation look as bad as possible. And I think, you go, okay, well, if you just kind of stop for a second and go, why is that significant? You might think, oh, well, isn't this kind of good in the sense of, if something is poisonous, you don't want to expose people to poison. If someone's run a study and they made the poison look slightly worse than it is otherwise, you go, well, okay, aren't we just making people safer than they otherwise would be? I think the important thing that you're pointing to here, Ben, is that there is actually a real cost to this kind of catastrophizing. Do you want to talk a little bit more about what that is and how that connects through, I think, maybe kind of too obvious to you, but how that connects through to nuclear energy and what that means for kind of the general energy mix?
Right. Great point. So, yes, exactly. It matters because when we're thinking about any activity we do in society, most things we do have some costs, right? Like driving around, there's pollution there. So hopefully soon there won't be pollution through the tailpipe because everyone's driving EVs. But there will still be pollution from tires hitting the road, and there's going to be a long time until that stops being the case. And living near a road is always going to have some noise pollution. And okay, there are ways some people today want to reduce the number of roads we drive on because they think the cars are bad, blah, blah, blah. But the point is, basically all positive human activities have some cost. And so we always need to be balancing costs and risks against the benefits that these things deliver. And if you look at nuclear power, I hinted at this, but if you look at nuclear power, it used to be very cheap, right? It used to be cheap between 1967 and 1973 in the US. The US ordered most of the power plants that it ever built. All of the ones after 1973 were eventually cancelled and ordered after 1973. And these power plants, some of them produced the cheapest electricity that any power plant in the US has ever produced, right? They were competitive with coal when coal was historically cheap. They were built under modern prices. They're delivering power to the consumer at about 3 cents a kilowatt hour, right? So they were working really well, and none of the power plants ordered in that boom period when they were the cheapest and being built the most quickly have ever had any issues. Like no one, there's never been a release from any of these. So clearly, it can be a very important part of the energy mix. And if you look at what France did, right? France in the 1980s builds out a massive nuclear fleet and now has had for decades basically a decarbonized electricity grid. It still usually has the cleanest grid in Europe, and it is imposing some costs on itself for I think slightly deluded reasons. Often they've subsidized a bunch of solar onto the grid. I'm not saying this that you shouldn't do this in any country, just in particular in France. Subsidized a bunch of solar onto the grid, which produces loads of electricity in the middle of the day. So in order to not overwhelm their grid, they turn down all their nuclear power plants, which is more expensive than running them at full pace. So it's like a pure cost to them. But anyway, put all of this aside. France basically decarbonized really early. A lot of the extremely costly things that the UK is doing and some other countries like Germany are doing, they just didn't have to do. They just had this like, and that's in the world where we don't exactly. But maybe we should have increased the amount of electricity we consumed, right?
100%,
In 1973,
100%.
the US stopped consuming more per capita electricity. Something it had done, it kept it flat, which most countries have not kept up with. Like the UK has fallen down to 1850s level per capita, but the US kept its energy steady since then, which is pretty impressive relative to many other countries in the West. But before then, it was going up exponentially, and we probably would have flying cars. We probably would be going to more planets. Like we could desalinate all the water we wanted. Like all that. There are so many things we could do if we had more energy. So even just the France option is good, but the thing we might have done would be really good. Like and that's
so we should just set that through, Ben. It's like when you look at the last 50 years of energy policy in the West, what you're saying is that there is an alternate world in which we kept nuclear energy very cheap and, of course, very safe. And cheap energy is an input into just about everything we consume. And so if you can keep energy cheap, this idea of energy that's too cheap to meter, right, of course, that's in the domestic context. In the industrial context, energy that's cheap, you still meter it, right? You can do a lot with it. You can build a lot with it. You can have factories. You can have manufacturing. You can have desalination. All of these things are energy limited, and if you can have extremely plentiful, extremely cheap energy, that kind of abundance, it feels, I think, sometimes to, one might say the European mind, but also sometimes the progressive mind, it feels like too good to be true. It feels like there must be some great psychic karmic cost on the other side of this, but we've actually proven, this is the whole point that you're making here, Ben, we've proven this is completely possible, and that the outcome is very good. And we made a decision kind of collectively, civilizationally in the developed world, not to do that and to instead kind of bind our hands on nuclear energy. And as a consequence, all this spillover negativity came from the fossil fuels that we used to replace the nuclear power that was extremely cheap, the enormous effort to build out the renewables sector, which is, of course, as you said, on its own, there's nothing wrong with that. Solar power is extremely cheap. It's great civilizational technology, but the effort to kind of build that out at the expense of other things had its own costs, right? So the point you're making, Ben, is the costs of this decision to move away from nuclear have been enormous in the West. And the point you're trying to make with the piece, which I think is kind of what it comes down to, is that there is basically a kind of the reason we did all these things was not a well-considered cost-benefit analysis. It wasn't a decision we all made collectively, democratically, in a way of balancing on one hand the costs against, on the other hand, the benefits. It was kind of a superstition. It was kind of like we all said, no, you can't, we can't use this anymore because it's kind of freaky and scary. And I think and so, your piece is really about examining some of the science, but I think once you go through the science, you're still left with the question, Ben, which was like, well, why did they p-hack the study in this direction in the first place? Why is there this superstition around nuclear power? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so, I mean, personally, I think that I suspect that the superstition thing is all true. You're completely right that if you compare nuclear power, nuclear energy and the effects of ionizing radiation with other industrial disasters, there's weirdly high focus on nuclear power. I suspect that probably the reason is something to do with the fact that it's an invisible force, right? So if ionizing radiation is harmful, or if it's not harmful, is an invisible force. Some people are telling you that it's harmful. Some people are telling you that it's not harmful. And it's very hard for you to decide unless you do a bunch of research into the physics and biology and so on. And I don't expect people to come up with their own opinions on that. And so I expect it's always going to be something to do with what are the leading lights of society saying, they're the cues I'm going to follow. And then also, how much do I trust the authorities in general to tell me the truth? And so therefore, I suspect that the fact that all of these self-imposed regulations in the US and in particular came in just as the first and second oil shocks happened and inflation went up massively. I think the inflation going up massively tends to lead to the public mistrusting the government over various things. And then, there are like massive other stuff like Vietnam and Watergate and all this stuff happening at the same time. And like the comeuppance of various things done post-war that probably dented trust in the government, like MK Ultra experiments and building ugly buildings and like a whole wide range of things is hurting legitimacy of the government to say we should do these things, and then they lose trust in this is safe. I think,
and
like,
the 60s
like
and 70s, right? The 60s and 70s were a time of kind of like a great upheaval in in Western society, a great upheaval against the state, a kind of huge drop in the trust that had existed post-war. Like it was a very kind of like socially violent time. So it's not surprising that some of this, and it was kind of it was like a whole reaction against the world of modernity.
I think that's right. However, here's my positive gloss on the whole thing. My positive gloss is that the real constituent, every political decision is a bunch of constituencies. Maybe there's 10, maybe there are 50, whatever. And these are 2 percentage points of the vote or 10 percentage points of the vote. And, actually we're lumping and splitting because you can, it's down to everyone has their own opinion, but it's reasonably useful to look at it as being these 10 groups. And you're never going to win a significant subsection of these groups. And you shouldn't be too worried about the fact that they have a superstition about nuclear power, because even if you don't win them, you can still win on actually building things affordably. What the people you really need to win are normal people who are able to take a trade-off of like, how risky does this seem based on what the authorities say versus what is the cost and benefit to me? And the issue we have right now is that nuclear power is slow. Nuclear power is expensive. So there's nothing on the other side to offer them, right? Like actually building nuclear power plants as they currently are right now. Hopefully some of these new startup companies will fix this, or countries will fix their regulation like the UK is trying to do, and I know the US is trying to do, and whatever. Or we'll look to the fact that China is getting a good learning curve and is getting better at it, and South Korea still makes them pretty cheaply, although not as cheaply as the US in the 1960s. Let's be clear, no one's ever got there, but still cheaply. Maybe all of this will push us in the right direction, but I feel like we can win without convincing everyone. That nearly nothing you manage to convince everyone, right? Like there are all sorts of crazy beliefs out there. But we do definitely need to convince the hard-nosed normal people who just want cheaper energy, whether that's business or residential.
Did you ever read that book by Svetlana Alexievich, the Voices from Chernobyl?
No, I didn't.
So Svetlana Alexievich is a kind of like Russian, I suppose she was like a, it's not quite right to call her a historian. She wrote these like oral histories, I suppose a kind of contemporary historian. She wrote these oral histories of the fall of the Soviet Union and also the Chernobyl incident. And it's extremely affecting. Like when you read, so Voices from Chernobyl, I think was one of the main sources that the HBO writers drew on to make that TV series Chernobyl. And go back and read this book because it's absolutely it's an incredibly lyrical depiction of what happened. It's a beautiful work of oral history. I think it seems like what we now need to do is kind of like the inverse of Voices from Chernobyl, right? Like that book chronicled so beautifully the human costs of the Chernobyl disaster. There is now an opportunity to chronicle equally as beautifully and with as equal attention to the human detail the costs of these series of decisions we've made about energy in the last 50 years, which are enormously expensive on a civilizational scale. And it feels like what you are doing here is like one part of that, right? It's like, here is how people have been lying about the risks of radiation. Here is the costs that it introduces into the commission of new nuclear power plants, and here is how that makes an energy source that could be enormously cheap and affordable look expensive and out of reach. And on that cost-benefit analysis, there's nothing in the benefits column. So very important work, I think. Very, very interesting. I mean, keen to hear your final thoughts on that, Ben. And then I want to move. You kind of dangled the glorious revolution in front of me in our chat before the show. So any final thoughts on nuclear? And then I just want to hear about this next piece as well.
Well, I don't want to sound heartless because Chernobyl was a serious disaster,
Mm.
but Chernobyl was the worst ever nuclear. The biggest issue nuclear power has is treating any release of radioactive material through a meltdown or like a more minor release, a small explosion or whatever, as being an unmitigated disaster. Obviously, these things are important. Obviously, we should control them, but they don't need to lead to any death at all. I think the most credible sources like the UN Committee on the Effects of Radiation on Fukushima and 3 Mile Island, which are the second and third biggest releases of radioactive material, suggests that no one died. Now, Chernobyl was really bad. 600 workers were there when it happened. 134 of them had big doses of radiation. 28 of them died in the first 3 months. Another 19 died before 2004, not all of radiation-related causes. And other ones may be affected in some way, although it's not clear. They've been followed very closely. Other than them, the other people who got affected were children who drank milk that was harvested during the cover-up in the immediate aftermath. Now, in 1957, there was the fourth biggest nuclear disaster in the world, Windscale in the UK. At this time, there were no container domes on the reactions happening. And the Windscale pile basically blew loads of radioactive material all over England, or over a particular part of England in the north. And because of the short half-life of the isotopes, they just stopped anyone drinking any of the milk for 44 days. And then no one was harmed. There was none of the thyroid concentration issues they had in Chernobyl. But even with all of that thyroid concentration related issues, there were nearly millions of children exposed to the affected milk. 6,000 of them have thyroid cancers, and the current estimate is that 200 people might have their lives shortened by that. And this is by far the worst nuclear disaster, with like every possible thing going wrong: cover-ups, authoritarian state, like insane tests, a design that was never used in any other place. And I still don't think it ranks as like one of the top 100 worst industrial disasters in the world. That's the key thing I want to fight against. Anyway, sorry, that's a long thing on it. And obviously there was lots of horrible stuff did happen. I'm not saying that was not the case, but just there are always disasters in the world. This is not one of the worst ones.
Yeah. No, completely agree. Tell me about the Glorious Revolution.
Well, if I sound like a high-intensity, obsessive kind of person about the potential harmful effects, the putative harmful effects, the alleged harmful effects of ionizing
so-called
radiation. So-called. I didn't quite go so-called, but if I sound like an obsessive about that, wild-eyed, proselytizing kind of guy, it's even more true about the Glorious Revolution. And the key thing here, I'm giving you like ultra-condensed version, is that in the 1600s, you might have said that in the world of atoms is probably the wrong word. In the world of paper, in the world of ideas, in the world of equations in people's heads, Europe was racing ahead. But in the world of atoms, and in the world of farmland and industry, it was not. These things were not being applied. Farmland productivity was growing very slowly. Basically, they had a physical world slowdown, even though ideas were racing ahead faster than they ever had before. And everyone's view was, across Europe, we need to empower a strong state to crush the landowners and like their equivalent of the NIMBYs who are blocking progress. And they all tried and they all failed. Basically, every single country found that when the land, like you can't crush all elites at the same time when you have a state with the legitimacy of a 1600 state. And one state, England, which became Britain during the time of like the period I'm interested in, decided instead to use kind of a combination of two things. But it amounted to, instead of trying to crush the landowners, why don't we in fact make the landowners in charge of everything in the entire country and see what they do? And it turned out that once they were in charge, they solved all their own issues. And it was only when like an external force was imposing upon them, they hunkered down, they protected what they had, they refused rules that fixed like entail, where you can't decide to cut down trees on your land or mortgage it to improve it or anything like, and fragmented ownership and common land, open land, things that made farms less efficient than they otherwise would be. And so all of this stuff to at least some extent was solved in England at that time. And that, interestingly, America was kind of started, and I think Australia, I would say, covered by this, all New World countries to at least some extent, but the US was particularly true, was covered by this from the beginning. All of their rights were built in, like kind of knowledge of where the Glorious Revolution had been necessary.
The
and then
institutional
until the
history of the Glorious Revolution was like very much embodied in the early US, right? Yeah,
exactly. Basically, land was as much as possible in squares. They made it so it was really easy to sell land. They had possibly too generous rules on what you could do without, like, on your land without there being any restrictions on it. So, for example, so this all changed in the 1970s, but in the 1920s or 10s, if you discovered oil on your land, you might be in like a suburb of Los Angeles type place. Derricks would just start sprouting up. Like the air would be full of disgusting smoke, and you couldn't do anything about it. Maybe that's bad, maybe that's good, but clearly US rights were incredibly pro-progress, possibly to a fault, partly because of this. So what I'm obviously leading towards is that I think some of this, if we want to really radically change the way that property rights work today, and like a lot of people have issues with how much local control there is over, which is like all negative local control.
The
standard,
autocracy of the local control.
Exactly.
Right?
They can say no, but they can't say yes. So it's not that I think we should never top down and stop them. Like, we're always going to need to do that in lots of circumstances. But I suspect we can go a lot further if we also bottom up, right? And if we also give them the chance to say yes when there's a big upside in it for them. And why I like the Glorious Revolution is that an entire society was changed through this. And I think, there's an argument. If you're into theories of the Industrial Revolution, you'll be aware of what I think are the correct theories, which are about, like, once you have the improving mindset, like the growth mentality, everyone is just constantly thinking about how to improve everything. And I agree with the view that you could even not have, like, coal could not have existed and they still would have set off some kind of glorious revolution. But the other point is, like, if coal hadn't existed, it would be a lot worse. Like, it would have, coal is amazing. Like, they've stored up like enormously dense energy for you for like over millions of years. And it's the same thing with the Glorious Revolution and fixing property rights. Yes, we'd have had this increase. Like, we still grow at 1.5%, whatever, productivity growth every year today. But, in 1972, we grew at 4% per year. And not uncoincidentally, electricity supply was growing at like 7% per person per year. And they were building about 3 times the rate in the US of houses per capita as they are now. And a lot of things were happening at the same time. We can, with the same amount of technological growth, we can grow much quicker if we're applying it better. And if we're right. And this is the kind of thing I think we should worry about today. And it might become even more important if data centers get blocked, and if we can't get the electricity to data centers, and if it turns out that scaling continues to be really important, then the physical world is going to start mattering a whole lot. And therefore, that's why I want to look into, could we do the Glorious Revolution again?
I like that a lot. I mean, this is works in progress core, folks. If you're watching this, this is the kind of central brand of works in progress, right? It's like this like deep interest in history, this deep interest in institutions, this sense of trying to apply these lessons of the institutional history of the past to the problems of the present. I think it's an extremely fruitful area for exactly the reasons you talked about, right? It's like, look, in the past they faced all these constraints which were effectively judicial, effectively regulatory on progress and growth. And look, they changed it with a grand bargain that shared some of the benefits, right, with the people involved, that tried to allocate the costs and benefits across a big group of constituents and kind of develop something that was quasi kind of democratic in its legitimacy. And look, it led to this massive kind of revolution in growth, in progress. The world before that time grew at like whatever, 0.5% or 0.1% per year. Now it grows at 2% per year. That is, in some sense, downstream of the institutional changes that were made then and that were continued to be made over the next kind of 400 years. And really, I think the central point that you're making here, Ben, is that we can't stop that process now. We cannot freeze the world in the institutional settings of 2020 and expect that to lead to continued growth and progress in the same way. And I think that is, such an important insight. I think, the data centers, the obvious connection between the superstitious fear of radiation and some, I suppose, semi-quasi superstitious fears about data centers and AI, I think it's kind of obvious, right? And the same is true of the kind of institutional settings. It's the institutional settings in the 16th century in the UK that prevented growth and progress and productivity, mirrored in some ways by our settings today. So I think it's I think it's a very fruitful area, Ben. And I think everyone, if they're not already, they should subscribe to your magazine. They should read Works in Progress. And what do they have to look forward to? Leave us with something to look forward to, Ben. What are you thinking about right now?
Well, I'm going to give you something to look forward to in Works in Progress.
Please.
And hopefully it's close to your own heart. So as you were saying all of that stuff, I was thinking that I get a lot of flack from Antipodeans online because I'm not ambitious enough about how aggressive the government should be. And I think part of this comes from the fact that, honestly, and I kind of feel upset to have to say this, but I think that the UK and the US have declined a little. So we're 80% developed in our political culture, or maybe 70%, and New Zealand is still up there at 90. And I'll give you an example. For people people may or may not know this, but New Zealand basically, quite recently, decided to shift 10%, cut income taxes by 10 percentage points, and double their sales tax, their VAT, which, by the way, has almost nothing exempted. It's got a 102% efficiency rate, according to the
very
Economist.
broad-based consumption tax.
It's incredible. Now, in the UK, I just don't think this could happen. So I do not think. I can give many examples, but even things that have net increase in how much wealth everyone will have in total, if they have concentrated losers, they're very hard to pull off because when you're in what I think of us as being a slightly developing country world where you're not very sure when the government says you're going to get this benefit in the future, you're am I though? I have this thing now. I'm going to hunker down and defend the thing I currently have. And
scarcity
not
mindset, right?
I'm not going to expect that the government is actually doing a win-win gain that's going to make everyone better off. In New Zealand, they 2.5 percentage points a year for 4 years, boom, job done. If you were particular people will have lost out quite significantly from this, but our optimal tax theory tells us this is better. It did work out well, whatever. And I think that a significant part of why I get into these beefs online, I'm going somewhere with this, by the way. A significant part of why I get into these beefs online is that Australians and New Zealanders look at their own political institutions. They're no. We actually do just have to convince the elites that upzoning will lead to benefits, and the public will just let us do it. And then if you do get some economic growth and cheaper houses at the end of it, they'll be okay, fine, it was a worthwhile trade. And I'm telling them that's not possible. We've actually tried that lots of times. It's failing in the UK. I think the US is complicated. But so why is that? Why that's all leading up to? So in the next issue of Works in Progress, we've got, is that reflected? It says beauty in my backyard. So big debate online. Who's right? Who's wrong? Does building uglier buildings lead to more NIMBYism? Well, you have to read Works in Progress over the next month to find out. But that's what I have to offer.
Ben, that is fantastic. I think if you're listening to this right now and you're thinking, what should I do? I think if you can contribute to an institution like Works in Progress, if you can just be part of this movement of people who are trying to move things incrementally in a direction which is pro-growth and pro-abundance and pro-productivity, I think you should do that, because I think the kind of substrate in which you are talking, Ben, is a world in which persuading people about good ideas is important. Putting the ideas out into the atmosphere for people just to kind of breathe is important. Maybe it doesn't have an immediate effect. Maybe there's some buttressing of the political culture you need to do over time. But eventually, if these ideas are kind of out there, as they were in the Glorious Revolution, as they were for many other things, as they were in the nuclear debate in a way that led to the shutdown of new development of nuclear power, right? That was all driven by ideas and persuasion. then you can have, I think, a real impact on these things. I think that's a kind of like optimistic note to leave it on. People, you should check out the next issue of Works in Progress. I'm going to get one, I think, and you can learn about whether the buildings ought to be beautiful or just functional. Ben, an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. I really feel like we could keep talking for hours, but I know there's a hotel bar calling your name right now.
What can I say? I'm just a normal guy.
Just a simple guy from a country that hasn't yet moved on from the beauties of a nice beer, right? Like we were bullying the producer before we came on, Kamal, who's obviously based in San Francisco, and everyone there is, they're drinking powdered lion's mane, all right?
My San Francisco colleagues regularly look at me, and in their eyes I can see, you think I'm an alcoholic? For like doing what I consider to be a normal British going to the pub after work.
Yeah. It used to be, back in the golden era, you'd do that after school. When you were 15, you'd go sit in the park in the UK and drink cider out of big pint cans.
I mean, back in the real dark ages of the first half of the 20th century, there were loads of pubs open in the morning, and people would go in and get a pint on their way to work. So things were different. They passed the foreign country.
Look, you go back and look at the growth rates in 1960 and tell me that we shouldn't have just a cheeky half pint before. What would it hurt? It's generative. Anyway, we don't need to go down that path. But the 2 martini lunch is going to come back for us, Ben. I believe it. One day we'll get together in person and do it. We should say goodbye for now. People can find you on Twitter if they want to argue about beautiful buildings. They can find Works in Progress. They should find the digital magazine, but they should also order the physical copy. Anything else you want to spruik before we say goodbye, Ben?
No, you've done a great job. Thank you very much.
An absolute pleasure, Ben. Anytime. We'll go offline. I'll be back in 2 minutes and see you very soon.
Cheers.